we go. I just wanted to see if I could get it like a little bit lower latency. It's like 1 or 2 seconds, which is pretty normal for SRT. It does have audio, right? I'm doing SRT even inside the house. Yeah, even though RTMP might be better for some situations, surprisingly, SRT supports HEVC, and HEVC is what we want for a phone, for sure. Oh, check it out. I made a coffee, but I forgot about it. Let's warm it up. I'm doing the Golgi Kahal cup again. It's like almost bedtime for the kids, so they're like working on whatever their last things are. I'm live streaming. Do you want to say hi to the streamers? No? Okay. Yeah, if my family wants to be on the stream, then they can. That's cool. But if not, that's cool too. I invite them to join. Roblox. You guys are jamming it. I played some World of Warcraft for a few minutes last night. I still play WoW. But not like super competitive. Probably the most competitive thing I do is rated Mythic Plus. But I didn't do much for this season at all. And also, that's one of the seasons, like maybe earlier this year or later last year, I did I think I was rank 1 or 2 Healing Druid. And then I'll do like 2,000 or 3,000 rating. It's pretty casual. Man, my office is a mess. Somebody clean it already. What the heck? I think this new phone I got is pretty good for mobile streaming. I got it just for mobile streaming, and I don't even mobile stream hardly. Huh. Oh, that's pretty cool. So I'm back to it on ComfyUI. I'm having so much fun with this. This is so good. This is so good for creating. And it's interesting too, like you could just like, I mean, I guess someone like me who likes to render anyway, you know, like I've done a lot of 3D stuff in the past. You know, and I've even done 3D stuff for the stream and professionally and whatever. And so this reminds me a lot of just like really getting into the render settings and figuring out like what the best settings are. So I love that technical part of it. I'm trying something new. One of the YouTubers suggested for video that I try this new model. And so for the video stuff, I'll pull it out in like just a second. But let me show a few right now really quick. But we'll pull it out more. But these videos, you know, I just wanted to see if I could prompt like a little text explosion because, you know, I'm trying to see how close we can get to like these 3D intros that I used to make. And so just really simple stepwise protocol of like learning how to like create an image, learn how to create a video, see if you can get the image to work with the video, and just like the little technical details that I like to do, right? So it's kind of leading up to creating a video. And I have to ask the question, does this AI, can it even do video? Like, or is it just like a blurry, abstract mess? But you've seen some of the videos out there. They're pretty good. I mean, you can pay for the AI services that will, probably be making them the best. But can I make it with my little old GPU that I've got back there? My little GPU box over there. It's got a couple of old GPUs in it. Well, they're not that old, but they're aging GPUs. I don't put 5090s in those ones back there. All right. But if you would like to send me some 5090s, I would be happy to put those in that box back there. Anyway, so this one here, what are the limitations? Like, what are the problems I'm seeing so far with these videos? Well, you can only make a 5-second video. I didn't know that. Thought you could at least make a 10-second video, but nope, it's 5 seconds. There's ways to get it to go to 10 seconds, but really, we are creating with just 5 seconds at a time. So these are those 5-second videos. That one actually right there probably came out the coolest, I think. It's like boom, and it's like splashes this dirt up. That's actually pretty cool. So I have to go back and look at the settings for how I got it to do that. And then as I go back on these videos, these are like, the original settings, not much going on, just kind of testing. So the first one that came out was like that. It was just like the text kind of falling into the dirt and rolling, which is pretty cool. I gotta say, like in 3D, it's really hard to do that. See how the dirt kind of splashes when the blocks hit it at the bottom? Usually you have to like, composite that kind of stuff in, but in this case, it's being completely generated by the AI. The whole frame, everything in the frame is being generated. Some things are sticking to physics, other things not so much. That is one of the better things about, I think, 3D animation is the physics engines in the 3D programs like Blender or Cinema 4D are really good, right? Even in like real-time game render engines, the physics are like, that's something that the developers have been working on continuously to bring us amazing physics. The AI physics is like, it exists, I think, but it's not really physics. It's, whatever, AI is doing, it's diffusing, it's like, it seems like physics, but I'm not sure I don't think that's actually what it is. So, but regardless, it's pretty cool. There's like a weird, well, that's weird. I haven't seen this video. What if there's any others that I haven't seen? Kind of cool. Hey there. Hey there, good looking. So it goes from there to there. I think these are like just some earlier ones that got rendered, just like with really default settings, nothing special. It's just like, here's a starting image that I made in Qwen image and then put it into the video renderer and then let it go. So some of them are also kind of weird, but check this one out. This one was a, what do they call it? First frame, last frame is what the nickname of this is. So what it does is it takes one frame and then you put in the last frame and it will like inference a transition between the first frame and the second frame. And the first frame and the second frame could be anything. In this case, I put in this these different perspectives. So one of the workflows rendered like 5 different perspectives. One camera from up high, one camera from kind of far away, one camera close up, camera to the side, the other side. And it just kind of goes around. It's like if someone took a picture of you from different directions in a room. And I was like, okay, put them all in there, pressed go, and this happened. So it's like, I would say that definitely has some likeness to it there, I would say. And then another thing that makes this particular loop pretty cool is it loops. It's a clean, like perfect loop. It ends where it starts and starts where it ends. So it can literally just play forever. So that's pretty cool. I've always wanted to do that. I've never tried. I know it's really hard. Maybe I have tried at some point. And so that I know that it's so hard, but it's really hard to, do a perfectly clean loop. Usually there's always some little glitch in the loop, and creating a perfect loop takes a little bit of thought and practice and technique. This particular workflow just happens to do it. Like ends at the start. So that's pretty cool. Like on TikTok, it would just play forever without any hard breaks in it. Groovy. So those are some of the videos, and there's more too. I think there's just a few like little silly renders that I did. But this one here, what I'm trying to do is, I blew up that text with I want to try to animate this essentially. How it's animated is we can do whatever. That's kind of cool. It like takes the shape of the rock. I would like it to, what I'm trying to do is just get the whole logo to just be there, but I'm bad at prompting, so it refuses to just do what I say. Oh shoot. Actually, maybe. Okay, so there's like a couple here. I think I rendered a couple. I do like how it's doing the texture. It's really trying. Like, I gotta say, if I did this in Cinema 4D or something, I feel like they would probably look like this. I like that one right there because the letter has this cool little gritty texture on it. Usually in the 3D program, you have to go in, set all the textures and the overlays and whatever. So it's kind of exciting just to watch it kind of get done for you. The problem is, I don't know if, it's kind of does its own thing is the only problem. It's a little bit going wild. So this is the thing that generates the 3D text, this workflow. And then this is the workflow that does the video. And I tried some things. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but one of the YouTubers says, hey, you got to try this WAN 2.2 enhanced. And they said, that's one you want to try. It's a little better with the prompting. It might make this kind of video work a little better. So I was like, okay. And I went online and searched for this YouTube video that the guy told me about. And when I downloaded the model, it turns out it's a not safe for work model, but it's been, that's not like, I don't know if that's like the main point of the model. I don't think so. I think it's just that it's like whatever they did to the model, they like distilled it or they retrained it or something. So it's like this all-in-one model. It does everything. It does all the stuff the regular model does. It does some extra stuff, some extra spicy stuff, apparently. Hopefully that's not a problem for us. I don't want any like surprises, but I guess that, I don't know if that could potentially happen or not. And it also combines some LoRa's like the 4-step LoRa. So it's faster too. So it cuts some corners to render faster. And that makes it easier to use too. Huge files though. It's like every one of these models that I download is like downloading an entire video game. They're huge, dozens of gigabytes per model. Okay, so that's the video one, and then it uses this painter, this new method. This painter method gives me a motion amplitude. So that was the other thing the guy told me to do. He was like, make sure you use this enhanced model and then apply that painter, and then your results will be better. And sure enough, the results were better, like pretty much instantly. These are these painter sources from GitHub, ComfyUI painter. It's a really cool thing about ComfyUI is like there's this vast community of people that are uploading these things, so they're accessible. But it should let you do cool stuff like this. Like this is the frame, first frame, last frame technique. Kind of looks like this, where you put in 2 frames, starting frame, ending frame. And then the video does the rest. It just goes in there and just like, fades between them. And they show some before and afters, although, I mean. And then this one, I want to try to do this one tonight if I can figure this out. Kind of took me a little while to kind of figure out how to replace all the nodes in the workflows. So it might take me a little while to kind of, as I kind of bump into things, trying to get this to work. But this is the painter for long video. So I don't know if this is going to help me do longer loops or what. I think that's exactly what it's supposed to do. But I'm not sure if like I need a special workflow to do this, or maybe there's some workflows that are already built in here. Not really. Oh, there's one right there. Okay, so there's a workflow. I can probably save that. Yeah, let me. I might have some. I've just been downloading workflows like crazy. Painter long video, yeah. Because I don't know which one I'm going to do. And it's like I'll download it, like a whole bunch of these workflows, and I'll think, okay, I got to go by these one by one, try to figure out, long video and stuff. And then I'll learn something else that like invalidates all those other ones I was going to look at. Now I'm looking at these new ones, and then I'll find something new. It's like the rabbit hole goes deep with all this stuff. That's something that's been true with this open source AI for a long time, is it moves so fast. There's no like one standard. So that makes it a little bit difficult, I think, for some people that, there's not just one way to do it. There's like a million ways to do it, and some are good, some are bad. I like that because there's so much room to grow. There's so much like room to innovate when everything is so kind of spread out and everything is out there, and you have to put it all together yourself. So I have a lot of fun with that. So this is fun. But I think that ComfyUI is kind of the one thing that kind of ties all the different things together. So it's a unifier in a way. And I think that's why this is so popular. You know what I was thinking about doing? I know I just started, and there's not, too many people here, but more people are coming in. So I'll mention it again later probably, but wouldn't it be super kick-ass if I could figure out a way to make my window, like this web browser that I'm using right now, if I can make it available to you, like right now, instantly, just send you a link, you can click on it, and how we're going to do that, no, I haven't figured that out yet. I'm just saying, wouldn't it be cool if I could do that, and then you can just do it and start rendering and help me render these too. You could just type in a bunch of prompts here. See how I type this prompt in here? I can build these, give you the link, you can put in the prompts and just render these, and just like just create after everything's been all figured out and put together and whatever. I'm not sure if you think that'd be cool. I think that would be like mega cool. If I can figure out how to do that, I totally would try it and offer it and see if I can trick anybody into, doing some crazy prompts and rendering some crazy images. See, this kind of thing would have been awesome when, Rage and Dane and everybody's here trolling, and you just like get an idea for a meme and it's just like, just pump it through those GPUs. See what happens. And some people might say, well, why not just use the online APIs? Like Nano Banana or I don't know, whatever the other ones are. And I would say, their music playing? I would say yes, absolutely. I think those are, well, some people think they're top of the line. I don't think they do everything that Comfy could do. Comfy could do so much more than those APIs can do. But for like the video itself, they seem to be pumping out some pretty good ones. So I would say like if you develop a workflow on those, that's incredible. But they're expensive, are they not? Like I can't imagine doing what I'm doing while paying for an API. That would be so expensive. I mean, not like super expensive, but we're talking about charges adding up very quickly. So if I wanted to like give you guys access to this workflow and just say like, here's a website, go do it. If it were connected to like a third-party API, then they'd be billing us. They'd be like, they'd be pumping the build on us. So I got to figure out a way so that we can avoid the APIs and just use, the GPU power we have available, which, there should be quite a bit of it. People do lease GPUs from me. Lots and lots of them. All over the world. But we can't use their GPUs. They're paying for their GPUs. I give them the whole GPU when they pay for it. So if we did something, it would have to be like, its own GPU, which I think we could do. So where I left off here, and also if you have any ideas about that, if you want to try these web UIs and see what you can do with it, then, at least let me know. You think that's a good idea. I think I like, wait, why is that one so different? Why? Which one is the new one? Let's go over here. This is, I think these get enhanced as well. So it goes like through a multi-stage render, possibly. Let me see. No enhancement here. It's just basically, this particular workflow is Quen Image Edit in Paint. So it's an in Paint. And what that means is it's image edit, so I can give it multiple images and it will put it'll put them together itself. But I can also do in painting, which just means like masking. It's just another word for masking with AI. I can draw a little circle here, and then it's going to try to edit just this region. So it does a pretty cool little thing. Saves a lot of steps in theory, where it's going to put the logo in my mask area right there, but it's not going to change the surroundings. So that's important because this particular image is a 2560 by 1440. So that's a few more pixels than the optimal number of pixels for this image edit. So if I just did the entire image, it would come back really blurry. But if I just do the in-painting, it'll just edit that area and the rest of the pixels should stay the same. So I figured that's probably the one we're trying to do. All right, so video, create the image, and create the text. So I made a bunch of text already. So now I'm just trying to create a cool image that we can take and turn into a video. Ultimately, this should be an automated workflow where, you know, I can press go and it'll do all the steps, you know, by itself. That's a lot of different models though that we're using here. So that's another kind of strategic thing we got to figure out is, oh yeah, this is just like a temporary. I was trying to make it do the 3D a little bit better by sticking this image in here to see what it would do. And it created this depth map. So that's right. That's correct. But instead of putting the logo, because it didn't know what the logo was, it just put like a big rock right there. I also tried it without the rock. Those ones, I mean, it seemed like, almost seemed like it worked the same, to be honest. Like this is the one with the rock and it replaced the rock with the logo. And it did it all uneven too. So the rock thing's probably not really working that good. Yo, Anoin is here. What are you doing? I'm playing with AI. I'm trying to make like an explosion. I'm trying to make this 3D text like blow up. And I did. I got some good ones. But I want to put it in a workflow that's like, you know, consistent. So, you know, the goal is like, I want to, you know, do some text and press go and then it just go. But these look really similar to like some of the 3D things I did in Cinema 4D at some point. And the AI just kind of does them. So hacks, but it's pretty fun. What are you up to? Doing a little, we're doing some artsy stuff here. What's going to happen here is this is going to probably make some people rage out because it is AI after all. But I think for others, they may be intrigued by some of these new workflows. So a lot of this stuff is, you know, the first time that I've seen it, first time I'm going through it. What was the one? Was it that one? Those ones are kind of good. You know, it's like not even. It doesn't do exactly what I say. That's the problem with AI. It's like pretty much does what it wants, which is cool. Oh, they're just like, see how it goes to the different renders. I think that's cool. I just got home from work. Welcome home. I just got back from dinner and I was like, hey, I'm going to stream for a couple of hours, which will probably turn into like 8 hours or something. I can't stream like all night though, because I'm supposed to go, I got to go somewhere tomorrow. I can't do an 8-hour stream. But maybe I will anyway, because well, I'm thanking someone for helping me on Discord earlier. I told them to join the stream if they want. That's cool. Yeah, so, you know, really interesting. You're going to be popping in and out while I get ready for dinner and bed and stuff. But I want to pop and say hello. I'm glad you did, Anoin. I'm so glad that you did. So, yes, check back in. I'm going to do a few of these streams. I've already done two of these streams. And people seem to really like the ComfyUI stuff. I don't really think anybody streams this. Not that I know of anyway. Maybe some people are. I'm sure somebody is. But I haven't seen anybody streaming it. So I thought there's so much to stream. And what I'm seeing is most people are making YouTube tutorials or, you know, doing some YouTube videos, just taking a look at some of these things, you know, optimizing some workflows, sharing their workflows. So there's a very nice comfy community that's out there on YouTube. So plenty of videos to learn from. I'm learning from them. As you know, I made tons and tons of tutorials way back in the day. I haven't made a tutorial for a long time, but that's what I used to do. So I really appreciate when other artists and other creators are making tutorials and sharing their journey and their methods with everybody else for us to consume and to learn. So instead of making them, I am now the student of this stuff. And that's where I see most of this content is, creating YouTube videos. It seems like the voice is AI. The creators are very consistently using all the AI methods to create stuff. And I was thinking too, I wasn't sure. I was like, if you make your YouTube videos completely with AI, that means voice, even music sometimes, intros, transitions, B-roll, everything is AI. And then you're also doing the tutorial about the AI methods. Is it any less work? Because sometimes we think of AI like, okay, these are optimal methods. We optimize them and then we let them run. And maybe it saves us some time on some things. But I'm thinking as a video editor to do a complete AI avatar on YouTube, I don't think it's any less work. I think it's probably the same amount of editing. You still have to edit the voices and you still have to bring the shots into the timeline. I was like, it might even be extra steps. But the good news is it's so consistent. It's like, if you're an AI avatar, you don't have to worry about having a bad hair day or a bad beard day. It's just, your voice is always perfect. It's always, well-spoken and everything. But YouTube University, yep. YouTube University is the best. It's literally the best, I think. I don't think any real university has anything on YouTube, except for if you're doing something really special, like you need access to the super collider or something for physics. Probably do that online somehow too, if you put your mind to it. But I don't know. I think we can take bets on if I can get Quinn Edit in Paint to work, or if I'm even using it right. Pretty sure I am, because when I fiddle with all of these settings, it'll either work or not work. So I think we're doing it right. Anna Wynn says, I'd say my master's program in opera is better in person. Ooh, opera. So your master's in opera. How's that going? That sounds really interesting. Wow. Arts can be tough to be effective online. Right. So the arts. Yes. I guess that is a good example of something you can't do online. I mean, I guess you could, but I mean, it probably wouldn't work that well. Maybe over time we can figure out how to do that. But we don't want to do everything online, of course. Of course, we don't want to, just because we can, if we even can. But vocal performance, that's really cool. My mom taught choir, so I took choir all in high school. But I only did it in high school. I never did it outside of that. So I remember I went to all the competitions. I went to, whatever they call it, state, choir, and I tried singing in the different divisions and stuff, and hung out at the university, and I watched other master students do their stuff, and it was super, super cool. So I respect that style a lot. Your OG stream fan, you're a musician? Yep. Have lots of friends who were vocalists and went on to be professional vocalists and sing for professional ball games and stuff. But me, nope. My voice is it wasn't that great. It was just a voice. I might do more listening than singing, probably. It's probably for the best. Let me change the input file. Let's try And I think also like learning to edit this way, you got to figure out the workflow. Like, you know, some of this stuff works and some of this stuff just does not work at all. So part of the magic is figuring out, okay, what do we do? Just make a background, bring in the text as a mask, maybe put the logo in there first. I think there's probably a better way to do it. I think this might be the starting image. I'm trying to find it. Oh, PNG. What is this? What is this? That was another kind of technical thing I was wondering about was, does the quality, you know, does it matter if the source image is a JPEG or a PNG? Normally it matters. Normally you want to have, you know, a lossless source because that's like, you know, you need all the original pixels so you can do your pixel stuff to those pixels. And if you have compressed pixels like a JPEG, then they might not do all the stuff. However, we're talking about AI now here. So I have no idea if the AI even cares. For all I know, JPEG artifacts help it, you know, by making it noisier or something. There's always these weird things with AI that work that probably wouldn't normally work in other 3D workflows. So I'm noob enough to not know and just kind of wonder. But my instinct says, yo, stick with the best quality. So I've been saving these. I've been generating a lot of images. So I switched from PNG to WebP, I think, for saving these because they're taking up so much space. Like, I just want to generate thousands. I've generated thousands of these. And I was like, you know, starting to use up my SSDs and stuff with just like bad pictures. And I was like, okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to save them compressed so that I can, you know, fit, you know, 10 times more of these on my drive. And you guys have probably already been through this. I'm probably just going through it for the first time. And then if I like the image, if it's good and it's a keeper and I want to like, you know, run it through more post-processing or whatever, then I'll go back and try to, you know, just use that seed. So it's probably a terrible idea. I probably should just maybe stick with the original, but I'm just thinking about, I'm going to need the seed anyway, you know, if I'm going to be doing like advanced latent enhancing or something. So then I was like, okay, I'll just save it as a WebP. So I don't know what everybody else does. I presume everybody just uses PNGs. But otherwise, why would there be this plugin? Somebody wanted to compress their WebPs. Ooh, let's mask. How do you mask? Teach me. Would you consider this a mask? Yes. Oh dear. All right. And also I was wondering too, like, does it need to be like the opacity? Does it need to be all the way or can it be 80%? Does that matter? I tried some different things. I think we should. No, Anowin is doing some stuff, but I think she used to sing on her stream. We should do some opera streams. I want to see this. We should stream from the opera house. We set that up somehow. Opera house stream. You know I like those IRL streams. So this is the problem here with my mask, is that my logo always wants to hug onto the right side of the mask. I wonder if I could prompt it to say, could you like use the center of the mask? How do you feel about that? I tried. I put that in there. put, make sure the whole logo fits in the mask area. Doesn't hurt to try. But the sooner I figure this out, the sooner we can blow it up. That's the part I'm excited about. Oh, I see. So here I think the mask might have been too big because it really wanted to blend that in there. So maybe if we come back here and let me clear this. What does step size mean? Step size. Oh. All right, let me clear this. I'm going to make a darker one just to see if that does anything. See if that'll help me out a little bit. I started the stream off with a mobile stream from my phone, getting my coffee in this awesome coffee cup, which is like this the Golgi Cahal anatomy, neuroanatomy. I do like that blendy effect. That is cool, but not what I want, but it's cool. So see, again, I get this logo where it wants to really hug the right side of the mask. I don't know if that's, presume that's like a Quinn edit thing. Oh, I wonder if that's a scaling thing. Oh. Okay. Well then, let's try this. We got the logo. Let's open up this source file. It didn't want to open. Let me try again. All right, so this is the source. It's kind of, you know, I don't want to scale this source because I don't know how to recover those pixels. I kind of want to just leave the pixels the way they are. But what if I did this and I take the dimensions of this file. Or just delete the background and then paste this in at, I don't know, maybe some size that we might consider using. Something like this. Yeah. And then export that. So it has the exact dimensions of the source. And then it also has transparency. I wonder if that would do it. So we can save it as a PNG. What do you think? Trying to find the folder where I save all my doodles. Here they are. Save it. Oh, it wants to save it as a WebM or a WebP. WebM. WebP. WebP supports transparency, yeah? Or should we just not do that? Let me test it. Cause I don't know, WebP's pretty lit. Side logo with background. All right, so here it goes. So it says image compression, lossless, lossy, include stuff. Large file, small file. Okay. I'll be honest, I never use WebP. So this is the first. So here it is. So yeah, it saved this pretty large format file as a very small WebP. Hopefully not too small. Look how small it is. So now let me try running it like this. I don't know what's going to happen. Something is going to happen. Yeah, that one got all distorted because I kind of drew the mask funny. Let me clear this mask. Because honestly, where I want it is like right here. And about how long do these take to render? 80 seconds? 70 or 80 seconds? I feel like we could probably get that down, but it's not terrible. I mean, we're working with a lot of pixels here, and it is Quinn. If it were Z-Image, maybe we should be doing this in Z-Image. I just figured Quinn would be handling these prompts a little better. My son is going outside. I might take you guys outside later. It's cold and dark, but my neighborhood is just like lit up with all of these Christmas lights. So what? What the heck? Bro. It's doing that weird same thing on the right side. Just wants to cut it off. And then doesn't normally do this. Oh, this was the mask that was like leaning left. Let's try the new mask. It's still rendering that one. Yeah, this render was with the old mask I deleted. Let's try the new mask. So this is the preview. And I think the preview kind of is telling us that it's not really working. And if I look at this right here, I wonder if maybe if I move this to the left a little bit, if that would help. Worth a shot. Yeah, but I've never seen it do that before. That's a new one. Doesn't like the alpha, maybe. I can take the alpha away, but let me try it again. I'm also streaming on YouTube and on Twitch, but not on Kick this time. I am streaming to YouTube at a higher bitrate, so I'm curious if it looks any better on YouTube. Yo, Shakeboxing is here. What's up, man? Long time. What's going on? What's happening, Shake? Good to see you in here. I just decided to stream some of these doodles because I found a really cool program that does some like super cool stuff. And I'm trying to do something really specific. I think, I think this generative AI pipeline with all these models that I found, I think it can do anything. Like we can literally be doing anything. But what I'm trying to do is create this 3D like action sequence. And we'll put some logos in there. We'll put some 3D text, and it's not always going to be my logo. It could be other people's logo sometimes too. But we don't even have to do logos. That's just like, technically challenging, it seems. But, that one kind of appeared in there. That's cool. that one appeared. I'm just comparing some like different masking, see which one works. Somebody also asked if this would work with like World of Warcraft characters, 3D characters, or screenshots. And it totally should. So that's on the to-do list of things to try taking, maybe use a background from the game or some characters from the game and see what it can do with them. See if we can animate them, see if we can blow them up, integrate them somehow. I don't know, turn them into a mesh. But how's the quality of that? Let me look at the quality of this starting picture. It's what it is. But yeah, it's fussy as heck because I had to kind of like move it over and then change the mask a little bit. It's supposed to just do what I say. That's the whole point of the language model. It's supposed to like, understand my prompts. You do what I say, AI. Is that not like the best thing about the AI? Is that like, it basically just like takes your order and doesn't bitch about it. Like nobody's complaining that the AI is, won't listen to them. The AI listens to you. It does weird stuff, that's for sure, but it does listen to what you say. It doesn't tell you to go to hell unless you specifically prompt it to do that. It's what they call, the biggest complaint of AI is that it's, what do they call it? Sycophantic. It's a little bit too willing to please you. Oh, that's interesting. Well, it's different, that's for sure. It's on the right track. Kind of taking a long time to render these, though. I think it's because of the size of the source images. A little much. Might work better if I downscale these quite a bit. But I saw online in the forums, somebody was complaining about Google Gemini was, too ass kissy. It was always praising you. It wouldn't really try to stop you. It would just, you could tell it anything and it'll just believe you. Like it doesn't tell you to go to hell or anything. And I think I started seeing this for the first time. I was using Gemini and I had Gemini like create some code. I don't know what it is, just like simple stuff, just referencing, it's really good at commenting or organizing some functions or, create a class, take a bunch of functions and, build a little, it does stuff, right? So that's vibe coding. So vibe some really simple stuff, nothing intense. And then I took some of the code it generated and I posted it in a new chat on Gemini. And I said, look at this code and tell me what you think. And then Gemini was like, oh, this code is amazing. This code is so well organized. It does exactly what it's supposed to do. And it's so thorough. And I'm like, really, Gemini, you wrote this code. And then you're just like, just oozing over it, over your own code. Like, no wonder people think you're a little ass kissy. That's funny. But yo, Gray. Oh, God. Stream boo. Remove the space. I was streaming on Kick the first couple of times that I went live this month. And all of the chat, that's all it was. I got like 0 actual viewers. All of the viewers were just like bots that would come in and try to sell views. And I'm like, I understand that on Kick. I get Kick because Kick is like old Twitch. It's like the way Twitch used to be a long time ago. And there was no moderation of the chat. Like bots were just like running wild, view bots, everybody's view botted. And then it reminded me that that's probably like what Kick is, like how many views you can buy essentially. Because I don't think anyone actually watches Kick. I know people do. I work with streamers who have a real community and they have real people on Discord and stuff and they're all Kick So I know that it's like, there are real people there, but I think it's mostly all that crap. But I'm definitely going to delete that stuff because there's no, you can't do that. You can't do viewbots. It's not allowed. Oh, dang. Doesn't even let me, how do you edit like your timeout stuff? It only did like 10 minutes. What if I want to time you out for infinity? Now someone might say, okay, if you want to time someone out for infinity, that would just be banning them. No, I don't want to ban them. I want them to not be banned, just timed out forever. I ran a Minecraft server one time and had some troublemakers who I thought were actually pretty funny, but they were causing a lot of grief. They were griefing, so I had to send them to jail, and we had jail. We had a really cool jail, Minecraft jail. And, people were like, just ban them. And I was like, no, I'm just going to send them to jail forever. So every time they log in, they can still log in, but they log in into the jail. So they always remember. That's what I wanted. So I wanted them to still be able to, come by, be part of the server. They just had to live their whole life in jail was the only thing. Life sentence for the repeat offenders. Let's try another one. Yeah, I think maybe the last way I was putting my P in it was better, because this way it's just a little flatter. Some of them worked though. It's just not consistent. Like that one worked. That one worked. Not that 3D. It's more flat. But it doesn't have to be, because I think when I bring it into the animation, then you'll see like the chunks. I think the 3D-ness will be revealed. But yeah, I've gotta try changing some other parameters, because this way is not quite doing what I want. And it does weird stuff too, like it doesn't really understand the mask, it seems. And then if I like reduce the, let me try reducing the opacity. So I did reduce the opacity, but when I did that, it seemed to kind of blend it in. It wasn't very strong. So let me just try that again and see if I can get a handle on this. Yeah, see, it's not quite there. But this does have a alpha channel. Maybe it doesn't like that. It might be flattening the image. Just kind of talking out loud as I do it. Kind of saying what I'm thinking. Tell me if I'm wrong. I would invite you to tell me that I'm wrong, except I'm usually always right. So it doesn't do any good to invite people to tell me I'm wrong usually. But please make me better. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me what to do right. Oh, so far this preview is looking pretty glitched out. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. I just reduced the opacity. Maybe that did work. Oh, maybe it just needs some more steps. Can increase those. It takes longer though. We don't want it to take forever. Part of these workflows, somebody in one of the other Discords said something interesting about AI. They were like, its speed doesn't always matter. Sometimes, the quality matters. So some people have recognized that they're willing to wait a little bit longer for the right answer. And that was an excellent point, I thought. However, on the other hand, a lot of this is about speed, and I think rendering in general, that's interesting. It's not really 3D. It's very flat there, but it's also very there. So that's kind of interesting. Yeah. Yeah. So I think we're getting somewhere. Let me look at this prompt. But anyway, yeah, the thing about, yeah, do you want it fast and not as good, or do you want it taking a long time but better quality? I'm going to say what everybody's going to say, and that is we want it fast and good. So we got to get it both. You know, we got to get it both. And we're getting there, I think. I'm just going to have 3D in here. That helps it all. But let me go back here. This is what worked before. Let's go down even more. Because that does seem to affect it. But no, like what I wanted to do is I wanted to kind of plug this into Psynaps bot somehow so that you can trigger this 3D workflow remotely, like either in the Twitch chat or in the Discord chat. I don't fully trust these models yet, as I was kind of, talking about in the previous streams. I don't trust them enough yet to just make it completely automatic, but I would like to at least get a proof of concept going where, the automation is available to you so you can trigger these. I thought it would also be cool if I could somehow, give you access to this exact UI that I have and just let you, go in here and play with it. Be like, here, if you're here and you're watching, why don't you give it a try and see what it's like? Maybe you want to, explore. Maybe you actually want to make something, or maybe you just want to see what it's like to work in this environment. Or maybe you want to leave me a funny image, generate me something funny and leave it there for me to discover later. I would like a little AI present. As long as it's, not going to give me a heart attack or something. Oh, wait. So that one's not as good, but I can't tell if it's just because, well, maybe. Here, let me try it with this seed. Let me make the seeds the same, because there was one good seed. And by making the seed fixed, okay, fixed just means the seed's not going to change. By using a static seed like that, I can rule out that it was the different seed that messed up. Okay, so go back to a working seed and then change the masking parameters to understand how the masking works. Otherwise, the changes that we observe might be due to just simply a different seed, right? Because the seeds can sometimes have a pretty dramatic effect on the outcome. Sometimes you just get a lucky seed. There's the seed right there. Yo, Dezo. Evening. What's your seed? My seed is 230616635394121. Wait, did it render? Arrow? I gotta go back one more. What if every day we wake up with a different seed? And that's our personality for the day. I gotta go work on my truck a little bit later. It's gonna be cold and dark, but maybe you guys can come with me. I don't know if I can stream it or not, but I mean, I don't have to work on it. Like, I'm not taking it apart or anything. I just gotta like pack up some stuff for a road trip. Get it ready. I'm not going far. going down the road and back. Yep, not quite the effect. See what I'm doing there? I'm gonna put that circular thing in that circular thing. We're gonna mate them. You can call it a mating, can't you? What if I like just go 25%? If it does anything. Learning if this masking even works here. You like the rock style? Yeah, I like it too. I like that rock style. It's all right. It's all right. We can do lots of different styles. Just got to find a good combination of styles. But I've done the rock style before, and it's good because when we blow it up, then it's going to be super cool because the rock chunks are going to fly everywhere. That's part of the mission. The mission is to destroy. Sometimes the mission is to build. We're going to build it up. That's what we're doing right now. We're building. And then after we build it up, guess what? We're going to destroy it. Yes. The cycle of mankind? Indeed. Tells a story, doesn't it? Storytellers, are we? Yeah, some of the early ones were coming out a little more 3D. But I was using a different method. That was a different method. That was a different method. These ones here probably came out the best 3D, but still not really centered. I need to figure out how to control this masking. The masking is a little like just RNG as much as I can tell, but I like that thicker look. Yo, oh, boosted. Boosted, you want me to do one of these with you in here? I'm figuring it out, man. Figuring it out so I can, so we can run it. We're going to run it, man. Figure out how it works first. I get some control over the damn thing. It does weird stuff like I don't know really how to explain it. Like my P hangs to the right, and I'm not joking. You think I'm joking? I'm not joking. I've tried to put the mask to the left and it still wants to go to the right. So it does what it wants. Doesn't it always though? Isn't like all the things I do just chaos happens anyway, and then that's how it goes, and that's what we do. You lost the OG ones. Oh no, boosted. Oh no. Oh shoot. I got backup somewhere. I'm still trying to find them because what I wanted to do was I wanted to take all the old ones and train the AI to the old ones to see if it could make them. I might not have to train it. Like if I figure this out, this should be able to like remake them maybe, but and make new ones. But I also might be able to train it on the old ones. That'll either make it smarter or dumber. Can't tell, but we might do it for science to find out. Because the training does work really well. AI training is so dumb. Like whatever you give it, like it'll copy it pretty much. You saw the ones I trained of my face, the kind of scary, concerning, The deep fakes are here, boys. It exists. Well, let me think. Is there another way to do inpainting? You can do inpainting with a different model. But I think I need this one because I'm merging images together. So I think I need Quinn Edit. There's all these things I see people doing with Quinn Edit. Like you can downscale to 1 megapixel and then it gets happy and it starts doing what you're saying. But if we do that, it's going to downscale the whole thing. And I don't know if that will work, but maybe it will. Let's try. I got a million of these anyway, so we're going to blow them up one way or the other. But before we blow them up, let me change workflows. So this one is in painting. What if we just use regular Quinn edit? The one that downscales. Let's see what happens. I think it's this one. Yeah, we're going to build it up and then we're going to destroy it. Oh yeah, this is the one that has, this is the one that has my webcam. Let me see if I have just a non-webcam version. Yeah, I think this is the one. The webcam one is pretty badass. Like I can just hook it to the OBS virtual webcam and, you know, makes it easy to take a picture of something or can edit the scene that my camera sees. We did a little bit of that. I don't know if you saw them, but those ones came out pretty trippy where I tried to make Anna de Armas into like a cyborg and put her in the frame with me and then put us like in a cyberpunk, you know, technology room. It was pretty cool. You know, there's like neon and all kinds of stuff. I'll show those pictures if you want to see them, but we're not doing that this time. This time we're trying to add the logo to this. So this is going to go right there. And then, oh no, I lost my logo picture. It's in here somewhere though. There it is. I'm generating so many images. They're just like all over. And then what was the prompt I was using? Let me start off with the same prompt. I don't think this prompt is good. I think maybe the prompt could be better. But just for comparison, let's keep the prompt the same and just see what this new workflow does. We don't need the LoRa's, I don't think. No. We'll use those ones. Take you guys outside a little bit later. You can see some Christmas lights with me when I go work on my truck later. Gotta take some stuff out. I've got some stuff in the back. It needs to come out. I really like my truck. I didn't think I would. I didn't think I was a truck guy. So what's next? We press go? Anything missing here? What does this do? Why is that disabled? I don't remember. What am I missing here? What's this? Oh, so this is our resizer. It wants to go vertical, but we don't want to go vertical. We want to go horizontal. Nothing wrong with vertical. We could go vertical sometimes. This time we're going horizontal. That's all. It's going to make it small, but then it's going to upscale it after that. And it does some of this. I'm trying this other method too. Just happened to be in here. This perturbation texture just adds a little bit of noise to it. Sometimes the AI likes noise. Let's see what it does. So it's going to print out this. I'm using the flux resolution calculator. Somebody showed me that, which is really cool. Just gives you some aspect ratios. You can just do it there. Lets you set in 1 megapixel. And so it'll calculate these dimensions for you, because I found, you know, unless you have them written out, unless you have them printed on your screen somewhere, then you have to go to Google and then ask Google AI, what is the ratios? Or maybe you want to take out your calculator and calculate them yourself, do some ratios. You can do all that, or you can just do this. put that little thing right there and it'll show you a little picture of what the dimensions are. Oops. What happened? What did I do here? What the? Well, it redid the whole thing for us. Thanks, AI. Wow. All right. It's cool in its own way. But, can I, like, you know, soften that up so it's not so extreme? Oh, I see. It says replace the rock. No, we're not replacing the rock. We're just going to do an add. Let's try that. Add the logo. Yeah, let's try that. What's it doing now? It's trying to... Oh, it's doing it's got a face detailer. Oh, and an upscaler. Whoa, it's going through the works here. No, that's too much stuff. Let's disable all that. It's going crazy there. We don't want all that stuff there. Keep it simple. There we go. Yeah, so I added all this stuff in here. I was trying to figure out how to upscale, and I'm still not completely happy with upscaling. It's not handling all the different things, but it does handle most things okay. And I'm doing the latent upscale, so I'm using the same model and the same positive, negative prompts that just go into another latent sampler here, and it adds more details, and you can play with the noise and the scheduler to get it to look a little different. And it seems to be working quite nicely as a detailer. Oh, I see a little bit of kind of patterning up there at the top. Quen does that sometimes. Gotta watch out with Quen. It'll leave these really weird little patterns in the image. So I gotta figure out how to fix that. But for the most part, it details it, and then if there's a face in it, then the face detailer might do another couple of passes on the face. I'm still not sure if the face detailer really needs to be here, or if maybe it would work better somewhere else. Sometimes it seems to bring back the original face. If, like, I even have a LoRa here. If I plug the LoRa into this face detailer, it'll actually bring the face back. So it's just like a little test. And then finally, there's the Seed VR2 upscaler. So this is kind of the double upscaling pass, where you got the latent upscale, which is kind of like the detailer, followed by the final upscale with Seed. That seems to do it. Oh, this is weird. That's definitely it. It's just like yeah, that did do it. That did work. It's just, it did some kind of beveling on the edge there, but that looks 3D. I mean, I told it was 3D, so it beveled the edge. You can't blame it, because that's a 3D technique. Although that's not exactly what I wanted, but looks more like a little button than my logo, but that's cool. Huh. So, wait, let me zoom in, because I remember one of the things I was worried about was we downscaled it to 1 megapixel. It was already high resolution. We downloaded it to 1 megapixel and then upscale it again. It's so wrong in terms of, like, you know, like traditional video image editing, like you would do in Photoshop, whatever. You don't downscale it, edit it, then upscale it again. Like, you would never do that in a normal Photoshop workflow. So it always hurts me a little bit when I do that in AI, but it worked. It worked. It didn't care that it was downscaled and then upscaled again. It came back to its original. Well, what is its original resolution, actually? Original resolution was 2560 by 1440. 2516 by 1440, and this ended up at 2656, 1504, whatever freaking resolution that is. I don't know. That's weird. But then, you know, if that happened to be satisfactory as a result, then we could pipe it through the final upscale and take it up to 4K from there. But is that aspect ratio still 16 by 9? I think so. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. So if that works, maybe we can just run a couple of seeds. See what happens. This could potentially be part of the next workflow. Automated workflow if we get it to work. Let's see what happens. Run a few more seeds. I need some water. You guys want to go get some water with me? Let's go get some water. You don't want to go dry. I got dehydrated. I had to go to the doctor earlier this year from dehydration. I got dehydrated. I didn't even know. I don't even know why. I still don't remember why I got dehydrated, but man, that was dumb. And so I've been drinking a lot of water now. So I went to the doctor. I was all sick. I was like, what the heck? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? So they looked at my blood and they're like, bro, you're dehydrated. And I'm like, well, oh yeah? I'm like, that makes sense because I don't think I drink any water ever. I drink coffee. I drink beer, but water, not enough. They say drink more water. I guess I didn't believe them. What bit rate should we stream at? What latency? Look. I got the phone. Let's go live on this phone. I've got it set to 9,000 kbps. SRT. HEVC. You better know what I'm talking about. Those are important terms. Let's see what my latency is on this. Get up. All right, how did this render go? Yeah, it's definitely got the logo. There's no doubt it got the logo. It got it right. It got all the light. But the problem is it doesn't look 3D. I guess it does. You think it does? I guess it does. It's too big though. That's why I wanted to do the inpainting, because I didn't want it to take up the whole screen. So with inpainting, you know, but maybe with Quinn Edit, you know, you can tell it a certain way. Maybe it wants to be resized using the prompt, but I've never done that before. Like, what do I tell it? Make the P smaller? Then what if it turns into a little tiny P? You know, like how do you tell it exactly how big? You got to use like proportions, framing proportions, like half of the height or some language similar to that. Possibly. Okay, so with mobile, you shouldn't really cut too many corners on the latency, but I am going to say, I'm going to see if I can go down a little bit on the latency. I probably shouldn't. This is probably going to, hopefully it doesn't backfire. But because if I'm pushing so much bitrate, you can't go and set the latency super low because packets are going to be flying all over the place. We got to get all the packets. Increasing the latency helps you catch all the packets. Audio, 256 kbps. 44.1 sampling. What if we can we go 48? If we sample really high on the phone, is that just going to like cause a lot of noise? I forget why we didn't do that at the beginning. Let's go 48 for sampling and see what happens. You guys can just tell me if it sounds bad or good. Also, 9,000 kbps is probably a little overkill for mobile. Oh, Alistair. Alistair Fiend says, this is why I tune in, man. I learned certain lingo through you, so gracias. Absolutely, yes. Okay, so we have to go get some water, but we're going to come right back. Okay, so let's go. Let's see if it works. And then we'll come back and do some more 3D right away. Oh yeah, very low latency. Okay. Oh yeah, very low latency. Okay, let's go. Well, low latency enough, I guess. I'm thirsty, so I need to get some water.
Okay. So, are you still streaming?
Yeah, I'm streaming. I'm just getting some water. I'm streaming me getting water. Show them the ornament.
So your ability scores aren't these results that they're used. Your ability modifiers. It'll modify that.
Oh, look at that.
So say you have.
There's some nice ornaments. There's a little ornament shop here. The ornaments are being made.
So say your modifiers are +4, then you'll have +1.
That's cool. I can't see the chat though. I wonder, I haven't figured out how I want to set up the chat for the phone yet. I don't know if I want it to be an overlay or... Usually I just use another phone for chat. But I don't have another phone. I used to just put another phone on my wrist and use the wrist mount. I think I like to do it that way. Some people put it on there as an overlay, but that's actually probably the easiest way. Christmas tree. Outside is full of all these crazy lights outside. You probably can't really see it from here, but the whole neighborhood is lit up. Christmas trees across the houses. Christmas lights.
Christmas trees.
Christmas trees too.
There's a house, there's a few
Cars just do
down there.
tours by our neighborhood.
You know the alleys? There's some people that have strung lights across the alleys that you can walk under. Like,
Really? Where? Over
like,
there?
like, I mean, when I was out today, I could see.
We should go there. We should go under there. We should go under there. Go under there and make out. Let's go under there and make out.
You know what I couldn't really find? You know what I really couldn't find mistletoe in the store. I found kissing balls in the store. I found kissing balls, but that's and then
Kissing balls? What is
I
that?
don't know what that is. But then I almost was gonna make you take me to the mountains to go get it.
There's something in the mountains you can get?
Because because it's actually invasive and it grows on the pinon up at the co-op. So you could just get it off the pinon. It's like a fungus. It's like the pinon doesn't like it. It like invades the pinon and grows on it.
Oh.
But it's mistletoe. You could
Mistletoe. All right.
from the pinon and then kiss under.
Do it.
But it's a long way away. That's like 30 minutes away.
Miss Psynaps and I are gonna go find some mistletoe. Know what I mean? Oh, weird.
Season when we were at the co-op, because people, I don't want to say names, people were like, look, there,
Yeah. Well, Alistair, you were able to see those lights? Relic Falls. Yeah, Alistair could see the lights. I guess you could see the lights through
oh, could they see them? Did they get
through it a little bit. Yeah, I bet you could. Yeah, because I was streaming at high bitrate, so the camera can see it. It'll go through.
Huh?
Won't be too blurry. But for some reason, this enhancement step leaves a little bevel on the outside of the
a little
B.
more, and then soon we'll go outside and do it.
All right. Yeah, I told the stream that I might take them outside and show them the lights, although I'm not going to show everything. I'll have to be discreet about, you know, what I show out there just for, you know, what would you call it? Like consent reasons. But I'd like to show you something, at least. I would like to take them on a drive in my truck,
well,
maybe someday.
Pull it out because I gotta put the car seat. I'm putting
Oh,
it
I gotta pull it
forward.
out. Yeah.
Maybe
I
you
have to
don't.
come back.
Maybe you don't. Oh,
Probably have to though. I will, but
Okay.
I'm not going to stream that pulling it out. Probably.
No, but I was just saying.
Maybe I will. You want me to stream me pulling out my truck?
You could. Have they ever seen Rainbow Truck? Baby calls it Rainbow Truck.
No, they've never seen that. That's never been seen. Yeah, I talked about it like on a previous stream. I did you know, I got a new truck and I put some lights. I did lights on it. And then I also I did underlights. You know, they call it underglow. I did underglow lights. I don't know, I really wanted that. Like I wanted normally people will put like rock lights. You can do rock lights, you know, if you're rock crawling. I'm not rock crawling or anything like that, not yet anyway. But I didn't get new tires or anything, so I can't be rock crawling anyway, probably. But sometimes people will put rock lights, which are these lights that go, you know, they kind of illuminate the ground under your tires. And sometimes they're just right over your tires. And so the LEDs, you can get some really nice LEDs and do colors as you're rock crawling. So you can see everything. And then if your truck also has like cameras, because I mean, all the new trucks, probably all of them have cameras, or you can get a camera kit with your rock lights, and then you can really see the rocks really well as you're driving. Roger, no swatting. All right, well, yeah, there's that too, but you know, and it used to be, I think it was a more of a concern, like, you know, earlier on whenever I was a pro streamer, and you know, it was weird. People were always, you know, trolling. So we don't want to do any trollerinos. But I want to show you stuff at the same time. So I'm going to make my best effort. So, okay, so now I got to think, what are we going to do? Should I really like what this, you know, the AI is doing. It's like, it's doing editing for me, but I don't like the final result very much. Like I wouldn't really pick that. I want it to be different. But I don't know how to tell the AI to make it different. That's part of the creativity that I need to like think about. It's like, because if I have to guide it so much to get it to do what I want, I may as well just do it like in Photoshop or Cinema 4D or something, you know, and make the text, you know, 3D or whatever. You know, I feel like to get it to look exactly how I want, I would end up having to go into Cinema 4D anyway, render out a mask or something, present that to it, then it would do it. But if I'm going to go to the 3D program, I may as well just like do it all in there, right? So I got to figure out how to massage the AI a little bit to do exactly what I say. Let's look at the prompt. So add the logo in image 1 floating behind the text in image 2. It clearly understands that because that's exactly what it did. And then, it's like slamming my shift button instead of the return button. Transform logo in image 1 to a 3D logo with a thickness similar to the 3D text. It's when I did masking, it understood that part. But here, it doesn't seem to understand that part. The 3D logo is metallic and slightly reflective. Oh, this one says make sure the whole logo fits in the mask area, but we're not using a mask area. So let's take that off. Let me render it just how that says right there. See what that does. I'm also live on the YouTube side. I think YouTube is interesting. I think it's interesting as heck. I wish more people used YouTube Live. I think people do, but not as much as Twitch. But YouTube is legit. Like, I feel like there's more streaming freedom. Not freedom in terms of like content you can stream, but freedom in terms of like the tools you can use for streaming. Well, that's interesting. Look at how that one came out. Huh. It's actually kind of cool. Okay. I'll do just a few more and then we'll blow it up because we got to blow it up eventually. And then I'll come back to it too and figure out, you know, how to arrange it. I think probably what I'll have to do is just take the background, which just happens to be the desert. I was just like trying different prompts and I got a desert one with rocks and I was like, hey, that looks cool. So let's stick with it. I'm sticking with the desert because I don't want to change too many things yet. So I know what the desert looks like. I know what it's supposed to look like. And now I just kind of run it through this other stuff. And the desert is kind of like the baseline that I'm looking at. And then after I get this pipeline kind of figured out with the logo and the text and, you know, just whatever, I'm feeling good. Then we're going to start changing everything about it. We can do different backgrounds, game backgrounds, World of Warcraft, you know, Battlefield, whatever we're playing, whatever we have to do, Minecraft, and then just like run it. But hey, look, I think it's making another one with just the P, but not the logo. But why? I'm curious. Let's look at the prompt and find out why. It looks cool though, for sure. Like I like that reflective kind of thing, but the circle part is gone. All right, so let's look at it and find out why. Transform the logo to a 3D logo. I bet that's what it is. I bet that's what it is. Transform. What if I say transform the circular logo? Similar to the thick. You're kicking back? Kicking back and learning? That's awesome. That's awesome, man. Iceman West says, can you code stream output in real time? What do you mean? Like, I mean, like, what do you mean like code it real time? I code some stuff like on the stream in real time, but this one was from the last one, right? I like how it isolates that 3D text though, but that's not quite what I want because I've already got 3D text. So, oh, add a pixel filter. Oh no, I haven't tried it, but that would be cool. Do you mean like where you like hook into the OBS like compositing graphics and like modify it in real time, like in the OBS side, or like on the Psynaps Super Stream system, like through the RTMP SRT pipes. Because we do online compositing, we do cloud compositing, but it's not like a pixel. We're not adding pixel filters, but we do composite on the cloud, like, you know, the Psynaps cloud OBS. We do real-time compositing, so basically you can send any inputs and it'll composite it all and then re-encode it at whatever bitrate you want. I think for that, the biggest advantage is, you know, your phone, you might be streaming, like you might have your phone stream and it might be low bitrate because you're in the mountains or you have limited amount of bitrate. But on the Psynaps cloud, you're still sending a full 1080 or 1440 or even 4K stream if you want at full bitrate, whatever bitrate you want. And so, you know, your stream will just keep going consistently with that high bitrate. Then when you switch, like if your network gets better or you switch to a different source that's higher quality, maybe you put down your phone and then you hop onto another OBS or a backpack or something that has more bitrate, then you are blasting the system with super high quality. Then the Psynaps cloud system, it's already, you know, it's already pumping high bitrate. So then it works. I like the colors on that one. That one kind of got like, but it's still just doing the P. So whatever I put in here, hey, what's up, man?
Hi. Are you streaming?
Yeah, this is live worldwide. We are
Are you
live
doing the
worldwide.
AI stuff?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to create. I'm trying to build the 3D text with another object, in this case, the logo. So I'm trying to edit. I'm trying to build the text, edit the image, and then we're going to blow it up with a full animation.
Okay.
So it's like a whole process.
This looks so complicated. I've seen Neo do this in Blender trying to connect textures, where like line to line, Neo doing this in Blender.
Uh-huh. It is complicated. Node-based, and especially these, like they look like spaghetti, but after you learn what each one does, then you know, then you get to know what it is. And not all of them are this complex. I just kind of added a few more nodes to try to get it to do the stuff I want it to do.
Yeah.
But
So Neo's like just it's this but textures.
yeah.
Just but textures going on.
So why does it make the logo disappear and just keep the letter? What in my prompt tells it to do that? Transform the circular logo in image 1.
Are you using the AI to make like intros for your stream?
Not yet, but it could be used to make intros for the stream.
Okay, I just think like that would look like a cool intro where like your name
It would.
starts in.
It would
And
look
then it
really
would
cool. It would look. This would look really cool for an intro, and it would look really cool for like some B-roll or something. It would look really, really cool.
What is B-roll?
B-roll is just like some footage that you show, just kind of like in between the main footage.
Oh, okay.
Like you're doing a YouTube video on cameras, for example. You might be talking about the camera, but just showing some B-roll of some cameras.
Okay.
Yeah. So the B-roll could be, you know, could be anything. Could be scenery, could be objects you're talking about, could be
It seems so far you have
cool
8
stuff.
viewers.
Oh
An
yeah.
hour session
Yeah, we're blowing it up.
was
We're live worldwide to 8 viewers around the world.
yeah.
We're really burning up the internet right now.
Well, that looks really cool.
Thanks, bro.
The one thing is with the other AI videos you showed me, the hair and how thin or thick you get, that constantly changes. Like how fluffy your hair is, texture of
Yeah.
it, that constantly changes.
Well, the stream hasn't seen a lot of that stuff yet.
Oh, okay.
But we'll show them. I wish these renders went a little faster. I could learn faster if I didn't have to wait forever.
Maybe,
But this has always been the struggle with graphics and VFX and stuff. You know, you always have to wait for stuff to render. And so you get a faster computer that can render faster. But when you get a faster computer, then you start using higher resolution. So nothing ever like renders instantly. It's like no matter how fast the computer is or what tools you use, it's still always like waiting for a render, it seems like, which I kind of like. I like how chill it is. You can watch the stream too if you want to pull it up on the TV or something.
trying to get myself to go on that little okay, sort of, my eye. Sort of half of my face.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's the live screen right
Oh
there.
yeah, like
Let's see, is it still doing that thing? I can't tell. I think it is.
you could like try to make it go faster.
Okay, go watch from in there now, okay?
Okay.
That's baby rank 1 there. Bigger, he's gotten bigger. Let's see, so it was rendering. I guess I'll have to go back to look at what the prompt for these ones was and how the prompt is different. I should be able to just drag it in. Wait, I've seen it glitch out. I'm gonna do it like this so it doesn't glitch. Well, I think you can actually open in a new tab too. But the funny thing is, the prompt that's working was not as good in terms of like how accurate it was, but it created it more like how I wanted. It's so weird. Okay, so let's see what the difference was. It says, add the logo from image 1. Floating behind the text in image 2, transform the logo in image 1 to a 3D logo. 3D logo is metallic. Make sure the whole logo fits in the mask area. Ah, okay. It's perfectly round. Okay. Weird. So there's no mask here, which is why it's weird that worked, because there is no mask. Is it playing for your chair, Alistair, you think? Oh, he wants it. Yeah, he wants his chair. For sure. For sure. Yeah, he wants to be part of the stream. He'll be a great streamer. Like, yeah, Baby Rank 1 will be, he will get a heck of a lot more viewer subs than me for sure. So. Yep. But he's too young to stream. And not everybody feels that way. Like, I know I have friends that, you know, they encourage their kids to stream and to be live. But I don't know if, I just feel like I know the chat good enough to not be 100% comfortable letting the kids stream. I feel like it's like a more mature state of mind, but that's not the case for everybody. Other people have shown, no, you can stream your kids and it's fine, but I'm kind of touchy about the kids streaming a little bit. Just me. So this one's worked. Look, it did it round. So I think the part that I added, I said it's perfectly round. That's what I added. So that's all I had to put. I had to unlock it. Yo, USC is here. I'm too dumb to prompt, man. I'm too old. I'm too old to prompt. That could be true, right? Like, I'm not too old to enjoy cutting edge state of the art technology. You're never too old to enjoy cutting edge state of the art technology. But you might be too old to use the cutting edge state of the art technology, right? Because you're getting old and stubborn. That's me over here trying to prompt. Look at my prompts all messed up over here. Can't use the AI. Why? Bad at prompting. Oh, too bad. Bummer. It's like we're over here ready for the AI to take over the world. Too bad you can't prompt. Game over. So then this refined it. Let's see how it goes down the pipe here. It's going down the pipeline. Oh, look. See how it adds a little dirt, little details? Oh, look. Before and after. I like the slider. That helps me to understand what happened. Yeah, definitely less control. So what I like about like Cinema 4D when we do this in 3D is, you know, the texture, everything, you know, you kind of put everything there how you want it. And that's how it is. with the AI, it's like every time I hit a new seed, it changes things. So I have to render a lot of different seeds to try to like get it to the one that looks the best. So that has its pros and cons. So this particular model I'm using, Quen, it's known to do well with the prompt adherence. So it does what you say a little bit better than some of the other models do. So that should help with productivity, I think. But still, you know, still take some time. So I got a whole bunch of those. Let's see which one is the best, and then we'll see if we can blow it up. So the blowing up part is over here. This is the actual thing that animates it. And these videos, they do come out kind of small. They come out at 720. Which I was a little bit disappointed with that. I was thinking, you know, 720, we're over here trying to push the limits of quality. You know, we've always been, you know, trying to create it a little bit higher quality than the garbage that's out there that we're facing on the internet all the time. So what's it going to be like then to go all the way back down to 720 in this workflow? You know, can you have a production workflow at 720? Yeah, but pretty small. Well, it turns out with the AI, there's upscaling. So you kind of got to do it little by little. So you do a little bit of pixels and then you upscale it and then you can upscale it again and you can refine it and enhance it. And so I don't know all of those methods, but that's the art. That's part of the art of doing this, which is interesting. And you see some pretty high resolution videos out there. I don't know if you've been looking at, you know, some of the new AI that's coming out. Some of it's pretty high resolution. Like we're watching commercials, you know, even on TV. Some percentage of all the stuff that now we're exposed to, that we're digesting, is AI generated. And a lot of it you don't even know. A lot of it you probably think, oh, I know if it's AI or not. And it's just going right before our eyes already. And I don't think we're catching it all the time. So here's some of the other workflows. This one here, I'm just trying to figure out which one is the one, if you wanted to add a logo, which one do you use? Maybe this one works after all. Let me open up some of the pictures we generated. That one didn't work. This one worked though, kinda. It's kind of like solid chrome, but it's the logo. And then this one here, just the letters came out. Oh, I like how look how it's like, it's shattered. I used to do this in Cinema 4D where we would shatter it like that. That's actually cool because those explode really nicely. But I didn't want just the floating 3D text there. Even though that is kind of cool. I wanted the whole logo there. And there's the whole logo, but it didn't get colored all the way. There's another one that came out. It's got a weird like bevel on the edges, but it definitely took the texture and the color a little better. That one too. Kind of took the texture a little closer to what I'm used to. That one there just like, it was like, turned everything chrome. It's like, hiya, and then it added the bevel in the text. Even though I didn't ask for that, I didn't say anything about beveling. Wait, did I? No, I didn't, but it went ahead and added some bevels for me. That's fine, I guess. There's some that are pretty kind of flat. You can see the masking woes right there. Trying to get the mask to work. Those ones came out 3D. Those are from the masking. These are all masking. This masking technique is a little different. That one's kind of cool there too, but it looks like it's already had some bytes taken out of it for some reason. So the masking was really hit or miss. That's a cool font there. Just like a rock. You can see there's enough pixels there that it's not so low resolution. There's actually some pixels there to work with. I like the 3D thickness of that one, but again, struggling there on the edge of the mask. Couldn't really handle it too much. And if you look really carefully, there's a little slight discoloration where the masking brush was right there. It needs to blend a little more. So that's just probably a masking mastery that needs to take place there. So there might be some more advanced masking tools in ComfyUI that a pro masker might seek out. Those ones there, that's a scheduler testing the different schedulers. Some didn't work. They looked very, you can see, very messed up on the edges. But USC says, this looks really convincing. Have you ever thought about doing a real world reference test, like dropping a rock or hitting the ground to see how the dust move and then trying to replicate that motion in ComfyUI? Yeah, I would. And there was a guy who, he did some basic masking based on some real footage. Like he actually put some characters on a little stick and like bounced him around, and then the AI like removed the stick and made the character come to life. Like the AI can do some really crazy stuff, but to be honest, I don't know how to do that. I'll be honest. I don't know how I would take like the reference image other than training. USC, we could train it. If that's a different method though. I'm wondering if oh, look at that, a little Minecraft one. Yeah, that one's cool. Probably the coolest one right there. Doesn't have a logo, but it has a sword. That's cool. But the training, we could train it to the video and then it would probably do what we wanted it to do. But how do we do that? How do I pipe it into this pipeline? That I don't know, but we'll figure it out. I've learned a lot. Like in the last couple of days, I've come a long way. So, I'm doing things today, like right now during this stream, that I just learned today from like another YouTuber in Discord. Checking Discord real quick. Make sure I don't have any server emergencies going on. Everything looked clear. But yeah, I was on Discord and another YouTuber was like, you need to use in your videos, you got to try using this one node, the painter method. And then you got to try these different diffusion models. And so I did that. And then all of a sudden, boom, my animations were just blowing up now. Instead of just like kind of falling and not doing anything, it was like, and it, I've got like a little button here. The motion amplitude kind of helps trigger the motion to be a little more exciting and not so like slow motion and AI like, it kind of gets it going a little bit. So there's the littlest tiny tips, just one node versus the other, one model versus the other. You kind of got to be, the point of all that, I think, is you got to be in the know a little bit. You got to see what other people are doing. You got to understand this community a little bit. So that's the difficult thing. The interesting thing is the community is alive, man. Like they're creating new stuff all the time. You've got like your mainstream WAN 2.2. That's the platform we're kind of working on. Everybody's kind of working on that open source video, thing. They release these models for us to use, and here we are using them like crazy. But then the community is also taking the models and retraining them, refactoring them, giving them more information to get them to do what we're trying to get them to do. And those are the ones that are a little harder to find because you got to kind of, the new YouTube videos will come out talking about them, and you kind of got to be reading the Reddits to catch them. So I think this is great for content creators, because you can really kind of jack into this community and really just like create. There's no shortage of being able to create with this stuff. I'm right now at the point where I'm working on my mastery hours. I'm trying to master these particular techniques. As I start getting some mastery of this, I'm sharing it with you guys. We might share it even more. I might even make my own YouTube videos. We'll see. I'll know when I'm ready to make YouTube videos. I'll know like what I want to make a video on, and I'll just make it. But we'll see what that is. Or maybe you guys have some requests. You can tell me, yo, you should make a video on this or something. And I'll check it out. And then finally, I think it's leading up to, can we put it in a pipe, and just let it run, and hook up Prometheus bot to it and, just like let them run a little bit. That's kind of the end goal. Master it, teach as you're mastering. Teaching helps you master too. You can't be a master. You can't be a master of something if you can't teach it. Like that's your last step of mastery. It could also be the first step of mastery too. But it's one of the steps of mastery is being able to teach what you what you've learned. Otherwise, you don't understand it basically, in a way. Maybe not in every single case, but I'm pretty sure in most cases. If you can't like teach what you're doing, then you might need to go back and try to understand it better. Then finally we'll use it, we'll put it to use for something, you know. After the learning and the teaching, then we use it, we pump it. We're going to pump it. What are we pumping? I don't know yet, but we're going to pump something here. All right, let's plug in. So wait, before I do anything, let me make sure I'm saving these. I mean, I don't have to. Every time I run one of these, it saves with the workload built in. So every one of these files that I created, gets saved in, you know, here's like a folder. It's got them all in here. All of these, here's me trying to do the poll. I tried dancing on the pole. It didn't work. There's a poll. I made a poll. So you can see there's me with a poll. That worked. That part worked. But then when I went to do the dance, let's see if I can find one here. It didn't work. Like at all. Right? Oh, that one kind of worked. See, it doesn't understand the perspective. Like he's not even stepping in the right. He's in the back of the room and the pole's in the front of the room, but he's still trying to go on it. So yeah, that one didn't really. And there's a couple too. Like I've got a couple of them in here because I was actually trying to get it to work. It didn't work. Oh, it's in the video folder, I think. The videos. There'll be another one of me on the pole over here somewhere. Yeah, see, that one's all like distorted. I tried all the different, you know, moving the settings and stuff around. And it kind of merged my image with the actual dancer, the female. So it's like a female body, but trying to wear my clothes. And so, and then the online, you know, that some of the guys were like, oh, you got to use a different, see, there's the actual dancer there. They're like, you got to use a different model. So I plugged in the different model and it did work better. But this particular method needs very specific inputs. Like just throwing it together like I did, not going to work. Not that easy. The other dances worked though, but this one didn't work. It didn't understand the 3D of the pole, so it couldn't. But you could see it's doing stuff. Things are happening. So I'm gonna have to come back and try that one again, but for now, I don't think so. Interesting though, no? And then what are some other ones we got here? This one was kind of cool. This one was the method first frame, last frame, but with 5 different frames, and it just went through the different frames. So these were 5 completely different rendered images, one from the top, one from the bottom, and then they just loop. So that one worked. There was like a little distortion there, but that was just because the images were different. So there's probably a fix to that. Maybe this method the YouTuber showed me will actually fix that. Because this is, you know, this is not using any special nodes. I just put it in there. Although it does have the loop. So that loop will go on forever. And it's a smooth loop. Like here's the beginning of the video and then the end of the video is the same. So it basically just like, if it were a TikTok, it would just keep looping perfectly the whole time. So that was kind of cool. That one, I considered that worked. This one here is another one. It wasn't quite as smooth because I didn't use. Yeah, I guess that one was kind of smooth too. That's another example of the first and last frame where you present it with 2 different frames and then it just fades between them. Very cool. And then these, of course, these were cool. That was the first one that came out. And then it went from that to blowing up like that. Which even though it's, what is it? 720 or is this 1080? Let's see, properties. This one's 1280 by 720. So even though they're small, it's not too bad. That one's 16 frames per second. The other one was 32 frames per second. There's one where I kind of like jacked up the energy a little bit and it just somehow duplicated another set of text. But it looks cool though. I mean, one blows up into the other. And then the sword transforms into some mysterious object in the back. I'm like concerned about what that is back there. Something happened. I don't know. Hungry. Alistair. You're hungry? So should I try blowing this up? I want to see what happens when I blow this up. This logo. Oops, I got distracted. Damn it. You guys have distracted me. Input. See, where did I leave it? Now it's gone. I got distracted because I wanted to find the image that we want to use. Were any of these other ones better? That's what I was looking for. There's those ones. I think maybe some of these other ones are better, but actually I like that one right there. What is that one? That one kind of looks... That one looks more like some of the 3D ones I've rendered in the past. AI is kind of scary. You guys scared yet or no? I think if you're scared of AI, you know what you should do? Use it and you'll be less scared of it. I think that's true of like guns too. You know, some people are like, don't know anything about guns and they're really scared of them. And then if you just use them, then you're not as scared of them. Hi.
I want to do the question.
I do
Except
right
that, I don't know how. I gotta get the instructions. But yeah, I want to do it now.
Okay. Let me plug this into my video and then we can get started on it.
Yeah, there's no rush. It's not like... I'm on holiday time. That means there's no clock. Time doesn't exist.
That's so good. That's a good thing. Let me save this as 17.
I already downloaded the instructions. I'm gonna find them because I downloaded them.
Yeah, get everything you need and then we'll back it
I
out.
just need the... Maybe it's more we need. Anyways, I'll do it. I know it's my first.
Yeah. I have my my truck. We'll find it. So I save that. I am like very particular about saving the files. I get really mad if I forget to save. The inpainting one, that one, it worked. So the thing about inpainting is it doesn't edit the whole picture. It only edits the area where you draw the mask. So that is in fact what, that is what we want to do. Like that's better in theory, but it just wouldn't like make it 3D enough. Although maybe that's 3D enough. I don't know. Yeah, not terrible. It actually doesn't have to do all the enhancing and all that stuff because it doesn't, it keeps the original resolution. So that one was cool, but okay. So the prompt for this one is the text explodes into many chunks which fall to the ground over time. And there's a slow zoom in. I'm just going to run this prompt and just see what happens. And then I want to come back and tell it to keep the logo there. Like, I don't know if we want to blow up the logo too or not, but we got this thing going. Okay, I'm going to hit run. So it is going to take a little while to load up this model because it's going to have to unload the previous model. And I might even have it here. So this is the AI machine here. Just like in another window. And so you'll see it's trying to load up these models. It kind of like dumps the memory. There it goes. Like dumps that chunk of memory. And then it's going to build it back up as it reads from disk. And these disks are not that fast. That's something I figured out. That's the bottleneck in this machine is my fast MVMEs got all filled up and now I'm on the slow ones. So, or slower anyway. So, yeah, it costs a little bit of money to do that. Do I have to go? No, I don't have to go. I was going to bring you guys with me for a little while. I mean, if I have to go, then I'll take a little break. But I was going to see if you guys wanted to come with me as I'll show you some Christmas lights while I work on the. I'm trying to buy my youngest son. He's a little bit bigger, so we want to figure out how to turn the car seat around because you got to start with the car seat facing backwards and then you can turn it around. So we want to turn it around to see if we can do that for our running some errands tomorrow. If we want to do that, it's going to be cold outside. Oh, should have did it earlier in the day, except no, had to do other stuff instead. So watch out with this model here because this model that the YouTuber told me about that works better, it listens to the prompts more. Like you can tell it, you know, at 1 second do this, at 2 seconds do this. Like it's better at the video editing. It makes it more like an edit. But it's also an unlocked model. It said not safe for work model. So what does that mean? I don't know. It's a better script. Well, the models, it's like this. You got to load up. You know, this is like the first thing that happens. Your base model, right? This is the AI database, I guess you could call it. And it's WAN 2.2. And I've got a bunch of models in there. You know, there's my Quinn models. There's Z image. You know, I think people who use ComfyUI are going to have lots of them like this. And each one, you know, there's like the base one that's like released from the main group that makes the models. And then there's like the community models that have been, you know, these guys are pros. You know, these guys know how to take the models and add to them without making them worse, actually, you know, many times making them better. Because these are tools. That's why these guys release these models, because they release them as a tool and they want their model to be like the one everybody uses. So when you let the community modify them like this, you know, that's a good sign. That means the community is healthy and that your base model is popular. That's how you know you're popular, is if the whole community is using them and modifying them and all that. So that's what happened here. The guy said, hey, try this other one. And so I'm trying it. But the not safe for work part I'm worried about, because what if like it renders a booby? What if I'm doing 3D text and all of a sudden, you know, what if we slip a nip on the 3D? Is that even possible? I don't know. I don't think so. I've never seen that happen before, but I think it's like extensions. I think the LoRa's are more like extensions. The base model is like that's like the main ingredients. You know, that's like, you know, like if you're cooking, that's like the meat, you know, that's the main thing. The add-ons are like the LoRa's. These are the LoRa's here. So you could do a LoRa of your face. I did a LoRa of my face. That's how I get the you know, the models to look like me when I render them. You need longer hair? I trained it on me whenever I had longer hair. I'll show you some. There's some funny ones. So this one is from the LoRa, which is like an extension. I didn't train the whole model. I used the base model as like the template, and then you just train the LoRa on top of it. And so I trained it to my face. And so when I give it the thing, I say, a man Psynaps is, you know, sitting in a chair, wearing a sweater, you know, describing the room and everything. Then it makes these things. There's me as like some kind of operator or something. Those ones are funny. And it makes these weirdos too. I'm standing in water. Like, I don't know. just random shit that it comes up with. I put it through the random prompt generator, so it just generates random prompts and then runs the prompts through these models. Right. But sometimes the beard comes out really good. Sometimes it's like, the shirts, they're actually getting a lot better. The hands are not all funky. You know how the hands used to be all weird. Now they're coming out very solid. You have to really look carefully to find the flaws. What's the flaw? Maybe a funny looking cinnamon looking button right there. Or maybe that's how the button's supposed to look. I don't know. So you got to look carefully to find the flaws. There's maybe a button on that side. There's not supposed to be a button on that side. Maybe that's the flaw. So they're getting better for sure. That's the lore. Those are like the extensions. I want to get this. Yo, VST, what's up? I want to see if, I don't know if this is a good idea. I was going to run it by everybody. I'll mention it again later, but I was thinking, what if I could get my screen to you and you could try putting some prompts in and making these? Like, I don't know how to do that yet. Without having to pay for like cloud servers or something, but maybe I can figure out how to do that. And so you could log in and keep the GPUs warm somehow. Maybe render. I could set up these models. So it's got the model and whatever extensions LoRa's you might want to use. And then we build this together, these workflows. And then you can run them somehow with your creative ideas, because you're going to be better prompter than me. Like, my prompts are already very simple. My prompt generator is actually pretty complex. Like, it does some good prompts, but right now for these tests I'm doing, my prompts are like just, a couple of sentences. Sometimes it listens to my prompt, sometimes not. So you guys, I feel like, will figure it out better than me, especially guys like, like Wolfric and some of the other guys who are like, they're really good at reverse engineering stuff. Like, they'll have this stuff figured out inside and out while I'm still messing around with something. But what I'm doing today is I'm trying to explode the text. I'm trying to get the pipeline figured out. So, I wanted to combine some images, and I tried masking. I was like, oh, maybe the masker is going to work. So I tried like masking a spot to put the logo in, and it did it. The masking thing is really what we wanted, but it didn't really 3Dize it the way I wanted. So then I tried using this other technique, which downscales it and then upscales it again, which is not what I wanted, but it seemed to do it a little bit better. But it downscaled it, and then we have to upscale it again. Really weird. Like, AI is okay with that. AI can totally downscale something and then upscale something and it somehow work. But, that's not the old school way we typically like to do it. So that's kind of weird. So that way kind of worked. I got it in there. We'll see. And then finally the last step is, animating it and turning it into the video. I got some new video tools. I was just talking about the model a little bit. This video model is what I'm trying to work on here. But hey, let's go out and see if it's time to go out and check on the truck. Let's go out there and we'll see what I can do, if I can keep the stream going or if I have to take a break. We'll see what happens there, but let's see, what did it do? Everything okay there? No explicits? Nope. That's what it made. Not quite what I need there, because the model itself is does something weird. But you know what? I kind of like how it lines up those rocks there, because it looks like something could explode out of the rocks. So that's kind of cool in its own way. I mean, it did something. It's not exactly what I was going for, but it's pretty cool. So VST says, do you do this just for Twitch, or do you also have a YouTube? I do have a YouTube. Yeah, I don't know if the bot will say it. Let's see if the bot says. What if I just type it in like that? YouTube or YT maybe? Maybe not. No, I guess not. I guess it doesn't show it, but I could paste you my YouTube. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, you know what? The chatbot's not even on. Let me try turning the chatbot on. I didn't even turn it on because it's not really doing anything anyway. Sometimes I have the chatbot doing all kinds of crazy stuff like rendering and doing a lot of like viewer interactive stuff. So Boosted says, what a noob. Yeah, and then I mess up the bot and then everybody calls me a noob because I'm always programming the bot and breaking something. But did it join? That was a noob 101? Oh, what? Just because I didn't join the bot? Jeez. The chat's like, you guys are like sharks. You smell blood and then you just go in all the way. Forget the bot and all of a sudden it's fuck Psynaps. This fucking bot. Let's see if it works now. Probably still not even going to work. Let's see, YouTube. Nope. Oof. YouTube. No. Well, it didn't even do any good to start the bot, so forget it. All right. Okay. See what we got here. I just realized something though. Just realized that I don't know if I can see the chat. I might have to log in to see the chat, maybe. Let me see if I can log in.
So then the other thing about it is whenever you're
But you're gonna see some Christmas lights in about a minute.
with your like unarmed attacks, you will do 1d4.
It smells like smoke outside. Somebody's burning.
But as a monk, it's 1d4. And as you level up, it will do more damage. It'll do 1d6 by 20.
Okay. I'm coming.
Still fixing getting the car seat ready.
That's okay. Take your time. I'm gonna try logging in.
Okay.
Oh, look, we got the Christmas lights on the truck right there. There's some lights just right there on the back. I just put them on there so we can go cruising with some lights on, but they're not even tied down or anything. So now if I wanted to stream from in here, can I do it? Is there even room? This is kind of a tight spot right here. No. Oh no. I don't think this tripod will fit. I have some like little camera mounting screws on this. Like here's the dash right here. There's some screws right here that I can put. But I still don't think that's going to work because I'm going to need a little swivelly thing. I don't think this vehicle is ready for streaming yet. It's going to need some construction. Okay, let me see if I can log in and find the chat. If the stream stops for some reason, I'll bring it back. But I got to pull some maneuvers here. Let's see if I can pull some maneuvers. So you know I'm an old man because it takes me a while to log in. I'm like, what do I press? There's no way I'll know my password. I don't know any passwords. That won't do any good. They should have a streamer retirement home, like a streamer old person home. For me and Swifty.
For you and
Yeah, we'll be live at the just instead of the gamer house, it'll be like the retirement house. Oh, this is cool. You think it's funny? Miss Psynaps is laughing at me.
That surprised me. That's just gonna be for you, before you and 50. Old man and your million children. Just kidding. I don't know how many he has.
You know what's weird is my my phone camera is behind the desktop camera, the webcam. Wonder why that is. Okay, I see the chat. Somebody say something in the chat. See if it's... I see my stream, but I don't know if the chat is working. Because I'm just using Chrome. Because I can pause it. Yeah, I see it. Okay, Alistair. Alright, so it works. Boosted is there. Boosted says we're all laughing at you. Thanks, Boosted. USC says noob again. No password manager. Yeah, but USC, but that's right. By the way, I do use password managers. But if you never put in the password on your phone, you won't get hacked on your phone. So even though it seems a little newbie, I think that one is a little bit next level. The consequence is then I can't log into anything on my phone. But that's actually also the advantage. VST says, actually, I'm an AI, and I'm learning from your streams. Oh, you're training on my streams? Good. Well, I would like to contribute my knowledge to the corpus of human knowledge for AI. That's great. Great. That's good, too. We should be teaching the AI. Because, are we training the AI, or is the AI training us? That's the question. So I would like to be training, not getting trained. Let's see. I'm going to try to fit this. Try one more attempt. Rejected. What if I... Oh, you had to watch a tutorial?
Yeah. Because I can't.
Let me try unscrewing this.
Serious business.
USC said first world problems. Can't mount my nice phone into my nice truck. Rage. Let me see here. Whoa. Oh no. What's the chance my stream just stays live while I'm doing all this? If I put this like that. I got a little slot right here, but oh snap, that might work. Kinda. I don't know if it'll work when I'm actually driving though.
I need more light.
That actually kind of works.
Do that.
I don't think I have a flashlight in here. I gotta figure this out just in case we go driving. I don't want to put it right here, although I could probably put it right there. Also, it's got to be safe. When you're streaming and driving, you got to think about safety. Oh, dude, I'm a little bit of a noob because look, the whole time I have a phone holder already right here. So can't I just use that? Wait. I wonder if I could turn it this way. Mount it on the windshield like with the little suction windshield mounts. That might work. But you know what? Boosted, I put the tint on there. I wasn't sure if I wanted to do that because I didn't know if that was bad for the tint or not. I kind of already messed up my tint with the little dash cam. I put it on too soon. Like, I let the tint dry and everything, like, but I put it on a little bit too soon, and I think it messed it up a little bit. So, I was a little hesitant. I didn't want to mess up the... I'm in New Mexico, man. The sun is bad, so I put the tint on there. I don't want to cook my seats, you know, my dashboard. So that works. Look. But I don't know if it... When I wiggle this, does it look jiggly? Yeah, the front tint, well, I think it's illegal. It's illegal everywhere. But I don't think anybody cares. You're lucky if they enforce traffic violations in California, bro. Because where I live, they don't enforce any traffic violations. Nothing. Not for speeding, not for anything. The only thing they enforce is if somebody calls in a drunk driver, then they're like mosquitoes, they're like flies on shit. But any violations, people don't use license plates anymore where I live. No license plates. They drive as fast as they want. There's no speeding enforcement. Do you want me to turn that back on? Alright. Well, let me turn the light back on. When I first got my truck, I had temp tags, and the temp tags expired. And I thought, oh, I'm screwed, because they were slow on sending my license plate. And I was like, I'm screwed. They're going to pull me over and throw the book at me. And they didn't care. I'd have cops right behind me all the time. No one cared I had a temp tag. So I was thinking, because everybody said they don't enforce anything. So I was like, yeah, but hopefully my local cops do. But nope, they don't. And I was like, I was thinking, if it's that easy to just fake temp tags, then that's what everybody's going to do. And so that's what everybody does. When you're driving down the road, you see people don't have a license plate. They have bogus temp tags, and nobody cares. Boost says, what is she hiding in the garage? No, we're getting the car seat for the child car seat. She's pulling it out of hers, and we're going to put it in mine. USC says, remember you still have your stream cam in the room. Yeah, I can see it. I'm actually watching it on Twitch. I can see my feed. I don't know why. I think it's just the way OBS is layered. It's supposed to be, my mobile stream is supposed to be on top. But it's, yeah, I saw that. It's weird. I'll fix it. But for the tinting, I'm not sure. The law says that on the side windows, I think I can go down to like 20 or 30% or something. And that's what they are. So I should be by law here. I'm not violating all that stuff I said about not enforcing the law. It doesn't mean I'm breaking the law. I'm just saying you could, if you wanted, to do whatever you want, probably, and it's fine. But for mine, I made sure that it was by law because I didn't want to have tickets, and I didn't want to have to like take it off or pay for it to. I don't want to go through any of that. So, number one, it should be fine. Number two, should be by law. And number two, even if it wasn't, it wouldn't matter. So there's not going to be any confusion there. So I think we're pretty good. But there's a little bit of tint in the front, not very much. I think, there's the top one, and then there's the regular. And then the truck came with some tint on the back windows. It already had some, but I had to do the sides and then the front one too. So, and you can still see in. It's not blacked out. Sometimes I wish I did. I wish I, blacked it out completely. But two reasons I didn't want to black it out completely. Number one, the law, just in case, the law changes and people start doing traffic enforcement. I don't want to get caught up in that. And then number two, if Miss Psynaps has to drive it, she's not going to want blacked out tint if you're driving at night. I don't think anybody wants blacked out tint if you're driving at night. It does reduce light, especially at night. In the day, maybe it's fine because, it's daytime light. That's why we tint in the first place. But at night, that's the problem. You have reduced visibility, and that's just the facts. I mean, you could be like, who cares? Doesn't matter. I drive careful. I can see like an eagle. You might be thinking like, who cares about the reduced visibility? But it affects us. If you have eyes, if you're human, if your visibility is reduced, you know what happens, right? You're not as coordinated. You're not as fast. That's just true all across the board. It's kind of like, yeah, and at night too, your depth perception is off. Like nighttime, our eyes, they don't work like they do in the day. That's just like physics. So we didn't black it out, although it looks so cool blacked out. Oh, all black. Oh well. Night sucks without rear cam. You're alien. Booster says we put 5% rear over factory, so it's like 2.5%. Wait, what do you mean we? Do you put in tint? Do you tint? Or just like what you did to your car? So you know all the percentages. Limo tint, yeah, that's the dark one. Yeah. Murdered out. You like murdered out. It looks good. It looks good. New project ComfyUI makes a window tint images to look like normal window. No, we isn't my girlfriend and I. Okay, I understand. Yeah, it looks good. Well, I mean, could probably, if I really wanted to, you could add more tint, I think, but I don't know if you're supposed to just be putting tint on top of tint on top of tint. It's probably good to do it right the first time, maybe. What are you trying to do? Do you need help?
You had to move the whole latch thing up. Like I had to open it, move the whole latch thing up, and then re-thread it to face it forward. But I'm ready now.
You have to modify the seat itself?
I already did. That's what I just did. Now I'm ready to put it in the truck.
You for sure it's good?
Yep.
Should I back out?
Yep.
Okay.
Ready. Now I'm going to go over there safe.
Okay, we gotta back out. Maybe I could show you my underglow lights. So I got this. You can look it up. It's OPT7. They have a whole line of like cheap truck mods, car mods, and lights. And I say cheap because it's like, some cheap Chinese stuff, way cheaper than it used to be. So I was like, let's do it. And guess what? We did it. Wait, let's turn it on. Okay, I did orange. I did orange because by state law, you are allowed to have orange lights. What are they called? The orange ones. So I figured if I made everything orange, it wouldn't look like I was trying to disturb the peace. Not like I'm like, you know, trying to be a law-abiding citizen here. You know what's the funnest thing about being a law-abiding citizen on the road? I get to talk trash about everyone else who's not law-abiding. It's another form of rage. All right. Oh shit. Where's the Oh no, I gotta turn on our snowman lights for you guys. Okay, hold on here. Let me turn on our lights. They're all off. So for lights, I use Home Assistant. Here's one for you if you're taking notes. Take notes. If you don't take notes on anything, if you don't know what Home Assistant is, that's your homework right now. That is a game changer. If you're a nerd like me. Let me see. Oh, shoot. Click here to reload. Oh, I'm getting ads on Twitch. Boo. Okay, I'll try to show you a little bit. Yeah, Home Assistant. That's the one you want for your smart home. It's free. There's no cloud, no hooking your home up to the cloud. It's just works with your smart home devices. Home Assistant. It's stuff you could run on your home network. Wait, let me see if I can get the backlights to come on. So I think I have to start that one. And then... shit, I can't see. I wonder if the hyphen trick for ads works on Twitch URLs. I don't know. Try it. Tell me, cause that button. I'm trying to turn on the inverter to see if the lights come on. Oh, they did come on. All right, look. Let's see. Can you see it? There's a little delay. Let me see if I can go to this app. All right, check it out. So there on the Tiano cover, I just laid the Christmas lights and I kind of hooked them up so you can see it a little bit. And then there's the underglow. That's pretty cool. I'm just like showing it like this. See that underglow? That's pretty cool. And then there's the Christmas decorations. I just turned it on because they turned off. So now they're turning back on, and then this one's all bright. I don't know what happened to that one. It's super bright. But here's the lights on the back of the truck again. And then the neighborhood is weird because
so there's a lot of lights off.
Oh, they turned theirs off at 11. So you can't see like all the neighborhood lights because it's later than I thought. But the weird thing they do in this neighborhood is they put the lights over the road across the houses. And they do it on that side. Over there too. And then all the way down that road. So all the different roads. Do you want me to go get a light?
No, I have to Google where is the rear latch.
I know where it is.
Oh.
I could help. I think I know.
We have to lean the seat forward.
Yeah. done it before.
In my car, or
But I
like the
forget.
last time we did
It's
it.
this pull. I think it's this latch right here. This latch pulls up,
Oh,
and then it comes down.
this. See that top tether? Is there a little hooky? That's what I have to hook to. Somewhere in there, there should be like a little bar.
It's just like a hole. Wait, does this come up anymore?
Top tether.
Top tether. There's a hole there. Do you
Okay,
gotta?
Let me feel around and then feel for the cord. Or whatever I'm looking for. Should we put them on this side still?
Yeah. Yeah, because we have more flexibility in like that, moving up and down that chair.
Oh, it's right here.
What?
Like the hole, if you reach
Yeah.
under, it's that bar right there. You reach under.
Oh, you gotta go
You
under.
gotta go like that. So I'm gonna feed it through here. That's how I did it in my.
Okay. So I don't have dogs, but we have kids. So I got the dog cover for the back seat. It works great for the kids because you know the kids, the shoes are all over and the muddy shoes and stuff, and I didn't want to like wreck the seats, so we got these on Amazon. They got these big covers, and they're not like a good like option for style or anything, but you know, if you spill Coke or something on these, it's going to be better than if you do it on your upholstery, you know. Let me go back. Hopefully, I keep tabbing out a Twitch chat, so it keeps. I'm not even using the app. I'm just using the browser. And then I think we're gonna have to take these lights off for driving on the interstate.
Yeah.
I don't think we can do these on the interstate. Oh, did I lose Wi-Fi? Oh, check it out. I'm losing Wi-Fi. I got Starlink too. Wait, let me pull out. Should I pull out Starlink? Maybe I'll pull it out tomorrow. I think I got Starlink in there. So, truck has Starlink, but it's the $5 plan. It's stuttering. Did the audio glitch out though? Because I'm pushing big bitrate. Like if I scuff the media player, that's because I'm pushing like, you know, 10 megabits on this phone. Just a video. Oh, recovered. Nice. I'm using Psynaps Tech, so it tries to self-recover.
I have to do it from this side, I guess?
Do you want me to bring any lights
I
or...
don't think so, but I took my own sock off. Shoot.
Look at the stars. Did you guys see when we had auroras the other day? We had auroras again. I aired up the tires. I put in 36 PSI.
I don't know how to do this.
I need a flashlight
Get a flashlight.
because I can't see anything out here.
I just don't know how to put the tether in with the car seat in. Or you're gonna just have to come help me.
You need help? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, let me see where.
You have to come on the other side.
Other side.
Other side. Hold
Okay.
on, stream. So you're gonna have to put this seat up again.
All right, hold on. Let me put you right over here, stream. Oh shoot, this is where F. Can we put up here? it so I don't twist it. I got it right here, look. This strap. I think. Oh yeah, it's not tight. What's this thing?
That's the clutch, the clutch season. All of that's correct.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm.
But they're crossing.
Yeah, that's how it is.
You know,
I'm gonna do the latch thing.
it's 2025 coming into 2026, and car seats are still like, you know, you need like IQ 300 to operate them. Every car has the standard car seat like attachments built in. Is that supposed to?
We need. You don't have a thing that goes. The car seat protector doesn't
Uh-oh.
go that high.
Okay, we'll get something for that.
Yeah.
That's not gonna work.
Okay, we're gonna tell them. Okay, I'm gonna come over on that side to tighten the latch.
I don't think it doesn't. This one doesn't. The back one doesn't tighten anymore.
No, I know. I gotta come tighten the bottom one now.
Oh, there's a bottom.
Yeah, I'm coming to tighten it.
All right. All the latches. Oh snap! Normally for IRL streaming, you want to, you know, use the least amount of bitrate you can. And I'm over here using way more bitrate than we need. Every time Psynaps streams is 1 a.m. and I want pizza, but everything is closed. The dashboard also reminds you to check the back seats too. Callie made it so if you aren't big enough, you have to be in one until you're 16? What? Twitch must be paying well because that truck is nice. No, it's Twitch didn't buy me this truck. I bought it. I bought it from my Stream Tech company. Pretty much Stream Tech companies does well. Psynaps Super Stream System. Let's see how Miss Psynaps is doing. Yeah, does it look like it's working?
Yeah.
It's not sitting flat down here though. Probably doesn't want to. Oh, it's not going to be able to sit flat.
Oh, I can just do another recline mode. Because it says like depending on the center.
Oh, yeah. It's got to go up.
It's okay. I'm doing it.
All right. Car seat, booster seat. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's memes about like the struggles of setting these up. Now, once you get it set up, then it's good.
No.
And then also, if it gets too cold, we can just do it tomorrow after the sun comes up.
No, I gotta finish it tonight. It just needs. There we go.
Local police department shows you how to properly insert a child seat.
I know.
Did it work?
How, guys?
Oh,
I
it
have
worked.
3 kids. Come on,
Yeah, Miss
give me a break.
Psynaps is an expert at this.
3
I'm
kids.
just here for support.
I took care of other people's kids for a long time. Sorry, I didn't mean to get car seats.
Yeah, but of course, we want to do it just right so that it's safe and comfortable. Everybody's comfortable. I think he'll be more comfortable like that. I think. Well,
Don't
we'll
film
see.
Huh? Don't film me tightening.
I'm not. I'm filming me.
I'm making funny faces.
No, Miss Psynaps got it in there pretty tight. Just needs a little adjustment. I can see all the stars.
Now come check it.
Come check, okay?
Check my pro installation. Ta-da. So sturdy.
Oh yeah.
See? And then with his weight, pushes it down. And then there we go. See?
Okay, let's drive it back in.
Let's go.
Are you gonna ride? No, you're not gonna be able to get out if you go with me. But you could get on that side.
I get cold because I was doing car seat work.
All right. I've run my company for a long time now, guys. I didn't have a car payment whenever I was streaming years ago. I didn't have a car payment. I haven't had a car payment for many, many, many years because I owned my previous car. It was old, 99. I had a 99 Civic. No car payments. And now I have a car payment. Ah, shoot. Now I'm like everybody else with the car payment. Oh. That's my radar. The radar's going off. It says, "You're gonna crash." See, so I line it up just right. Trying to get it just right. Oh, how's that? Perfect. Okay, let's go check. Growing up, your mom's arm was your seatbelt? Yep. Yep. Safety was not a number one concern. You know, my first car was a 63 Ford Fairlane. It had a couch as the front seat. If you got in a crash in that thing, basically, you get whiplash and whatever. There was no safety in that car. It was all metal. But the thing was, it was a tank. It was like driving a tank. So whatever you crash into, you're probably just going to drive straight through. That was the only safety feature of that car. The safety feature was that it was a tank. Okay, now we did child safety.
Child safety check.
Child safety complete.
Do you think I need to? I'm gonna move out of your way. Do you think we need to take everybody's winter coat?
Yeah.
That seems smart.
I would, yeah, we should take a coat. I don't know. It's gonna be warm.
It's gonna be warm, but it seems early to go on a road trip without winter coats in the winter when
Yeah. Boosted said, I had a Ford F-150 Raptor. What? You have a Raptor?
Get over here, get over here. They know
yeah. This is just mommy's bag of stuff so I don't forget.
Jax is
Oh my.
okay, oh, equipment.
They're a bunch of nonsense.
Let's see, do I have any beer? I don't have any. I think all of it's gone.
What's his name?
65 Impala, and the guy drove off a lot with a new car and rear-ended it. Oh. There was a small dent in the Impala and totaled the other car. Lol. Yeah, when I drove that Fairlane, we called it the Time Machine. Either the Time Machine or the Batmobile, because it had little fins on the back. Looked like the old Batmobile from like original Batman. My battery's getting pretty owned. I think that little live stream, that high bitrate live stream took like 20-30% off my battery. That's because I was like watching the stream and streaming the stream. I can't believe somebody took your Raptor boosted. That was cool whenever I was in the front yard though, and the Wi-Fi lost signal. I actually configure my Wi-Fi to do that. So that's pretty legit. I try to make it so that the range doesn't go out too far past my boundaries of my house. But if I want outside Wi-Fi, I have an access point that I use for outside. So usually I'll turn that on if I want to do that. But I leave the range pretty short just for indoor only. So if somebody wanted to try to hack my Wi-Fi, they still could if they wanted to, but at least I'm not broadcasting out to the whole city, you know. That was kind of the plan. So before I left to go outside, we finished this video, but did I learn anything from it? It looks cool. Stuff is definitely happening. The actual explosion and the crumbling is not as cool as it could be, but the after shot I think is kind of cool. So you're picky, and you got a girlfriend's going back to school, so you're waiting to get another one. Well, I was looking when I was truck shopping. I didn't do a whole lot of shopping because I pretty much knew the truck I wanted. But here's the thing: I didn't know about the Raptors before, and so I thought that I knew the Raptors were nice, but what I didn't know about the Raptors is that they kick some serious ass. They're out of my budget too. Like if I wouldn't be able to. Well, I mean, I think I would suffer a little bit if I got a Raptor. They're expensive. The new ones are. So if I was going to get one, I'd have to get an older one. But I wanted a new truck, so you know, I made some sacrifices so I could get a new one. And so couldn't get a Raptor. But then I saw the Raptors, man. Holy shit. They're performing very good. The Subaru WRX STI. And the boosted super. That's sick. Oh, that's crazy. I like the Gen 2 Raptors. That's what you had. What gen is it now? Like Gen 4? Gen 3? I don't know. I don't know the Fords. Miss Psynaps used to have a Mustang when she was younger, but she ended up selling it. It was having some problems. We were gonna have to replace. I don't know what was wrong with it, but it started having too many problems, so we let it go. But it was fun. It was fun while it was fun. I gotta say though, I didn't enjoy driving the Mustang that much. I like driving my Civic more than the Mustang. Even though the Mustang was way faster, it had a lot more juice. Civics don't have it really any juice. Yeah, they do. They go, but a Honda Civic is about as much horsepower as you can pull out of a little tiny four banger. But it was zippy, but it was light. It was light and low to the ground. It was fun to drive. It was so like what would you call it? Like the control, and it was just funner to drive. That's all you can say about it. Is like, at least to me, like not everybody's gonna have that same opinion. That's fine. That's the great thing about cars and vehicles is like, you know, there's one for everybody's personality. But I gotta say, man, I felt good driving the Civic. It's a small car, so you don't feel as safe. Just about any other car could probably, you know, take you off of the face of the earth, you know, with ease, you know, because it's small and light. But the control and the maneuverability was like, I almost felt a little invincible in it, you know, because it was so responsive. The front wheel drive and the rear wheel drive, that was another problem I had with the Mustang. Was the Civic was front and the Mustang was rear. That made a difference during like weather, like when there was ice or snow. The Civic, believe it or not, was like could ice skate. I mean, I could take that thing on ice and it was like a joy to drive on the ice. The Mustang was a death trap on ice because just the way the weight distribution was in the Mustang, it was a heavier car, you know, it had a lot more horsepower. It was a rear wheel, and it was scary because it would just start sliding, you know, it would just, there it goes. You know, it's like, you had to be really careful. It's fucking on the edge of my seat, like in any kind of weather. But the Civic was like, no, it was just like driving on the ice. You know, you just slide into the stop sign, continue on, slide into the corner. It was fine. It didn't want to like go sideways. It didn't want to like lose its center of gravity or anything. It was like very easy to control on the ice. So that was fun. I don't know what the truck is like on the ice. I'm a little bit clumsy in the truck because I'm still kind of getting used to it. So, you know, it's backing into shit, even with all the radar and shit that it has on it. Backed into a tree the other day, low hanging tree branch. Like, whoops. It did scratched it a little bit on the tailgate, but not too bad. So I was a little bit embarrassed about that. But that's just getting used to like new vehicle. Can't see shit back there. You know what the problem is too, is it has the digital rear view mirror, which I know it's dumb, but you know, that's what it came with. And it is kind of cool in some ways. Like it has some advantages, the digital rear view. Kind of like reduces glare and some interesting things it does. Kind of weird, but it's not the best for like depth. You know, I felt like a normal rear view was a little more, I could see better. So that's kind of been throwing me off, is switching from absolutely no cameras and no screens, because my previous vehicles and even Miss Synapse's vehicle, not a single screen or camera on it, to the cameras, because all the new cars have cameras and screens and shit. Like, I'm pretty sure all of them do. That was a little bit of an adjustment. But I think for the future of vehicles and driving, I do think that the cameras are going to be like helping us drive safer. All that radar and all that shit. I think it's pretty badass. Like, it has this cruise control that it doesn't self-drive, but it'll stay within the lines for you. So, for those of you that are a little swervy, you know, you got the little swerverinos while you're out there driving. The new digital vehicles, I think, are going to help a lot with that. Let me run this render again while we're just chilling out. Let's see. I could probably specify what happens to the logo. What if I'm going to set a render with just a different seed, and then I'm going to change also the prompt. So now you're going to rely on it. And then when you go back to a non-camera, you're going to suck at driving. Yeah, I think so, but maybe not. Yeah, you're right, Boost, because anything you get used to, then you're going to get used to it. And then you're going to depend on it. But remember too that, you know, I'm an old man, and I know a lot of you guys in the chat also not youngins. So, you know, it's, we grew up just driving regular, you know, just like even me driving the old car, you guys driving those old cars and stuff. We already have driven, and you guys probably more experienced than me. I have a lot of hours on the road. I have driven a lot, like, going to school and just being a young adult. I was traveling a lot on the interstate. I have a lot of hours on the road, but, not so much in like different cars and stuff, but the thing is, all the cars I drove for so many years, I'm not too worried about that. I think I have so many hours plenty that, no, the screens is not going to make me that dumb. But yes, it is going to, once you don't have the screens, and you're going to be looking for the screens, and they're not going to be there. So, but for the truck though, I got to say, the truck needs the screens. I don't know how you guys can drive big trucks without the assistant. Like, I wish Trucker Saw was here. He was here on the last stream. You know, he drives some big rigs. You know, he could tell you how big his truck is. Like, he drives a really big truck. You know, he hauls fucking, you know, whatever. And I don't know what kind of cameras, if any, those trucks have. Like, those trucks don't have cameras. How the hell do they move that, all that weight with no cameras? That is like, that's some Yoda stuff right there. That's some magical. Can't imagine. I'm over here suffering, you know, trying to back out my truck. It fits in my garage. It's not even that big. I'm still like using the cameras, lining it up, you know. It's like, what do you do without the cameras? I guess you just can't be that precise until you get used to it and you just feel it, you know? The new ones do, yeah. Everything, all new cars have cameras. I think it's generally agreed that the cameras are good. Like, if you can have them, you should have them if you can, because I think they help a lot, you know. They're going to help you. Hopefully, if you're using the cameras, they're going to help you not to have little fender benders. Maybe you save some money, not have to do any claims on your insurance. Maybe you have less scratches or something. Hopefully the cameras are helping for just general safety, general awareness. The little radar stuff, that stuff's pretty legit. You know, when you're backing out, that little radar goes off before I even see a car coming. It knows the car's coming. It'll start beeping, you know, and then it'll beep first and then I'll see the car. So, it's definitely like, you know, makes you hyper aware. And it should if it's working. If the fucking radar is not alerting you before you can see it, then what good's the radar? It's not really even that good. What else is pretty good? Those little radar sensors, man. Those are number one for safety. At least you're not going to back up into what are those little poles? You know, those like concrete poles that sometimes in parking lots and stuff. I've never run into one of those, but tons of people have run into those, accidentally. You're probably not going to run into one of those with all those little radar gadgets on. I think they're designed specifically for that. You work at UPS, and we installed cameras like 10 years ago and got rid of all stick shift on package cars. Oh. So you mean the UPS trucks? Like the brown ones? Yeah, dude, UPS guys are like... Some of those delivery guys are switched on, man. There's one guy that delivers to my house, and he's like an athlete. He's like a football player. He's built like a football player. Dude is like a muscle. He like gets out of his truck and he like runs and he delivers packages. He's like doo, 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 and then he's gone. I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck is with that guy? Like I don't know if it's all UPS or just like the UPS around here, but they're like all of them are like athletes. You know, and then there's the Amazon drivers. They're different. It's different. There's a different breed of delivery. The UPS guys are like, I think they've got them in like some kind of football camp or something over at the sorting center. Oh, I got a story about UPS. Did I tell you this one? UPS sorting at the sorting facility in Albuquerque, I guess. They stole my GPU, dude. I ordered a GPU for that computer. I got it replaced, but I ordered 3090. It was used because GPUs are overpriced. But I've been saving in my penny bank, saving up for a new GPU because they're not cheap. And holding off, haven't bought one in a long time. Then I ordered one because we're doing AI now. We're doing a little bit more video. I'm trying to do video. So, of course, you got to render local a little bit. So I ordered one, shipped UPS, and two-day delivery. And maybe on day 4 or 5, I looked it up. It wasn't moving from the sorting. It got here to, Albuquerque, and it wasn't moving. It just stayed sorting. And I was like, today's the day. Santa Claus is coming. It's going to be new GPU. I had all my AI models ready to go and downloaded to my drivers. Excited like a little kid on Christmas. It's delivery day. Nothing came. Next day, nothing came. So I called UPS and I was like, so are you gonna deliver that or what? And they're like, it's gone, bro. They were like, you gotta open a claim, bro. It's not coming. Santa's not coming. You gotta put a claim out for that. And I was like, no, are you kidding me? No, don't tell me that. So I went back to Amazon where I ordered it, used. Amazon has good used stuff. Their return policy is good, even though Amazon is more expensive now. Did you know that? Amazon more expensive than anybody else. But, their return policies it's pretty solid, I would say. I've always had good luck. If I ever have a problem, I've always had good luck every single time on Amazon. But anyway, I went to Amazon and I looked at the comments of the vendor, because it wasn't from Amazon directly. It was from a vendor, which is probably my mistake. I shouldn't have been doing that. But I didn't want to do eBay. eBay is the same thing. You're at the mercy of the vendor. So anyway, I went to the vendor comments. All positive reviews on the vendor, except for one thing. Guess what? The vendor was not packaging, was not putting the GPUs in a box. The vendor was just sending them in the box that they were in. So everybody at the UPS could see what was in the box. That's why they stole it, I think, because they saw that it was a brand new GPU. So some asshole has a brand new GPU that he stole. Maybe UPS wasn't paying him enough, or something, or maybe it's like a gang. Do they have that? Is there like UPS rings? You know, where you sort a few for your first boss and you sort a few for your second boss. You know what I mean? Sort a few for you, right? It all works out. It's all insured, right? So I figured there's probably some rings going on, some crime rings here in Albuquerque. Don't tell anybody. Hey, I'm not trying to rat out the rings. I'm just saying my GPU didn't show up. That's all I'm saying. All right. If there's any rings out there, you don't have to visit me. I didn't say anything. But we figured it all out, and it just came late. You know, I was able to order another one. They were sold out. You can't get, the GPUs are very hard. This one that I got, I think I ended up having to pay like $300 extra because I got a deal. That's why I ordered it in the first place, was it was a good deal. And so because it was stolen from me, it wasn't just insured and it was fine. That's not how it worked out. The way it worked out was it was sold out, and to get the same thing would cost me $400 more, would cost me. So the price to me for that guy sorting the GPU into his own bag was $400. But luckily I negotiated with Amazon. I told Amazon about this. I was like, can you price match? And they said, no, we don't do that. But I convinced them to price match. I don't remember what reason I used, but I said something smooth to the Amazon person. I was like, look what happened. Because they could see what happened, and they could see it was gone missing. And I said, this is what happened, and now it's sold out, and I want to buy it again, but from Amazon directly this time. I told them, no more vendors. I'll buy it from Amazon directly, but at the same price. And somehow I convinced them to give it to me at the same price. And they got mad too. Like, apparently they're not allowed to do that, but I somehow tricked them into doing it. And the way they were able to do it was they couldn't give me the price match, but they were able to refund me from a previous purchase that I had made from Amazon. They refunded a previous purchase, and it kind of came out to almost the same dollar amount. And I was like, deal. So long story short, don't forget, guys, you can do this too. You can negotiate with, if something weird like that happens and you have a little bit of a case because, I don't know, something went wrong. And you have companies like UPS and, and Amazon that are, pretty good about, the customer service stuff. If you're able to show them that something happened, and you got a little case, you can negotiate and get a good deal. And I was able to get a better deal, at least. So I did get screwed, wasted a lot of my time, but at least I didn't have to pay that extra money. But you've been working 14 hours every day, USC. Hardcore, man. Hardcore, dude. Hey, I wish you the best of luck doing that. I hope that those hours work out. I hope they're treating you fair. Sometimes I read the UPS Reddit. On Reddit, you can go and UPS has a Reddit where all the UPS workers will post on there. I've read a couple of those sometimes just to see how the UPS workers feel. What are they going through? What are they thinking? What's the culture? You ever wonder that? What is your local UPS delivery man's culture? What's going on? What's the new thing everybody's talking about? Well, you can go to Reddit and find out right now. UPS has one. FedEx has one. UPS workers bitching, bitching about whatever they bitch about. Find out who's being fair, who's not. I worked the sort, and if what you say is true, that box got damaged. You think so that's what happened, USC? I don't know what happened. I mean, I can only speculate, you know. I don't know what actually happened. I just think that because I found out that this company ships them out in their original box like that, because they're assholes. Which is like whatever, the box is fine, you know, I mean, there's nothing wrong with the box itself. It's just that you can see that it's valuable electronics. I don't know if that matters or not, but I just figured it's probably better to be in the brown box where you can't see what's inside. But anyway, I don't know what happened to it. I just figured that because this kind of electronics, the GPUs, they're hard to find sometimes, and the prices, the prices are all messed up. They're a lot of demand, for that particular thing due to the AI and everything. I just thought that somebody might have figured it out, but maybe not. Maybe it just got damaged. It got smashed. You got missorted. Whatever. All the million different things could happen. Maybe it was, what are those guys on Minecraft? What are the guys on Minecraft that just like steal blocks and then they just disappear? And there's like they just like appear, take a block, and then bounce. What are those? They're black. Those black alien looking things. What are those called? Why can't I remember? I'm having a brain fart. But the Yopi is here. The Endermans, yes, maybe it was the Enderman. The Enderman has my GPU USC. Could be the Enderman. I don't know. I just think somebody knew it was going to be Christmas. Somebody didn't get their overtime pay and is like, I'm taking my own Christmas. Plus, you got to remember, I'm over here in New Mexico, man. This is, half everybody is regular civilized people. The other half is out of Breaking Bad. But I don't think that has anything to do with New Mexico. That's just people in general. There's some streamers, I think, there's some IRL streamers coming through here doing Breaking Bad tours, I think. Oh, how did the new video work? Did this render? Shoot, I got zoned out, man. Like, what's his name is streaming in Albuquerque, I think. Where's my seeds? Oh, I know what happened. I forgot to change the seed. Let me do a new seed. But it should be loaded up. So the slowest part of this rendering is when I'm loading a new model, it'll have to load it all into memory. And that takes a little while because it reads off the disk into memory. But once it's in memory, the memory swap is relatively slow. If you have to swap memory between GPUs or between CPU and GPU, that can be slow and bring your renders very slow. But it's not that slow when it's like a one-time swap. One big memory chunk from one memory to the other memory doesn't take too long if it's just in one move. The render pick is Synapse's backyard. It is, yeah. There's plenty of places in my backyard that look just like that. It looks more like Arizona, though. I think that's actually probably Arizona. The saguaros. We don't have those kind of cactuses in New Mexico, at least not in central New Mexico or northern New Mexico. Maybe in southern New Mexico they got the saguaros, but in Arizona those are everywhere. I lived in Tucson for 3 years, and Tucson is like saguaro capital. Those are the cactuses that have like the little arms, the tall cactuses. 13K paycheck, USC. Bro. No wonder those UPS guys are running all over the place, man. These guys are fucking bringing it in. I didn't even know. You're working your job for 26 years? Guys are some hardcore gangsters, man. I never understood how some people can do a career for 26 years. I can't put up with the but you have a good job. If you have a good job, I respect it. I respect people who can just do their job. See, I can't just do my job. I have to do too many things. When I work somewhere, I do my job and I do the job the way they say. I do the job the way I think I should do it. And then I do some other jobs too. And then I run around like thinking I'm the boss. And then the bosses don't like that. I don't know why. The bosses never like it when I pretend like I'm the boss. I don't know why they don't like that. It's their fault. Their problem. And so it never works right. For some reason, the leadership doesn't respect good leadership from the underlings. You guys are probably thinking, oh yes. Well, bro, yeah. You do your job. My body is falling apart. Yeah. Yeah, that's the only problem. Some industries, your body is, the company uses your body like a tool, and maybe they pay you for it, but at the end, you only get one body, you only get one spawn. So that's the only problem. Hopefully they pay you for that, man. Get some payouts, check on everything. If you think your body is being stressed out, then, check on it. Make sure your medical bills are all settled and stuff. Make them pay for it. My dad worked for the railroad, and so did Miss Psynaps' dad. Both of our dads. We grew up in a railroad town. That's where we met. And it's not. Yeah, I think it still is. But yeah, just growing up, everybody had a job, and the railroad, man. Those guys got all fucked up. I was working on the trains, just metal versus bone, day in and day out. So, some of the guys would get hurt. They'd need surgery and stuff. But the one thing about the railroad was it was really good about covering that kind of stuff, like the healthcare. And guys that got injured and stuff like that, they took care of their guys pretty good, it seemed like. So hopefully that's the case where you guys, with your guys' work. Otherwise, don't give them your body. "31 years, Alistair." Holy shit, there you go. I'm lucky to have you. Lucky to have that level of loyalty. Can't find that anymore, I don't think. People just jump jobs like the change of the season. People got a new job, jump from one job, get experience, get to go to another job, take their experience with them. People just jump in jobs. I mean, I don't blame them. It's just that you got to respect that. You got to respect those folks in careers and also in jobs that are supporting folks that want to have a career. That's another problem is you might want to have a career and work for 30 years, but then the company is not able to support that. The company's going up and down, firing people left and right, firing and hiring. Fire the old guys, the old experienced guys to hire younger, inexperienced guys, and all that drama. I can't take it, man. Economy, oof. Fuck. worried for my boys, you know, my kids. They got to go grow up into this changing economy. You guys know me. That's why I like to run my own businesses and stuff like that, because I can't stand some of the little nuances. The USC remembers me always getting in fights with my my mentor whenever I was doing my my postdocs. I had a bad mentor though. That guy had no business doing postdocs. He had no business taking people into his lab. But I was always fighting with him because he would tell me some dumb shit and I'd look at him like, I'd be like, really? I'd be like, hold on, let's talk about this, you know? And he couldn't stand it. He wanted obedience, and you can't do that. You can't do that with me. Unless our life is on the line. You know, if it was like the military, it was like if we're like fighting as a team, and, you know, I was fighting for my brothers and my country and my freedom, and, you know, it's following orders, like it would see, then it's not a problem. But when you're just like at work and you're just doing the jobs and the guy thinks he's his superior when he's not, you don't want to do that with me because you'll get it. Ooh, look how this one came out. Oh, that one really exploded. Look at that. Miss Psynaps is looking at me. My pee explosions. Look at it go. Bam. I don't know where it went though. It blew up and disappeared. I like all the stuff going on there though. That's like some cinema level particle explosions. USC says, after I retire, I'm going to do OnlyFans. And that tiki-talkie thing, or whatever it's called. Bro, USC. That's what's up. That's what's up. Yopi says, Miss Synapse, hi. She says hi. Boosted says, I don't think she wants your pee to explode anymore.
No more. Thank you for having that explosion.
Yeah. Well, I can't stop it from exploding, so it's just gonna do what it does. Office politics at work is crap now, so I'm jumping ship and they have to send me a monthly check. Alistair. Hey, if you can, I mean, do it. Do it. You know when it's time. You like the explosion? But USC wants to do OnlyFans. I mean, this is the internet. I think, you know, the thought of OnlyFans has crossed my mind more than one time. I don't know what kind of content I'd put up there. I have a whole family living here. I can't do anything explicit on OnlyFans. I have to just do non-explicit stuff. But I think when you get to be a certain age, I don't think you care anymore. Be like, fuck it. Do it. Go.
Yeah. I come in here to tell you deadline text you in a minute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll be wrapping it up
And
here pretty soon.
maybe I'm gonna start doing something. And also, Neo knew who these guys were. Oasis shirt, and he was like, "Aren't those the brothers that fight all the time?"
Oh, really? He knew the
That's what
story
he
of
knows about
Oasis?
Like he knows, like he's like, "Aren't those?"
Boosted says, take pics of Miss Synapse's feet and put them on Feet Finder. Without her knowing. Without me knowing. Well, maybe she wants to.
How would you do it without me knowing?
I just don't understand, like, what? Like, if you just do feet, do you get paid to just put your feet up there? Or do you got to do stuff, like, with your feet? See, I thought the feet had to, like, be doing something for them to be any good, but
They can be just
I don't
like
know.
in action, in motion.
Yeah. Don't they got to be like
Doing stuff.
no clue boosted? Yeah, I don't know either. I'm not a foot guy. I've only known one foot guy. There's this really weird guy when I was an undergrad.
Is that the guy that tried to take pictures?
Yeah, there was a
belly
guy. Yeah. Didn't he want to take pictures of your feet too,
button? Of
didn't
my
he?
feet and my belly button.
There was like this really weird nerdy guy.
Yeah.
And there's nothing like, I don't think anything was wrong with him. He was like a smart guy, but he was very like kink master, like weird nerd guy.
Yeah.
And
oh my gosh, that was terrifying. I'm getting re-scared.
and yeah, I was even a little bit scared of him. I didn't think I was going to have to beat him up or anything, but you had to just kind of watch out for him because he always carried a camera. He had really nice cameras too, like really nice cameras and lenses and all this gear. And he wanted to take pictures. I don't remember, but I remember him asking to take pictures. But here's the weird thing was later there was other girls that I knew that, you know, were like in my same grade that did like that kind of attention. And I think we're doing pictures. Yeah, they let him do like some photo shoots of them. Yeah, there's one of the girls, she let him tie her up. Let him tie her up and hang her up and took pictures of her hanging all tied up.
I keep trying to leave, but I have to keep coming back to be shocked.
That was the same guy that wanted to take pictures of your feet.
That's why I made.
But here's the thing. Well, here's the thing about the pictures is, they're not free. You can't just have the pictures. You gotta pay for them, right?
This
Boosted.
was like in 2000
You gotta pay for
whatever.
those.
This was before there was like foot thing. This was like a long time
It was
ago.
before OnlyFans, but
Yeah.
I'm sure that foot stuff is probably ageless, I would say. If there's a service for this type of stuff, someone does get paid. Well, here's the thing about getting paid, okay? I don't know about the adult industry and how much they get paid and who gets paid and what's monetizable and whatever. But what I know about business is if you are not careful, people will take and they're not going to pay, you know, and so if you're putting out content, people will take it. And I guess I know this as a content creator, and that's fine. I give, you know, you put stuff out for free, but there's other things too, you know, if there's some value for the girls, it's their feet, because the guys that have feet fetishes want to see their feet or whatever. If you're going to do weird stuff to the feet, you got to pay for it. You can't just have all the feet for free. That's not fair to the feet. You got to give the feet something back if you're going to be using the feet for your own gain, right? That's just fair economy, fair trade. I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but I think you understand what I'm trying to say. I don't know if I'm explaining that fair trade correctly, but yeah, and that weird dude, I was pretty sure that weird dude would probably never get laid ever, but you know, and later I find out that, you know, the girl's actually doing photo shoots with them. Shit. Fair feet trade. Got it. Yeah. Yep. Taking notes here. Yeah. Kind of, I would say it's an adult conversation, but we do adult conversations here. And I'm pretty sure you guys are all adults. So, I think you already been around the world. You know what's going on. You know what we're talking about here. Let me try rendering another one of these. I think it saved it. Let me make sure it saved. All of these outputs get saved. It's the crazy thing about rendering these. I want you guys to have as much fun as I'm having with these, with this 3D generative stuff. Okay, and for all the haters out there that hate AI, go ahead, keep hating AI, but what if you're going to hate something? I don't encourage you to hate anything, but if you're going to hate something, maybe just hate the moronic behavior that people do with AI. Because I don't think there's nothing wrong with the AI. The AI is just a creative tool that mathematicians and scientists have given to us. You know, if you're religious, you know that God has blessed us with the creativity and the ability to perform amazing feats as humans. And I think that math and science and academia is one of these interesting, and the artistic community is one of these blessings, believe it or not, that humans have done. Now, of course, we might use this as a tool to end the world, and the AI is going to take over the world and then, destroy us all or whatever everybody thinks the AI is going to do. Sure, maybe that could happen, but it's not going to be the AI that wipes us out. It's going to be us. We're going to wipe ourselves out. That's also part of the human condition. What makes us incredible also, makes us nutty and weird and in good ways and bad ways. So, don't hate the AI. Embrace the AI. It's here for you to enrich your life, make your life better. Maybe just hate what people are about to do with all of this, with deep fakes and stuff. It's coming. What scares me? We're not going to talk about politics on this stream, but this upcoming election cycle, the AI has had 4 years to evolve, and in AI years, that's a lot of years because AI goes very fast. It's going very, very fast. Just within the last couple of months, there's a million new tools that are available that we didn't have before for deep fakes, for videos, for images, and all this, just within the last months. And it's free and available to everybody. Chinese are just pumping out free AI models like nobody's business. So you don't even have to pay for it if you have a GPU or have access to one somehow. So I'm afraid for politics because I know how dumb people are, and I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm not saying one group of people is dumb and another group is not. I'm not going to say that. I think all people are dumb. Not you guys, but in general, the general lay person. They're all going to be victims of being fooled by AI on social media. Everybody's scrolling TikTok and Facebook. If you think I'm ranting and sounding old, yeah, it's for sure all of that. But it's also very true that people are gullible and the deep fakes are coming. What does that mean? What are they going to do? They're going to fake us out. So be careful. And it's not just politics. It's also just companies trying to sell a product, trying to convince you to buy stuff, to convince you to spend your money somehow or to spend your time somewhere. AI is going to be used to capture your attention. So watch out. My parents are sheep. Yeah. But also yes, our parents, older people are going to be victims. Just like when we're old, our mind is going to be in a different place and we're going to be susceptible just like all old people are. But what I'm saying is it's not just the old people. We can also be fooled. Like I've been fooled by the AI already more than once. And I've caught it more than once too. Like I'll catch the AI. I can tell the way it sounds and stuff. But there's other times where I later find out that it was AI and I didn't initially think it was AI. So all of our minds, just the way, what would you call it? Just the way awareness works in human behavior. We can all understand AI and we can even make AI and understand it very, very well. But when you're psychologically, when something's happening, depending on the context, when you're contextually kind of in a scenario, you can easily be fooled by some of this AI because you're just not thinking about it at that exact time. It can sneak up on you is what I'm trying to say, right? I mean, you could be a fucking MMA fighter and somebody could still sneak up behind you depending on what you're doing, and so you can be sharp, you can be young, able, and ready to deal with misinformation and AI and deep fakes and stuff. But at some point, if there's so much of it, it could get you. So I think everybody has to kind of just always be aware of it. Because somebody's trying to trick you for some reason, whether it's just a joke or it's for profit or it's for votes or, whatever. People are, continuously trying to manipulate us online, continuously. Individual people are smart until they group up into think tank mobs, like mob mentality. Right. Right. That's another example. Yeah, no, that's, I agree 100%. Those are, and there's a bunch of little examples like that. There's a bunch of little examples to where our mind can kind of turn off a little bit and go into like, you know, a different mode. You know, it's not that it turns off. It's just, you might be part of a group, or you might be doing something, or you might be, you know, throughout the day, like when you go to work, you kind of have one mindset, you know, and then when you come home and you're relaxing, you kind of have a different mindset. You know, our mindsets kind of go through this scenario, the context of what we're doing. I've got a mindset when I'm on the road, just road raging, you know, hauling ass, swerving across the lanes, running people off the road. That's my mindset when I drive, you know. But then when I'm at home, then I'm calm, peaceful. I'm just kidding. I'm also peaceful on the road. People get pissed off at me like, I drive the speed limit. Don't hate. I mean, I don't always drive the speed limit, but I do think driving is there's nothing wrong with driving itself. Like I drive fine. I drive a lot. And in traffic, I don't have driving problems. You know, I don't have accident problems. So I'm a relatively good driver. But here's the thing about being a relatively good driver. Everyone else also thinks they're good drivers, right? And not all of them are good drivers. So you can't just think you're a good driver, because every bad driver thinks they're a good driver. But anyway, I'm a good driver. And, but driving is scary because other people are allowed to do it. I rest my case. You know what it's like out there on the road. You can't call someone a wimp for being worried about driving. All right. That'd be like, you know, somebody calling somebody a wimp for not bending over and picking up a rattlesnake. You know, it'd be like, are you going to pick it up? Oh, what are you, a chicken? You know, it's like, no, it's just that, you know, rattlesnakes, they're very poisonous. It would kind of ruin your day should you take on some venom. You might miss your appointment in the afternoon should you get in a fight with a rattlesnake, right? So anyway, you're not a wimp for being worried about driving. You're actually smart. That's all I'm going to say about that. So I drive pretty slow, but that's only because I'm afraid of other drivers. I love driving. If I was the only one on the road, I would just drive however I want. Maybe the stream is AI and we all think it's really Psynaps. Maybe you guys are all bots. How would I know? If I recall one stream, there was a good driver. What stream boosted? Which one? I've done a number of driving streams. We even got in a rear end accident. Was that the one you're talking about? I even got rear ended on the stream one time. Miss Psynaps had some injuries that turned out to be some permanent injuries that have come back and give her some problems from that one accident. Yeah. That one was worse than it seemed. It wasn't just a rear end. Miss Psynaps was actually left, she had some injuries from that. It lasted a long time. It's pretty devastating. Let's see here. Checking my phone here. I'm supposed to... Pretty soon I gotta bounce out. I would like to stream all night, but I'm slowing down on my AI productivity here. So, you know, I'll take a break in a little while. And then I also have to wake up to do some morning stuff. So if you let me stay up, I'll stream till 5 o'clock in the morning. Easy. I'll do that tomorrow. I'll wait to do the really super late night streams for this week. Always have a spinning top. You know, that reminds me. I do need some cool ideas for like what we should do with this AI. I mean, you don't have to like feed me ideas, but what the hell are we doing? I always like to take a step back and say, what the hell are we doing here? Like, what are we can use this for? I want to figure out this pipeline so we can do something cool with it. I want to give you guys some art, you know, whether you need some art or not. I want to do something cool, you know, to give you a shout out. So I want to get that pipe going so we can make that. And then also I just want to see what the hell are we doing here? Like with generative AI, what are we using it for? Like, what's the greatest advantage of this video? Filmmakers and storytellers are using this kind of stuff for, you know, creating cartoons and creating interesting animations that were never before possible. You even see like the VFX artists are getting excited because AI is letting you do 3D things in an easy way, in a different way than what was possible before with 3D programs. So that part I get, but what like in an everyday way can we use this stuff? We already know how we're using LLMs in an everyday way, language models. You know, I use it for, you know, organizing emails, checking emails, writing memos, writing documents, searching documents, you know, LLM spell checking, LLMs in an everyday way, I think are good because we use language. We're language beings and LLMs are language models. But the generative stuff, I'm always like, the fuck? Like, who cares who cares if you can blow something up? Like, how can we make that a transition? I guess the point I'm trying to make is, you know, if you're a creator, it's like, are we making intros? Are we making transitions? Are we making B-roll? You know, where does that fit into OBS? If I make a 10 million great videos, so what? I make a tutorial, or can I actually use this on my stream to make something cool? So I just want to really like be practical and think, hey, we're trying to solve real issues here. Boosty says my girlfriend and I are always up until 2-3 a.m. playing games. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. That's awesome. I'm always up late, but you know, Miss Psynaps, she's always chasing the rugrats around. Like they'll wake her up early, so her schedule kind of is a little more tethered to the younger ones because they want, you know, they come to her early in the morning, and otherwise she'll stay up late with me. We always stay up late. Like my schedule, I don't even care about my schedule in December. I always wreck my schedule in December, and then it takes me half of January or all of January to get it back. It's the end of the year shenanigans for me. But Yopi says, in terms of video generating, I can see this to be used as stinger transitions for OBS scenes. Yeah, stingers. All right, so there you go. There's one. Yopi's got one. The stingers. Yes. Yep. Definitely a BRB screen. I'm going to do a BRB screen for sure. To render out a WebM with alpha, you can. There should be some tools in here for alpha. I know there are. I've seen them. And then in terms of like the models, like the outputs, the generation itself, I think there's a LoRa for alpha. At least I saw one for, it was either for this WAN, the video, or it might have been for Quen, the image generator. But there was an alpha generator. And so, but before I go into the and part, because there's actually a new thing that was released that does layering. But for the alpha stuff, the alpha generators, it was just like a character. Like, so if you render like a character, it would, you know, mask them out and give you a transparent background so that you could do further compositing. So obviously that's going to be a great tool to, you know, but there's already masking, you know, there's already, you know, even if you didn't do alphas, the masking tools are incredible for these ComfyUI workflows. You can do SAM2 and SAM3, what is it called? Segment anything. And that's a Meta product. That's a Facebook Meta thing, but it's a segment anything. And I mean anything. It's like AI segmentation. You could say, you know, and it works for both video and still images, where you could segment out, you know, say cat, you know, and it'll just track the cat and give you a perfect like mask of whatever. It'll mask out the background, to mask out the person with their hair and stuff. Like, it's just really advanced masking. It's pretty incredible. If you want to see a cool demo, just go to the SAM3 website. Like, when you see it, you'll be like, holy shit. It does all kinds of things. I think it can be used for security, for masking out, like identifying, objects and people in a live security stream scenario. Even for like UPS, speaking of UPS, like I think it's supposed to, or at least they're proposing it, it can sort through like, packages and stuff. It can identify certain things, and like in a conveyor belt kind of like assembly, it can do, identify things as they're going by and count stuff. And I don't know, a bunch of weird shit. So anyway, that's masking. The masking is very advanced. So now we have alpha. Quinn Image also just released a model that can do like layers. It can do like 5 to 8 layers. So when you generate an image, it can give you just the background, just the foreground, and all the objects in it in their own layers that are like with alpha and stuff. And so you can go and recomposite them, either I guess in a regular program or in more AI pipelines, and it helps you keep track of, all the layers and whatever. So that's a pretty big deal. Like, obviously, yeah. So you can see that, these guys pumping out these models, they're thinking of ways to completely capture the industry, and just gain control. You can see them. They're like, it's like a fight, on the ground. It's like a ground fight where they're just like fighting for dominance. They're just rolling around and trying to find ways and opportunities to like gain control over this, whether it's the segmentation, the layering, the editing models, these control nets. It's going fast. So that's why I'm telling you guys, like, check this stuff out. Download it. I think it's good for the mind to kind of learn something new. Even with the editing experience I have, I'm still, baffled trying to figure out how to get it to do what I want it to do. Even though I've got everything plugged in, it's still like, there's still so much more possibilities to make this work. And it's easy. I mean, it'll make stuff. You don't have to like do what I'm doing and make it overcomplicate it. You can keep it simple and just generate, cool stuff, logos and whatever. Or you can go as deep as you want to go, and, in deep, like literally, like you could deep fake probably just about anything if you really put your mind to it. But Yopi says you got the RMBG node with four modes that grab the image and attempts to mask out a background. I haven't tried the RMBG, but I know which one you're talking about, where it does background masking. I mean, if you look at like, even like Photoshop, and I've used Photoshop since I was a kid, and, and then evolved into After Effects, and masking has always been like an evolving kind of moving target. We know how to mask manually, and those tools, like the Adobe tools, gave us all the tools that we need to mask to our heart's content, and the pros are using that for masking in cinema and publications and everything. I think this, with the RMBG and then with the segment anything and some of these other advanced AI tools, I think it's just another style. Like, I don't think it replaces traditional masking. I think it could in some scenarios. If you need to save time, if you can just do a quick, if you could just run it through a couple of nodes and you got all your masks, and it would have otherwise taken you an hour to draw all that shit, even with Adobe's automated masking tools, maybe it'd take 5-10 minutes to draw it all out if you're fast. Or the AI can just do it in an instant, sub-second masking, right? once you get your pipeline figured out. So I think that's what it is. I think it's like a mix between how precise do you need it and also how fast, you might be able to perform a batch with the AI. Also, if you think about it too, like I think that automation this opens the door to automation, because if the masking is semantic, in other words, you can tell it, mask out the cat, mask out the dog, mask out the subject in the foreground or background, whatever. If you can just tell it so easily, then that should make batching a lot easier, Even though Photoshop and After Effects give you the tools to do like rotoscoping, for example. Do you ever do roto in After Effects? Rotoscoping, that was like all of the premier video editing programs, all of the ones you pay for, the premium ones. Rotoscoping has always been like one of the main features that has been asked for by, video effects artists and editors and whatever. The rotoscoping is like, masking over frames, like an auto masking, technique. That one's been a big deal. And now again, it's like, just throw it into the AI and it's done. Like, now it's not so easy. Now, after the AI does that work and creates your masks, now what do you do with the masks? And I think that's where I'm at, where it's like, I figured out how to create some masks. I figured out like what tools I need, but how do I make it work now? One of my animations, I don't know if it's this one of the ones in my scenes. Let me see. It's not this one. You see, I have my logo back there in the stars, but I also have one somewhere where it's animated. And the hype train is animated. Where the I should have brought out the hype train the other day. We had a hype train. See where the logo is spinning? Like spinning in place in front of the train. I should be able to export a mask of that and actually get that to play in the AI, but I have no idea how to do that. Because in the AI pipeline, the segmentation in the AI, like RMBG and all that, it'll create the masks and then it'll pipe that into like the next node. But I don't know how to like start with masks that have already been rendered in image form, an image sequence, and then pipe that into WAN 2.2 to create a video. So that's like a little project that could be a study. That's why this is fun for content creation, because it's like, how do you do this? How do you do that? Like, these are traditional video editing workflows. How do you do it in AI now? That could be a study in a class. This is probably just elementary level stuff for like a college graduate in film. They're probably learning all of this shit just in a regular class. Or maybe not. Maybe this is like cutting edge stuff that hasn't even made it into the classroom yet. I don't know. Maybe you can only learn this on YouTube University. I think even Linus Tech Tips is even doing some of this stuff, I heard. But yeah, Quinn Image Layers, I think it was called. Saw some videos coming out. That's a new thing they released. And I'll have to try it. But look, I've already downloaded hundreds and hundreds of gigabytes of these models. I can't download every single new model that comes out every time. I mean, I guess you can if you're going to be a YouTuber and make a video on every new thing that hits, just like a game streamer. And we're doing YouTubes on games. A new game comes out. Every streamer's like, tries to be the first to do it. I never tried to be the first, by the way. I watched everybody else do it and I was like, should we play it? Okay. And then, download. Sometimes we download it right away, day one. Certain games we would do day one. But I feel like that's the same thing happening with these models. They're being released like like fucking games, and you have to download them, and they're as big as a game too. They take up all your hard drive. You have to decide which ones you want, because eventually, you know, you're going to fill up your space. I haven't filled up my space. I've got a couple of terabytes, but I did fill up my main NVMe. So I need to get bigger NVMEs now. Or more SSDs, or put the SSDs in RAID or something. Like, I'm having storage. I'm having IO issues. Still got enough storage, not for long. Actually, if I go look at my storage right now, it's probably going to be full. So it's getting harder to download these models. But hey guys, I think I'm going to bounce out here because I'm going to... you saw the Corridor? Yeah, the Corridor crew. Did you see that? Check that one out. That was pretty good. I showed it on the stream the other night, the Corridor video. I don't know if you were here when we watched it, but I did check that out, and I gave everybody the link and said, hey, go watch this. You know, the behind the scenes one. Oh, they use Comfy. Oh no, wait, I didn't see that. The Matrix. Oh, I got to go back and see that. No, they were using ComfyUI to do animation. So they were going to make they were going to do toys. They were going to do like Toy Story, but with some other toys, and they made a short, and they were doing, they were using WAN Animate, I think, in ComfyUI. And so they were doing the pose skeleton workflow. And it was kind of amazing because some of the things that surprised them were like the exact same things that surprised me when I saw this. I was like, wow, this changes everything. Their animations came out great. Mine don't look anywhere as cool and as clean as they did. But remember, these guys, you know, Corridor crew, they've done all of the tricks. They know how to frame the camera. They know how to do like motion capture and stuff. So for them, they already kind of, I think, have an idea about how they've got to film it and how they got to frame it. So it's easy for them to just let the AI do it, and then the AI does it. You know, for me, I'm like, I don't know how to frame it. Like, I was trying to get myself to dance on the pole using WAN Animate, and the dimensions didn't work out. And I was like, you know, it showed me that I need to do more framing and have the shot to be perfect in order to pull that off. You know, they come into it already seeing the shots in their mind, I think. But that was pretty cool. I'm excited to see that they're excited about ComfyUI. And I think it also validates ComfyUI as a, you know, production video effects pipeline. You know, don't underestimate it. Just because these videos kind of look like shit and they still look like AI, don't underestimate the pipeline. That's what I'm focused on. I want to build these pipes, because as the models get better, we just drop those models in. You know, a new WAN comes out, should just pop right in. Maybe we got to download a new node or something, but the kind of this node-based workflow, it's worth familiarizing yourself with it, because when that next model hits, then you should be able to just drop it right in here into some of your existing pipelines and start building out these crazy workflows. I'm trying to keep the workflow simple, because I see all these downloadable workflows and they're all crazy. They're like, you know, giant workflows. And I'm like, come on, like, can you simplify that? It's so complex. It's going to be hard to maintain and harder to drop in a new pipe, harder to drop in a new workflow into these really complicated workflows. So these are my modest. This one is kind of the craziest one so far, but that's because it starts off simple with Quinn image edit, and then it turns into a you know, the what do you call it, like refining and upscaling. And even there's even a face detailer in here, which I have disabled because we're not doing faces. But you know, this was just like, I needed to connect a refiner to a face detailer to an upscaler. And I don't even think that it's that great, but it does it. It'll make a 4K. It'll turn a smaller thing into a 4K. So it's working. Oh. Yo, number 7 is here. Number 7, I'm trying to make AI explosions. Basically the short story, short version. What are you doing? What's going on? I'm actually about to bounce out in a minute or two. Because I've got to do a couple of things before tomorrow. But shit. I would probably stream for another 6 hours if I didn't have some stuff I have to do tomorrow. But you thought that was a big one there? Which one was it? The refining one was a big one? Yeah, it did look confusing, but it actually wasn't that bad. Let me see this one. Yeah, this one's got some spaghetti because I tried 2 new things here. I did 2 things that I like. I'm trying a perturbation texture. We're perturbing the image with noise. And I thought AI likes noise for some reason. It eats noise like food. Like noise is like food for AI. So I thought, oh, let's put some noise in there, see what happens. Feed that into the pipes. I guess it worked. It seemed to come out with some nice details and stuff. So I think a little bit of noise, it liked it. But anyway, there's a noise early on there. So we noise it up. And then over here, there was this interesting node here that some YouTubers were talking about, called the Flux Resolution Calc. And it's kind of a weird set of nodes. It's called Control Alt AI nodes. And I think it's for video. I forgot. It does some other stuff. There's a couple of good nodes in there that people said you need. It was a good set of things there. And it just gives you your ratios. The most common ratios, there's 16:9 horizontal, 16:9 vertical. And I wanted to get a quick 16:9 and have it just do the math for me. Because I found I was trying to, I was generating these resolution charts, and I noticed a lot of workflows had these resolution charts, a little cheat sheet for your resolutions. Otherwise, you either need to take out a calculator or go to Google asking for, what's a 1 megapixel? What's a 2 megapixel at this ratio? Too many. So this node here does it for you. And then when you actually run it, oops, wait, shit. I don't want to run the whole fucking thing. Damn it. Okay. So when you actually run it, it actually does the calculation for you real quick and like makes a little image in the preview of the 16:9. So like that right there is going to like save some time, I think. So, maybe you already have some. There's a whole bunch that are like that, I think. And maybe there's others that are maybe even better than that one. But I ran into that one. And so that's contributing to all of my spaghetti here. I got another perturbation down here on this latent upscale. I just wanted to see if it would do anything. And I think the effect is quite subtle. On the other hand, feeding noise in to the pipe, I think it has an effect. It does encourage the AI to maybe come out with some more details. I think it helps the plastic skin look a little bit. I think that's what the goal of it is to maybe push it into adding some more details. So you avoid that over smooth AI look. And, but you can also use it just as a post image effect, add a little noise to those smooth gradients. And we do like noise for gradients sometimes. So, I thought that might be a good one to have ready to go. And then also I added some extra because I wanted to save. At each step here, in case one of the upscalings was bad, I could at least go back to an undestroyed version. Just kind of the logic going through it. It's hard though. Like, I think looking at someone else's workflow it's hard to trace because you got to try to figure out what they were thinking, what they're trying to do. Whereas when you build the workflow yourself, it's, it because you built it. You can just go through it and you know what everything does, and you can start changing things. You can jump down, jump back up, bam, 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 change all your stuff, and then you get some output. So I'm kind of already at the level where I understand these workflows enough where I can start messing with it. And after I change all the things, then I come and start changing my prompts. It should probably be the other way around, where I get better at prompting and then mess with all the other buttons and dials. I'm trying to figure out if I can just get the settings to be static. Just set it one kind of setting that's kind of fits most scenarios, and then not worry about it, and then just work on prompting. But I don't think that's possible. I think you always got to kind of turn all the knobs to get it to do what you want. That's what I'm kind of seeing here. I think these are cool. I just don't know what to do with them. I remember somebody in one of the Discords was like, okay, so I have like a folder full of thousands of images that I made. What do I do with them? And they're like, what was the answer? It was something like, what do I do with all these images I made with Comfy? And then they're like, put them on a hard drive and update your hard drive and get a new hard drive. Save them. And okay, save them for what? I've produced, I think in the folder, I did an automated thing that did my Laura of my face, my character Laura. That folder has like 4,000 files in it. So most of those are images. So somehow I've made 4,000 AI images of my face, which is pretty cool. I guess I could put them on a slideshow. Could be my BRB. Oh, I wanted to make a BRB. That'll be my next thing. So this week, when I come back to this, we'll use some of these techniques that we kind of figured out here with, it doesn't have to explode. It could do something else. It could not explode or explode more. We'll figure it out. I'm going to try to extend the length of these videos so they last more than 5 seconds. That is an art. That's not easy. There's techniques for doing that, but not for these explosion stuff. This explosion stuff complicates that a lot. With all that dynamic movement there, we have to use a very special technique, and I got to find the technique for continuing on the motion with this kind of situation going on. If it's just a person, you can go image to image to image. It's like the first image to first image, last image, or whatever that's called. First frame, last frame technique seems to allow you to keep your video going. And there's a bunch of little tools that kind of help smooth that transition out between frames. So that's like, it seems like the standard technique for elongating your videos. However, there's another technique where you're actually looking at the frames, not just the last frame, but the last couple of frames, so that you can inference some movement. So you can infer the movement of the other parts of the scene. I don't know if that is like easy to do or if that's even available. Haven't seen that yet, but that's what I got to figure out next to see if I can, create we need a few more seconds. 5 is 5 seconds, 8 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever this is. It's just not that much. So I'm not a pro. If it were corridor digital, they could probably turn 5 seconds into 50 seconds and make it believable. But for me, it's like, I'm not quite there yet. So if you give me a few more seconds, I could definitely use a few more to get this going. But Yopi says, I just hit the limit of RTX 2070 while generating 1440 with Z image. I have a 2070. Wait. No, it's not. I was going to say, I thought I had one in one of these rigs here, but I do have a 2070, and I think it's in Future Rank 1's computer. It's a good GPU, 2070. I know it's old, but still a good one. But 1440, right? Yep. But there's a strategy for that, right? I think there's a strategy for like tiling or something that should be able to help you go up, and then also make use of the upscalers to like Seed VR2. It'll do Actually, I don't know what some people were complaining about SeedVR2 for low VRAM, but it does give you block swap. You know, it slows it down, slow as molasses, but it's a good upscaler. Do you have, oh, get this one. Everybody suggests this one now. SeedVR2, and it's not hard to find. Some people were having a hard time finding it, but it's a note. You can download it as a from the Comfy Manager. It's right here already. And it does video and it does images. And if you look at Reddit, like everybody's suggesting SeedVR2. The people who know more about this than I do seem to like this one. But it is called SeedVR2 Video Upscaler. It's the same one for images. You just download that one. Look how many stars it gets. Not all these packages go above 1,000 stars, and this one just went straight up. Look at that, straight to the top. This one's on fire. SeedVR2. It's ByteDance. So that one's straight out of ByteDance. One-step diffusion-based video image upscaling with memory-efficient interface. Then, after you get that bad boy all loaded up, you can go in the templates, and it also comes with a template. Some templates. Wait a minute, where is it? I thought they were, oh, let's clear the, oh, God, son of a, I just meant to clear filters, and I click the X. So anyway, down here, SeedVR. There we go. It gives you a couple here. Look, SeedVR2 4K image upscale. Then it shows you that funny looking guy. And then you hit that, and then bam, there's your nodes right there already. So that's, I don't think it gets any easier than that. That's just plug and play right there. That's how we want it to be. That's how it would be if the world was perfect. It's already made for you. There it is. Delivered. And it works. So there's a couple of different models that you can do. And you just select the model you want, and it'll download it if you don't already have it. So it will download these models. I haven't tried all of them, but the most popular one seems to be their 7B. That's the largest model. That's a large model, so that one will go slower and it'll take up more VRAM. But it's also the good one. They also have a 7B Sharp. I tried that one too, but I couldn't really tell the difference too much. Sometimes the Sharp came out better, but they say be careful with that one. It could lead to more artifacts because it tries to make it sharp. I don't know. But so the standard one by default is the 7B FP16. And then there's the smallest one, which is the 3B Q4. And sometimes that one is good enough. That one will fit on your GPU for sure. It doesn't take up very much RAM at all. And sometimes I can't really tell the difference too much between the 3B and the 7B. You can tell when you zoom in. If you pixel peep, yeah, you can tell. But just at 1-to-1 zoom, can't even tell. So why waste all the time with the 7B? Just pump them through with the 3B if it'll work with that particular workflow. So there it is. There's the knowledge I have on SeedVR2. The rest of these things are just some settings. It lets you choose what GPU. If you have 2 GPUs, it already has multi-GPU built in. So you can tell it to use the second GPU if you want. It'll offload to your CPU. That's what you want. Apparently you don't want to offload to another GPU. Apparently for like consumer motherboards and multi-GPU in a consumer environment, there's bandwidth limitations on your motherboard. Offloading to CPU, they say, can lead to better performance. So just probably leave that the way it is. And then here's the resolution settings. Simple as that. Leave them all default and you're good to go. Oh, I did notice one thing though. When it comes to tiling and overlap, I have had. Oh, can I try to upscale? Yeah. Yeah, we can upscale something. Let's see. I might already have one hot over here. Well, actually, I'll put it in this one to keep it simple because I don't know what's loaded or what. But let's see. What do we got here? Maybe this one here. We could upscale it. This one is like a very cartoony, so I don't know if you'll see the details as much. There was a good one I did of me as Batman, which I tested the upscaling. I don't know if I'll be able to find that. But let me just click through to see if I can find Batman. Because I know I put Batman in here. That one was actually pretty badass. Where's Batman at? Nah, I don't think he's in here. What is this one? This one's already 1440. This one's already upscaled a bunch. Should I try upscaling like a really small one? Piece of shit coffee mug. Okay. Wait, not that one. That one's blurry. Let's get a sharp one. That was Quinn image. That 1920 by 1080. Let's do this one. Because it's already kind of blurry, but I think this one would actually be good. Oh, you sent me a picture? Discord? Oh shit, look at that. What did you render that in? Z image? Is it upscaled or what's the resolution on it? It doesn't say in Discord. But anyway, I'll load the 3B, the small one. Oh, it's 1080 Z image. Nice. Blocks to swap 36. I'm gonna say 0. Let me see what my RAM looks like. So I don't have anything loaded. Oh, actually my RAM got cleared. Should I load the 7B? I'll load the 7B. No, I'll load the 3B because 3B it's slow a little bit. And then sometimes the tile overlap 256 I thought worked better, but 128 will go faster. So let me just fire it. 4096. Yo, Blondie's here. Regular kitty check. We're just nerding out to this stuff. I'm trying to do explosions. I'm doing a demo for Yopi. He wanted to see upscaling, but I'm trying to explode the text. So we're gonna put some World of Warcraft in here too. Somebody said, will this work with World of Warcraft? And it should. So that's going to be like the next thing I do, maybe this week or something. But today, at least I barely got this far to where I made an image and then I blew it up. That was the goal. We were going to build something, then we were going to destroy it. Simple as that. But yeah, we're going to put some WoW guys in here because this really does create like amazing like World of Warcraft characters, like orcs. All of this AI is trained on orcs. So we'll have to see if it can do other stuff too. It should be able to. This is like an orc generating machine. So if all we can do is orcs, then we'll make some orcs and blow them up. But I think it'll make everything. But you could like train it to WoW. All those WoW videos that I did back in the day, I was thinking of trying to train the AI. Since all this is so like getting easier and easier. But did it do it? Is it ready? Okay, it's ready. So this is what we did. That's what we tried to do. We tried to, let's see, I'll drag this over here. We just tried to upscale it. That's all. It's a important technical thing you have to do. Let me see if I can open this image in a new window. Open. And then open this one. Watch what happens. So this one, this is the 1:1 resolution. It doesn't get any more than that. Right? Look at the blade, handle of the blade, the tip of the blade. A lot of details on there. And then like the text. And then let's go to the upscaled one. And then now look at it. This is the 1:1 resolution. So it went from 1080 to 4K, just like that. And look, I can even see like, I feel like the dust, everything, the rocks, seems like it has more detail. I'll go back to the 1080 one, and then that's it. So you can tell, right? I mean, and you're looking at it from my computer, but when you actually do it on your computer, you can like really zoom in and stuff. But that's in most cases, I think, good enough, right? Turned a 1080 into a 4K, and it's not just stretching it out. You know, it's actually putting the pixels in, you know, and doing the actual details, the little edges and stuff, keeping the edges sharp, not just a blurry stretch, you know. And it didn't take that long either. It went kind of fast, I think. So yeah, but that's on the things like the to-do list. I gotta find we gotta find some WoW. I don't know what to do with WoW in here. I mean, obviously we gotta try to bring our characters in and see if we can animate them or something. So I don't know which places like we should focus on for WoW. But you know, whenever we did like the 3D intros like with Swifty and all that, it was mostly like arena. So we focused on PvP. We did the arenas, went into the arenas and tried to like rebuild the arena itself in 3D and then do some text. We even did like what was it? Who did the arena tournaments? You remember? It was what's his name? I talked to him sometimes, but he changed his screen name. You know, he did all those arena tournaments, and we did the video sometimes where, you know, they'd play the video before the matches and stuff. Yo, Rivio is here. What's up, Rivio? Hey, Rivio's in the house. But yeah, maybe trying to think of like what we would do, what kind of things we'd put for World of Warcraft. Like, what do we need? Like, what scenes do we need to make from there? Blondie says, what graphics card should I get? I have a 1070. I think the 70s are a good balance. So you could do a, by the way, the 1070 is getting pretty old. So just about anything you get would probably be an upgrade from a 1070. But I think what you'd want is, the prices are pretty good on, what is it, the 5060 or the 5070? I think there's a 5060 Ti. So that's already like 4 generations ahead of the 1070. There's the 1070s, the 2070s, 3070s, and the 3090 was the big one. That's of that series. That's one I have in that computer behind me. The 3090s was the bee's knees back in the day. And then I have a 4070 in this rig, which is fine for games. I can game and stream on the 4070 just fine. Like, you don't need a 4090. Only thing you need a 4090 is if you're doing, you know, if you're doing hardcore AI and stuff, then holy shit, like this stuff will kick the computer's ass. Like, you could actually use a 4090 with this AI. And then there's the 5090s. If you can, go for the 5000 series, because those are the new ones. Next year there'll probably be another one that drops, but I think it's the 5060 Ti, decent price, 16 gigs of VRAM, I think. It's going to play games. It doesn't have like all the bandwidth of the higher numbers, like the, I don't know, 5070, 5080, 5090. It doesn't have like a lot of the specs, but I don't think you would notice. I don't think someone who's gaming on a 1070 is not going to notice the small difference between a 5060 and a 5080 or something. I think it's just going to be so much faster. It's going to be so good. I would totally run a 5060 for gaming and streaming. For sure. And if you want to go big, it depends on what your budget is. Like how much does a 5090 cost if you wanted to go buy one retail right now? What are they, like $3-4 grand at least? probably like $4,000, right? The prices are really just dumb. You know, for a 4090, probably like $2,000 used or something. But 5070 is actually cheaper than many 4000. Zinc AI, yo. That's right, yeah. Yep, I thought it was the 5060. Maybe it's the 5070 is the one people are getting. I forgot, but Blondie was thinking, oh, the 5060 Ti in Finland. Yeah, so that one was like, it's the 5060 Ti is not the best for AI, although it'll work, because my understanding is that the 5060, you know, it's, you know, the VRAM speed is a little bit slower than what you'd want for like inferencing, but they are not marketed for AI. They're marketed for gaming. A 5060 will be an amazing gaming GPU and streaming and gaming at the same time. And then it has enough VM that you can run the AI on it. But for AI, you might, you know, some people will say, oh, like if you're going to do that, then just get a 3090 and just take the VRAM and just do a 3090 instead of a 5060. The 5060 is probably going to be better for gaming, whereas a 3090 is not bad for gaming. It's still perfectly good for gaming, but you're probably going to want those faster, you know, the newer tech that's in the 5000 series. They gimped the 60 series with a small 128 bus. So what was it? A bit bus? Well, what was it downloaded from? What? 256 or? Oh, that's right. That was the VRAM speed, the bus speed. Yeah, that's right. So I'm, you know, missing the technical terminology there, but I think generally, you know, trying to get the point across that, you know, that GPU is just a little bit slower, and there were some complaints about the bus speed. But I mean the bits affecting that speed. So still a great card though. Yep. The RX 9070 for the win. Is that what you're using? The best GPU is the GPU you have right now, right? That's on your main rig. Yep. Yeah, look, because of all this like pricing with the GPUs and the market is funny and Nvidia has this monopoly and all of this GPU drama, I'm not going to judge the GPUs you guys have. Okay, you're not going to see me trying to be like, you know, a GPU snob, because that to me is just silly in this economy where the prices are all messed up. Like if you want to, you know, invest in 5090s and whatever, go for it. You know, there's reasons why people invest a lot of money into good GPUs, but you don't have to. Look, I got that 3090 back there doing these upscales. I'm okay with that. If I'm fine. Yes, it takes a while. I wish it went faster. It'd go a hell of a lot faster with a 5090 back there. But you know, they're also expensive. I'm not entirely sure, like a lot of people, I'm not sure if I want to invest that much into the hardware. We're definitely going to have hardware here. I think you should invest a little bit in the hardware. But how much? You know, you see some creators stacking up the Macs. You know, that the Mac, which ones are they? The M, whatever, the ones with all the VRAM in them. They got stacks those Macs up to the ceiling because they're, you know, working on their video workflows and they're investing into that. I got to take a little break really quick. AI is going to kill desktop building. It is. That's right. Zenk AI. I want to continue this conversation, but I got to take a break. So I think it's interesting the things you were saying. I think you know, that's the whole reason I like streaming and streaming this channel, is because I want to get your perspective on this kind of stuff, and I want to hear more about what everybody's saying. But I do got to run for like 10 or 15 minutes. But I think I'm going to come back. I'll leave the stream on because I want to try a couple of more things, but I do have to bounce really good. So hit me with a follow so we can continue this stuff. And I'm not on here like, you know, slanging for follows and subs and whatever. I just really got excited about ComfyUI, and I want to learn from you guys. So I'll be right back. I'll catch you guys in a few minutes. If you're still here, I'll come back and continue. Hey. Whew. Man. I'm out of shape. I need a whiskey after all this. And do I have a whiskey? Let's see. I do. But it's an Irish whiskey. That counts. I haven't had an Irish whiskey in a long time. It's the holiday, so pour one of whatever you got. I managed to find an Irish whiskey. Cheers. How we doing on stream? This thing's still on. Camera and focus. All right. Yopi's here. Cheers. I guess today's stream was interesting in a lot of ways because did some AI stuff, but also did some other stuff. Went outside and we're working on the car seat for a long time. That's funny. You know, the child car seat, putting in the back. Like we're trying to turn it around the other direction because the little guy's getting too big. And so I did like an IRL stream of working on that. Kind of funny. Elendris! Yo, what's up? And Zeke AI's still here. Whiskey Pog. Yeah, I know. Like, I haven't had a whiskey on the stream in like such a long time. So I was like, I know I'm forgetting something. What is it? It's the whiskey. Let's pour one. Perfect. So last thing we were doing was just showing the Seed VR2 upscale. I think a lot of people still don't know about it. It's hard to keep up, honestly. It's like new models being launched all the time. Like there was just like a Pose library that was launched the other day, and I grabbed that. Let me see if I can find it. And I'm no expert. I'm just kind of like following what other people are doing. It was the scale. Yeah, I was trying to do some Pose examples. And what does this do? It just does the, let me just run it, see what it does. I don't really have anything loaded into the memory yet. I was going to animate something, but let's see what this does. This uses the NLF thing. That seems to be the new part of this. It's the scale. And some people are saying it keeps track of the pose a little better, especially when the person turns around. It's also supposed to do multi-person poses a little better. And would you say that using AI means that you don't need all the hardware anymore? Well, I don't know. Like, what do you mean by that? Because you need hardware. Do you mean just like mocap and the suits and all that stuff? Because if you mean that, I hope so. I don't think so yet. Because we watched Corridor Digital, and they do VFX on YouTube, and they do all that stuff. They do mocap and advanced VFX workflows and whatever. But they were using this kind of stuff and figured out how to replace some of their workflows. So I think yes and no. But what they show also is that you still need that experience. They still came in with, all of that experience of previous mocap But like mad RAM, big GPU, mocap and whatnot is bigger than that. I don't know. I mean, obviously, AI right now as a whole uses more GPU, more VRAM, more electricity than ever before, like on a global thing. So whether you're doing it in-house or out-of-house like API, using third-party platforms for all their VRAM, it's still using the hardware. But the AI can take a load off your local hardware. Yeah, if you're using the, if you're not doing it locally, I guess, then yeah. Because I used to run render farms, like for 3D workflows and just like, just old school video editing and compositing in After Effects, Cinema 4D, and so on. And we put as many cores, CPU cores, as we could. And it ate up a lot of juice. It ate up a lot of electricity, a lot of power, kept computers busy for a long time. Or you could choose to do it, on a third-party platform. But the workflow is the same. I think same with AI. You can bring it in-house and struggle with big GPUs and VRAM. You'll have to buy the big ones if you want to use the big models. Or you can... But see, what I'm thinking is, the point I'm trying to make is either way you do it, it's still sucking up power for someone. It just depends on if you want to pay the API price or you want to run it yourself. Like if you're running solar power, and your house is like powered and you want to invest in your own gear, I think there's still a time for that. I think there's still a use case for that. Because one GPU, the farm is so massive. Yeah, beyond what a single person can imagine, I think, the scale of GPU. Because there's so many players, even if you understood what Mark Zuckerberg was doing, or Elon Musk, or Sam Altman, or any of the others, Oracle, Amazon, Google, even if we could comprehend the scale they operate at, it's hard to comprehend the scale they all operate at together as a whole, along with all the smaller groups and individuals. So it's a little nutty. But I think there's definitely a place for running your own GPU, because remember, with a GPU, you could do a lot of things, not just inference a model like we're showing here. There's so many things you could do, more than you could do with an API key. With an API key, you're working through their pipe, the limitations of the pipe that they've set for you that presumably will do what you need it to do, will give you the output that you paid for. But with no other freedom, you're working on their guardrails, their censoring, and their limits in their creativity and their pipeline. With your own GPU, you can create in ComfyUI things that just may not even be possible on a third-party API. Plus, you can go do LLMs, you could do video games, you could do 3D rendering in your own Blender, Cinema 4D, After Effects, Krita, whatever. So, yeah. The current models that are public, you might be able to do it yourself. Yeah. And then the stuff they have, yeah. Yeah, if you look at it, I mean, it seems like the premium platforms are ahead, but by how far? Sometimes a little bit, sometimes a lot, but the free models catch up and surpass eventually, but the paid is still kind of has the lead due to the massive scale of compute, due to the many people that they've sniped to work for them, all the AI engineers that they've steal from each other. It's like a war between the developers and the engineers and the architects. They're always trying to snipe each other's main architects, the guys who really know what's going on, the guys who really understand AI. And so they're always ahead for that reason, right? But I don't think there's a huge disconnect. It's not so big. In fact, I think maybe in some cases, the platforms are probably also using these models that are released because they have to keep up with the science and they have to keep up with academia and they have to keep up with the new tech. They're also making their own that we don't know about. You know, they have their secrets and their intellectual property. They're never going to let us know. They're not going to publish that. But they are going to use what everybody else is publishing in academia. Because remember, in academia, papers, they're open. They're supposed to be published and shared. The algorithms are released, you know. And so I think it works both ways. Industry is driving academia and academia also driving industry. It's a bi-directional relationship, maybe. Who's going to win? Who's going to come out ahead? I don't know. That's what the fight is. Place your bets. How do you want to bet? You want to invest in NVIDIA? You want to invest in the stock market? You want to buy your own GPUs? Place your bets. Make your stance. You know, I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody does. We just speculate. Nobody knows. Yeah. Yeah, you're not a betting man, so I never win, but that also means you never lose. Yep, I'm the same way. I'm a little bit heavier on the cautious side. I don't really, you know, you bet big, you win big, but you also lose big. So, you know, I try to keep my bets to a minimum. Try not to be betting. Try to invest in what I know for sure. Boring to some, but also practical. Practical. Well, let's see what we got here. We did a render on the scale thing. I didn't really notice like too much difference. You know, I tried to do an advanced method that was beyond my capabilities. I tried to do the pole dance. I wanted to make my character pole dance because I promised the stream a long time ago that I would dance on the pole. And it turns out I was too fat to dance on the pole. So I thought, you know what? Now with the pose models, maybe I can finally dance on the pole. Nope.com. That was too advanced for these simple poses. Like it needs something more. Even when I tried vase with the depth and the pose, a little bit too advanced, I think, for my experience. I think maybe if I come back in a few months and I try it again, maybe I could pull it off. But I realized, you know, it doesn't just do it. You know, you have to have the right framing. Whatever pose you're capturing, you know, it needs to be like this one here is very simple. This TikTok, you know, this particular video has like 100 million views or more, maybe 5 quadrillion billion views of this person who does the what's it called? The shuffle. And so, okay, that one's easy. It's framed just right. I can literally just stick this in any one of the poses and guess what? My character will start doing the shuffle. So no problem there, which is amazing to me. That was pretty incredible to see how good, you know, the WAN animate and vase and whatever, you know, they were doing it. But for the pole dance, to understand the character kind of holding the pole, going in front and behind it, that's like good luck. We'll leave that to the pros. That one was a little bit too much for me. But I'll try again because I promised everybody I would.
I almost ran into your wall.
Oh, how you doing?
I almost ran into the wall.
I was showing the, you know, the chat streaming. This is very interesting because, you know, people are interested in this stuff, and you know, I think there's a lot of like, I still think everyone's still in shock with AI and doesn't know completely what's going to happen. But it's fun to talk about because for the exact reason. Nobody really understands what's happening here, but we're all into it. We're kind of like, we're all going forward on this ship, full speed ahead. And we have no idea where we're going. At any time we could fall off the edge of the earth, but no one cares. You know what I mean? Or we're going to reach, we don't know what we're going to reach, but there's going to be something there eventually. I feel like that's how it is. Now, if you ask Sam Altman, he is not going to say that. Sometimes he does. He actually gets, what would you call it? He gets existential about AI and stuff because it's Sam Altman. He's also the eccentric CEO in his own way. But the CEOs, they're pretty dead set out. They know what's going to happen because they want to sell it. They have investors. Like, they have a job. It's Sam Altman's job to sell this product and to keep this company going. And it's so big and moving so fast and so volatile. Anything can happen. They've already fired him once. You remember the drama. Then they brought him back in, and then I guess it's going okay. But, he's going to not say who knows what's going to happen. He's going to say, this is what's going to happen. We're going to, create jobs. We're going to replace jobs. And he's going to tell it the way the company wants to see it, the way is most profitable for the company. So I don't listen to any of these guys that, speculate on the future of AI because they're in charge of a lot of money. They have a very important job and they have responsibility to a shit ton of people. They are not going to fuck around like we are on a Saturday night, Sunday morning, and speculate about the world. We can say whatever we want because, investors are not going to, hire a hit on us, because it's such a high money thing. So we get to be honest. I don't think that the people that are in positions of influence and power are really going to tell us anything other than what they want to sell us. Right? It's reasonable. A little bit, what would you call it? A little cynical on the cynical side, I know, but also a little bit on the, wake up everyone. That's why you got to download ComfyUI and learn about this stuff yourself. And so you can, see what it's all about and see what the momentum is like, in the community, in the AI community. But I see Hottie Tom is here telling me to go to bed. Well, you're not wrong, Hottie Tom. Could probably use some more sleep, but you know damn well that's not going to happen. Zinc says it won't be Terminators. It'll be something else. Skynet. It's beyond Skynet. Yep, I agree. I think it's probably not going to be what everybody thinks. But maybe it'll be something else. I don't think it'll be Terminators. Some people say, is AI going to take over the world and kill us all because it decides we're, using up its valuable resources? Maybe. But I don't really think that AI is going to take over. I think people are going to continue to try to destroy humanity. I think we do that. I think if you let us, with no checks and balances, I'm pretty sure we would just, destroy everything we create at some point. I'm afraid of humans. But the AI, I don't think so. I don't know. Maybe just me. Maybe. What should I do for IRL? That one's easy to answer. Actually, I don't know. But it's the holidays. Do something related to holidays. Take the stream. You know what? I went outside, Blondie, a little while ago. I don't know. You can check my VOD or whatever, but I took my truck out to the driveway and just backed it up a little bit. And I have underglow lights under my truck, which looks really cool. And I had it on amber colors. And so I showed the stream the colors under the truck. And then they were mad. They were like, oh, where'd you get that? Where'd you get that nice truck? And weird thing about my neighborhood, it just happened to end up like this. My neighborhood is one of the neighborhoods that likes to decorate with Christmas lights. And people from all over the city will come and drive through and take tours through my neighborhood because all these crazy fuckers in my neighborhood put the lights over the street, like from house to house. They're all, I don't know how this happened. It's just luck where they're all fanatics on Christmas lights. And so that is, I think, a content idea. I would like to see that, right along for IRL. So that's interesting content because, looking at Christmas lights is something a lot of people do. They even go out of their way and travel just to go look at lights. It's tradition for a lot of families to do that. It's also a technical challenge because it's IRL. That means you're driving, in places you might be familiar with or places less familiar. So you got to have signal. And I even lost my signal. What's this? Oh, Miss Psynaps says that there's yelling outside. There's some chaos going on outside. What time is it? 2 a.m. on Saturday. Let's see. I got to check my webcams. See who's yelling outside. I don't see anybody. That's trippy. I'm not going to go get mixed up in some drama. Oh, get the drone? That's a good idea, Hottie Tom. I could drone it. Oh, shit, I got to charge my drone batteries. I almost forgot. But I took my... decorating the car. Alendra said someone at work had decorated their car. People do that too. Like, they will, do all kinds of lights on their car. Now, me, my truck's kind of new, so I don't want to fuck up my paint. I got black paint, so, it was a good idea when I saw the truck. I was like, I want that one. It was like black. I want to do black on black. But then now you got to be careful with the scratches. So I didn't want to put lights on the paint, but I put lights on the bed on the Tiano cover. I put some lights. And then I got the underglow. So it lights up. I know that's fancy stuff. People, spend money on their vehicle. Sometimes they put big tires and all kinds of stuff. I saved a lot of money by not doing tires. It already had pretty big tires on it to begin with. So I didn't do the tires, but I did do the underlights and I did do the Tianu cover, which is still a hell of a lot cheaper than lift kit and tires for sure. But you got a black car. Taping lights on the car hurts the paint. Yeah, it does. It does. I mean, it's not a big deal. Some people don't care. It's like, oh, that'll buff out, and it will. But, if you're trying to take care of your, right now, I'm still in the honeymoon phase with my vehicle. So I'm trying to take care of the, what's it called? The coating. Try not to scuff it up too much because you can only buff that so many times before you're down to the paint, You only get so many full buffs before you rub that shit out, But can you make it green? Yes. It's LEDs, so you can even make it breathe, and go through the LEDs. And they're not too expensive either. You know what the most expensive thing of the underglow, the LED lights for your car? They're actually not on Amazon. You can get some, how they are, LEDs are bright, they're all kinds, and so that's not the expensive part. It's if you want to have it installed. So if you install it yourself, if you don't hesitate to go under your car and, if you know how to mount it and everything, and you have the patience, that's my problem is, I'll be under there, fucking shit, fuck, fucking brackets doesn't fit, shit, and I'll get frustrated. But if you have the patience, do it yourself. It's not going to lie. You can have all the lights you want. You did PPF? Blondie has a badass Porsche, old school Porsche. It's always awesome. It's like, she's done lots of pictures and on it and traveling with it and stuff and streaming in it. So Blondie and her Porsche is like a match, like a duo. But that's awesome. That's how you take care of it. So, and it's expensive too. That's the problem is, when you want to really take care of it, then you invest into it. And it's not cheap, but it's kind of like what you have to do if you really want to take care of it. And mine came with a little bit, the factory PPF on the places, but it's not enough, Yep. Oh my God. Yep. Yeah, you should put the lights under it. What if you put yellow? What if you put the underglow lights and then you put them on yellow? It'd be pretty cool. Yeah, but that's another thing to buy. But they're not that expensive. Like I'm saying, like what was it? There's a brand on Amazon. Now, okay, so the car community, they get a little bit elitist sometimes. So they're going to scoff if you are buying lights on Amazon. But you know what? In the last couple of years, if you look at the YouTube videos of all the car guys that, they get every single thing that comes out and they install it and they're sponsored, they actually like these, a lot of these new light kits that are coming out. Like they don't like trash them at all. Like these light kits, they're fine. They're waterproof. They don't, they last long enough and they're cheap enough. If they don't last forever, okay, no big deal. They're like cheap enough. You could buy another one in, 5 or 10 years if they don't last all the way. But I don't see that being a problem at all. Like they're getting good reviews and I like lights. Anyway, I'm biased. I think the lights are cool and fun. I gotta get a Psynaps sticker. I don't know if I have stickers that I need to make. Does that mean I need to make a sticker? Maybe I've had stickers before. I feel like I used to, but I have to find some good ones. Yeah, I gotta make a sticker. I was thinking about making that with this. This is a dumb idea, but with the AI, you could probably, if you didn't have a sticker, you could AI it on everything that I forgot to do or didn't do yet. Like I think the AI could hopefully fix it. But yeah, you definitely make it with a sticker with the AI for sure. Ceramic or graphene. You know what I was putting? My rear tires are 325 wide, big boys. That's pretty cool. Taping lights on the car. It's paint. I felt like I missed Hottie Tom up there. But I'll show you. You can always you can go back and look at it because I don't usually go outside at night. Usually I stay inside and stream from inside, and I don't really stream outside. But tonight was kind of we're trying to fuck with the back seat, so I went out there and showed a little bit. But most of the lights are already turned off in our neighborhood, so you didn't get to see them all. But everybody still has those ones that hang across. So weird. The freaks come out at night. There's some drama going on out there. Somebody was yelling out there. My neighborhood's pretty peaceful, so people are yelling. It's like, what? Who's yelling? What's going on out there? But for my truck, what I've been doing is I haven't tried to get any ceramic coating or anything on it. I think it was probably coated with something a little bit out of the factory, but I was doing the spray. So I was trying the different methods. I've always liked washing my car. I mean, I'll let it get really dusty. Don't get me wrong. I don't like going out there and just fucking washing it. I'm not like a detailer or whatever, but I take pride in when I do wash it, I am very thorough and I'm, particular about washing it. It's very therapeutic, to wash. So I've tried the different wash methods. I tried the standard 2-bucket method, where you use your regular, soap and you do contact wash with the thing, the 2-bucket. And then I tried the, what's the one with the, where you just, what's that stuff called? The, rinseless wash. It's not rinseless. I mean, you still rinse, but it's got that real soft kind of chemical in it that, helps you take off the dirt, and you actually don't need to do a 2-bucket method. You just kind of, pre-wet it with the pre-wash, and then you just wipe it down. I like to do that method. If you don't detail, you won't know what I'm talking about, but if you do, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And then I'll put on a coat. The last thing I'll do is I'll coat it with that real slippery stuff. The, the ceramic coated, what do they call it? They call it, there's like a little nickname for it. Helps you dry it. Just after you rinse it off, you just spray that stuff on there. It's got some ceramic. You just dry it off and it leaves it nice and coated and slippery. And literally slippery. Like if you put a cup or something on it, it'll just like slide off, and it's got that hydrophobic stuff. So the water beads up. So I'll put it on that, but that stuff, it doesn't last that long. That's your sacrificial layer, they call it. I've seen these washes, just spray it on, rinse it, and it works. Yeah. F-150. It's a Tacoma. Yeah. Somebody in here earlier had a Raptor. They had a Raptor and it got stolen and they were saving up for another one. I was like, "Ooh, Raptor." Those ones are crazy. But yeah, I got the new Tacoma. I always wanted one. And I haven't had a car payment in forever. In, many, many years. Like I just drove the same car all the time. So I wasn't even into it. I didn't want to spend any money on it. Because my car had wheels and it got where I was going, and I always wanted a Tacoma. So finally I got one because my car was like, it's getting old. But your daily's a 2011 Tacoma. Nice. Yeah, there's a lot of pride. Like, the taco community. Everybody that's got one of those older Tacomas, the best generation Tacoma is the one you own, is what they say. Your car's getting old? No, Blondie, no, that's cars. You just ride it till it doesn't ride anymore. And just drive it. It's fine. Yep. My car was literally old. Like, I was starting to get worried about safety, actually. One of the concerns about my old car. That was what I was worried about. Was I think there was a recall on the airbags, and I never even went in to change them. I was like, oh shit. I have a 2011 F-150. Oh yeah, for my truck, along with my two other vehicles. Sounds good. So many airbag recalls. I mean, the airbags, man. That's like basic saving your life. Metal on metal, bone on metal doesn't work very well. If you don't hit the airbag, then God help you. So hopefully the Tacomas, I think they got some good airbags in there. I hope. Hopefully I didn't void it, because I think I ran some what are they called, the webcams. I ran some wires through. Hopefully I didn't I think I did it right. Hopefully I didn't fuck my airbags up. But all the new cars, they have, new safety stuff, like all the cameras and a lot of sensors, it's like they're driving computers pretty much, which is good and bad. The good thing is, I think it's good for safety to have it all rigged up, the state of the art safety shit. That's good if, God forbid, you get in a crash. But the bad thing is they're also like dumb stuff. Like they got SIM cards in them that are always on. The dealership can like track your location and all this weird stuff that I personally feel like it's an invasion of privacy and whatever. And a lot of the Tacoma community feels that way too. Like, the Tacoma community is like a community of like off-roaders and, overlanders. And so a lot of those guys don't want to be connected to the grid and all of this shit that the new Toyotas have. So I was a little bit worried about that, but I just kind of forgot about it. The wheels turn, gets me where I'm going. So I don't even think that I'm a driving beacon of information tracking. But all the new cars are like that, though, for some reason. I don't like the new car sensor things. They can see everything. Right. So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, there's the pros and cons. It's like, the pros are once you get used to all that stuff, it's hard to, you kind of rely on it. I kind of like it. I think for the most part, because I'm a nerd too. Like, I like gadgets, so I like a lot of that stuff. But at the same time, it's like, a complete violation. It's like they want you to pay monthly. I think in the Toyotas, the new Toyotas, they want you to pay monthly for GPS and SIM card. And it's like, I don't know, $50-$60 a month. And then you can unlock your doors from your phone and use the GPS. And it's like, come on, there's fucking Google Maps. I'm not going to pay for that shit. I already have SIM cards. And if you do IRL streaming, you probably have a couple of SIM cards already. Paying for that shit. Not going to pay for the crappy one that's in the car with the crappy subscription. Like, get out of here, you know. But for other people that are not a nerd like me, they don't know how to hook their phone up to their car. They don't know how to use Google Maps or whatever. Then they're going to pay that subscription. That's fine. Maybe the old grandmas and stuff got to get that stuff, you know, going. But for me, it just pisses me off. I'm like, get that SIM card out of there. I'm not going to be sharing my location with you. Then I'm going to go to McDonald's and then start getting McDonald's ads because they're tracking my location or something. You know, I don't know. They're going to do something dumb with that information. It doesn't benefit me at all. So fuck them. Your Mustang 2015. Even if I upgrade my infotainment, they can see it. Yeah. Yeah, the BMWs do that too. I'm sure they all do it. I don't think there's any getting around it. I mean, if you have to have an old car if you want to get around. I think all the new cars have all that stuff. You know, as long as they don't like, you know, I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be worse. But if the consumer doesn't call their bullshit, I think it could get worse. I think the consumers need to stop being so careless about that kind of stuff. Like, I think for the most part, people don't care about the tracking and the information grabbing and all of this stuff. It's kind of dirty. It's kind of nasty when you see the whistleblowers talk about, you know, what they're doing with our info and all that. It's like, and also as a streamer, like as a creator, it's like, I don't mind. Look, I'm live. Who knows who's watching? Anyone in the world could watch the stream. It's not like I'm being super private. It's just that I want to say when I am sharing information and when I'm not. I don't want it being taken from me privately from my own home during times that I don't want it to be taken. I want to say when I'm sharing and when I'm not. So there's freedom, I guess, is what I'm saying. Freedom and consent is the problem I have with the information grabbing. So I don't want to get too tinfoil hat about that. But the point I was trying to make is that the consumer should say, we don't like this. Don't do this. This is not the feature we want. We want these features, but without the bullshit. Can you make that happen? My way of calling them out is to simply not buy it. Right. And then you can boycott, which I think people are doing with a lot of the new gen cars that are coming out. You know, people like those who have like old Tacomas, for example, like the Tacoma forums, you know, when the 4th gen's coming out with all this, some of this bullshit integrated in with the new infotainment thing and the little sensors and SIM cards and all that. And you can't just simply turn it off. You can't just pull the fuse out. Apparently, if you pull the fuse out, it'll break half the dashboard. So that's scummy. They were not happy about that. You know, they were like, you know, fuck these new gens. I'm just happy with my 3rd gen. Just stick with that. You know, it's like, I want to buy a new one or an old one. I think I'm going to get the old one. But I think for the most part, what you see, it's funny. Well, related to the Tacomas, and I'm sure this is true for the other brands as well. We do it anyway. You know, the people complaining about it, and then we go and buy it and then just complain about it. And I think stuff is getting done. Like, I think there's mods and stuff that get around it. You know, like at least they do let you use Google or Android. What's it called? Android Auto or whatever, you know, both for Android and for iOS. You can connect the phone to the system, play your music, do your maps, and it'll show up on the screen and whatever. So as long as they don't like cut that off, as long as they don't try to like paywall it all the way and there's a workaround, then I was okay with it. I was like, okay. You know, I was at the Toyota dealership and I was like, can I bring my own phone? Like, I don't want any of these subscriptions. Like, it's just not my personality. I'm not gonna buy that shit. Like, I've got my own Google Maps. I'm already being tracked. You know, my phone's fucking broadcasting my location everywhere anyway. I don't want any more of that. Can I just use like my phone? And they're like, oh yeah, of course. Yeah, you just use your phone. It's Android Auto. You don't need any of that stuff. You know, they're just going to try to sell it to me. So I was like, you better be telling me the truth. And they were. It's fine. But yeah, but we got to be strict with them. We can't just let them do whatever they want, because they don't let us do whatever we want. You know, they try to paywall us. So the Lexus, right? The Zen, is it Zenkai, or is it like Zenk AI? I don't know, Zenkai. I think it's Zenkai. I don't want to say it wrong, but if I say it wrong, just correct me. But yeah, my mom, she did a Lexus for a while. She retired, and I think she'd always wanted a Lexus, and she ended up getting one. But she traded it in. Actually, she doesn't have a Lexus anymore. She actually went back to what did she get? I don't know, Toyota. I think she went from Lexus to Toyota, but she did have a Lexus for a while. And they're smooth. Those Lexuses, they're smooth driving machine. I don't think I would drive a Lexus. I mean, I would, but I don't really want to go, not going to go buy one. If Lexus gave me one, I would drive it. I would be happy to drive their Lexus, should they gift me one. Zenkai. Okay, got it. Yep. I'm just so focused on AI, you know, it's kind of infected our brains. My brain has been infected by it, but all of us, you know, all of society is just very AI centric right now. And people are spending their time, their money, they're investing in it. It's moving very fast, a little bit too fast. There's speculation of bubbles, what that could do to the economy. That wouldn't be good, by the way. You know, Blondie, if that AI is a bubble, it's going to fuck up all those GPUs on the cloud, I'm afraid. I mean, I don't know that for sure. But, you know, what I did notice was that when AI started getting crazy, they started using all the GPUs. So all of my data centers that I use that have all the cloud GPUs, they invested in more GPUs. So we actually got more GPUs and more to choose from, and we got upgrades, and we've done upgrades, and we've done your servers got upgrades. But there's such a bubble. If it pops, and then there's all those GPUs out there, all still plugged in, and what's going to happen? We don't know. Fingers crossed. Everybody stays sane. Please, people. Be careful. AI sucks, cats rule. The cats rule. Oh, AI sucks, cats rule. I get it. AI sucks, cats. People suck. Did you see that one AI of the cat doing the copy machine? Let me see if I can find that. That was good. That wasn't made on Comfy, though. I don't think. Let me find it. I think it's like the top picture on Civet, but you got to watch out on Civet because they do adult content. You guys want to, if you guys are gooners, then Civet is the goon place. But let me see where, without getting banned here, where do I find this cat? Over here somewhere. Looking for the cat. I would show it on the screen, but you never know. You don't want to be putting Civet on here. Even though it does have filters, it will filter out the adult pictures. We're not looking for adult. We don't want any nip slips. We just want the cats. Where is the cat? Most reactions. I bet it's here. I can't find it now. It was like number 1. now it's lost in the sea of endless AI flop. Oh, that's why I had filters on. Hold on. Give me another chance. I'm gonna find this thing. Where are you? Oh, see, there's already nip slip. I saw it, but it was art. Oh, I found it. Oh, here it is. Okay, hold on. Okay, watch this. Tell me if this does anything for you. All right. Hold on. Let me play it. I'm getting ready. Here you go. Watch this shit. Keep watching. Watch. It is an endless cat copy machine. Copycat. Get it? It's a copycat. And it just loops forever. The cats just keep coming out. I don't know why I like that. I'm not like a big cat meme guy. I didn't think I was anyway. Then I saw this, and my whole worldview has changed. AI slop. Does this not please you? Do I want to join stream? I mean, yeah, but I'm probably not streaming for much longer, but we should sometime. But do you think your cats would like this? But anyway, what I like about this, my favorite thing about it, besides the cats, is it's a perfect loop. You know how hard it is to do a perfect loop? But the AI does it seamlessly. But apparently this was made, it says on the right side here, it was made by DeepMake. Animate Diff, whatever that is. So DeepMake, that's like a platform. So I think you could make this, the quality of this, you should be able to make it with Comfy, but it's not technically Comfy. But anyway, if you want to see where all these models and you want to see more AI art, and it's good art, like a lot of it is amazing. Like this website will blow your mind. Just make sure you're aware of, I'm logged in, so it'll show me all the content. If you're not logged in, it won't show you the boobies. But if you are logged in, watch out, because there's a lot of anime and there is a lot of, for some reason, AI generated stuff. You think you've seen it all? You have not seen it all. There is something that will like make you wonder what the hell is going on with the world when you see this website. It's moderated, you know, it's not, there's no like gore or, you know, bad stuff. There's not like bad stuff, but it's adult stuff, okay? Like every fetish you could imagine. For whatever reason, I don't know what it is. Like the AI people, they're making models. Like what was a weird one? I'll give you an example. I'll try to change the subject, but once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's like what was one? It was like mask, BJ's with a mask on. I guess that's like an anime thing. And what was another one? Like these weird, like X-ray nipples. No, I can't think of them all. But let me see what the chat says. Perfect loop, perfect for shorts. I did make one perfect loop. And I want to make more. I'm not done with this. I just haven't figured out what I'm doing with it yet. But I made one, and this is before I upgraded the model and upgraded the node, because some guys gave me some hints on some better models and nodes for WAN. But this was just like with one of the default ones that come with ComfyUI. And I didn't know it, but it's a 4 or 5 image first frame to last frame kind of workflow. But it's also a perfect loop. It just keeps looping all the time, like seamlessly from like 5 pictures. And it kind of glitches out. Like it's not supposed to do some of that shit. But I think if I like upgraded it, then it would be fine. It would loop smoothly. And I don't know what it is. I mean, I just had like a set of pictures that I made from Quen Image Edit. So I just stuck them in this thing and bam, that popped out. That's kind of cool. Blondie says, bruh. Bruh, what? Did you log into Civit? Be careful over there. For adults. You guys are all adults, so you can go there. Just make sure the cats are not looking. They will meow. Elendra says, I will be called weird, but I absolutely don't like all the AI. I think that's Elendra's perfectly natural. That was kind of, I realized that would happen when I started streaming this. I realized that it could go either way. Like, you know, people might want to talk about it and may be curious. Others, you know, might rage. As you know, I've been part of like the creative community for a long time, and no one is more skeptical about, you know, AI's impact than artists because of copyright, because all of the art that artists have been contributing, you know, to the community all of this time is being used to train AI. And then these big AI companies are selling these models and selling, you know, AI generation. And it's all been trained on art that, you know, artists have published on, you know, the art websites. And so it's a little, it's, you know, it cuts deep, I think, for creatives to really work their ass off. But at the same time, I think it's a tool. It's kind of like when Photoshop came out, artists were pissed. When the digital camera came out, artists were pissed. Photographers were like, that's not photography, right? You know, if you're not in the dark room developing your own film, you're not a photographer. And I think that's still true. You know, there's an art that's a little bit lost there. You know, I can't disagree with them. But it doesn't mean you're an artist if everything's digital now. It doesn't mean that we lost maybe that one art of developing, but we're not less of a creative or less of an artist. I think it's the same with the AI. You know, I'm here trying to figure out, what are we doing with this? Asking the question, what is this? Like, why? What can we use it for? What's it good for? I mean, we know what it's good for, cat memes. I mean, if you want to get some cats going with AI, then that's your tool, right? But, you know, if it's not that, what else? What can we do with it professionally? Like, how can we make our lives better with it and maybe each other's lives better with it instead of destroying the world? Like maybe that's going to happen too if we let it, but let's not let it. Why is talking about AI copyrighted? No, it's not. I don't think it's not talking about it's not copyrighted. I just mean talking about copyright is what I meant. Is like there is something to talk about there. Because of the training, like, no, we don't know all the time exactly what these models were trained on. Some that information is not released. You know, like OpenAI, for example. You know, we're not going to know if that AI has been trained on your material. You know, if you are an artist and your art is all over the world on the internet, and you've spent your life dedicating your life to your art and publishing it, your published works are being used to train the AI without your knowledge or consent. And so when we go into our AI models and we create AI generated artwork, this artwork may have been trained on copyright material, some of it. We don't know that. But we know that it is. We know that it's being trained on that stuff. And we don't know how much, to what degree. Also, the same with LLMs. You guys knew this, right? Did you know, I don't know how many of you guys did college and wrote college papers, but did you know that before AI, and it's probably still going on now, that college students that would grade papers, like what do they call them? TAs, teacher assistants, and sometimes graduate students and stuff. The professor would just give all the grading to the underling TAs. They had to do all the grading. The TAs would sell your papers for money to platforms. And then as a college student, you could go to the platform and buy the paper so that you didn't have to write it. You could just say, okay, look up your university, look up your class, and be, this teacher, the platform has all of their papers. And so you could just go and buy, the papers and select which grade it got and whatever. So that's going on. And we actually found one of the papers that Miss Psynaps wrote was online. And we did a search. She was doing a search for something, and she found her paper was for sale online. One of her TAs sold her out. So anyway, point I'm trying to make is, couldn't believe that was going on. Big universities too. It's going on the most in big universities. Now it's the AI. Now you don't have to buy the paper anymore. I mean, I guess you could. It's old school. Now you just get the AI to write your paper, right? You just go to Google, fucking write your whole paper for you just instantly. If you wanted to. I mean, you don't have to. I'm not saying you should do that. That's not a good idea. You're probably not going to, it's not going to be as smooth as you think it would be. But the AI is being trained on all of those materials. So now when they have AI detectors, even when you write your own paper, the AI detectors are detecting it as written by AI, even when it's written by a real person, because the AI has been trained on all of those previous papers. So it thinks that style of writing is also AI, and it can't tell the difference anymore. Right, you heard of the AI detectors. So it's bad, and it's even worse than I guess we thought. And the AI detectors, remember, they just want money. These platforms, they say, yes, it works. It's 99%, 95% accurate, 99%. It works. Buy it, sell it to the university, get a huge contract. We're talking about huge university contracts. Can you imagine what these contracts are for AI detectors for the entire department, possibly even the entire university? They're big contracts, and they bought them, and now they're finding out that they don't work because your papers have been uploaded already to the AI, and the AI has been trained on all of our work. It even thought that the Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, was flagged as written by AI because the AI has been trained on it. So that shit doesn't work, obviously. Pretty sure the U.S. Constitution was written before there was electricity or AI. Elindra says, I knew TAs were doing that when I was in college. It was late 80s, early 90s. The TAs, what? They don't get enough. They don't get paid enough to grade those papers, so they're slinging them on the dark web. It's funny and dumb. Fuck them for doing that to our papers without consent. I don't like that kind of stuff. I would never do that. How much money are they actually paying? It's not like they're paying a lot of money. Come on, that's some cheap bullshit right there. Go fucking have a bake sale. Selling people's papers. That's messed up. If I want to sell my paper, I'll sell it myself. I need to get, look, all I'm saying, all I need is a little bit of kickback from those sales. And who knows, maybe I'll be happy. But if I'm not getting any kickback and you're just selling my stuff, you're naughty. That is naughty. You should not do that. That's bad. Don't be a bad guy. Listen to good guy Psynaps. Don't be bad. Be good. Be better. You don't have to be an angel. You don't have to be like Mother Teresa. Just don't be like a spawn of Satan. People are writing the real things and being told they are AI. Right. Yes. That was that was what I was worried about. I'm glad that I'm not in college anymore because I think they would bust me because I used to I wrote okay. Like I thought I did. I got good marks on my writing, and I bet they would throw me to the fish because those AI detectors would come back and the teachers wouldn't be smart enough to know better. I felt like I'd be a victim to something like that whenever I was in school. And also, I also like using tools. Like I would not hesitate to use AI as a tool for like a writing tool, for spell check, for outlines, for ideas, for brainstorming, for, you know, writing is a creative process. And I use AI to do, you know, basic writing, basic spell checking. I'll even ask the AI, how do you spell something? The AI not only knows how to spell check, but it'll give you the history of whatever the topic you're talking about is. So you just have to know, don't go copy paste what the AI says. The AI is good for writing you ideas. You can write something, it can proofread it. It can, you know, help you to structure your ideas, give you suggestions. It's kind of like an English teacher in your pocket, an English professor. The AI probably knows more than an English professor knows by this point. And so it's a tutor in your pocket. Just use it for that. Don't try to just copy paste. Everybody knows people who copy paste AI. It's embarrassing. You should be ashamed. Okay, if it's something informal, you just want to copy paste to get to the next thing. Everybody's done that. Everybody's vibe coded a little one-shot AI, paste it in and go. Okay, so I get it. But not for like some things you should not do that for. And we can teach kids too. Like we can teach everybody that's like starting to learn AI. You know, you're trying to figure out how to teach kids how to write papers. Should they be allowed to use AI or not? Some people are not teaching kids AI. They're withholding AI from the kids. They want them to learn the old school way first and not see AI or know how to use it. Other parents don't care. They're letting their kids use AI that kids are turning in their papers written entirely by AI, and the teachers are pissed. So there's a balance we need, obviously. You can't just withhold it from them. That's stupid. And you can't just let them go crazy with it. Then you're just lazy, stupid or lazy, probably both. The challenge is like figuring out how it works and then giving it to kids in a way that they can use it to help them and benefit them for the rest of their life. Hey, I could do a TED Talk on that for them kids. I could do it for them kids. People are writing the real things and being told they're AI. It's good for brainstorming. I can help you imagine ideas, but don't let it be the idea. Yep. Well, I think it's pretty clear. I think a lot of things about AI are new that we've never experienced before. But there's a lot of things we've already experienced that we already know. We already know that people who are creative, you know, artists, creatives, professionals, masters, people who like to master their art, whatever it is. It doesn't have to be like art, like drawing or sketching. It could be, you know, the process or, you know, whatever. But people who are creative are going to continue to be creative. They're going to use tools in a novel and creative ways, and they're going to innovate because they're already creative. It wouldn't matter if it was AI or some other tool. They're going to use all of the tools how they want in a creative and innovative way. People who are not creative, for whatever reason, maybe they're good at something else. Maybe they're good at knocking things over, you know, but they're not very creative. They're going to fuck up with these creative tools. They're not going to be very creative with them. And the same thing would have happened with any other tool because they're not that creative. It's a terrible, it's not coming out right. But you know what I mean? I think that, you know, same with writing. People that, love to write and are going to be great writers, they're going to use the tool for good. They're going to use it to help them. People who are terrible at writers, they're just going to have the AI write it for them. And that's as far as they're going to get. And they're lucky because the AI will help them get much farther than they would have without it. So I think we're all on the same page after that analysis. It's like none of that is going to change. And I think it's probably been the same forever since before AI. It's just people's personalities. AI can't create the ideas. Well, it's supposed to be able to at some point. Just remember, don't believe everything that Sam Altman says, because he'll tell you stuff that benefits the company. Stuff like AI is going to replace some percentage of all jobs at some point. OpenAI would profit from that. OpenAI would love if their platform replaced everyone's jobs and all you had to do was just buy their AI. Stop paying your employees. We'll save you a whole bunch of money. Just buy our platform. We'll save you money and you pay us. Business 101. So watch out for that. I don't think OpenAI's platform is going to replace any jobs unless those jobs were shit to begin with. I was really surprised by Bill Gates. Bill Gates is huge on AI replacing all the jobs. I think someone like old guy like Bill Gates just thinks everyone's an idiot. He's right. When you're a genius like Bill Gates, everyone seems like an idiot. He just thinks that his AI is good enough to take over all those jobs. That one was a little bit much from Mr. Gates. I'll say he was a bit bold for me on that one. Blonde, you want to say Psynaps is genius? Well, thank you, Blondie. I appreciate that, but I can use all the IQ I can get because if I were smarter, then maybe I could cure cancer or do something cool. But look, here I am fucking with exploding 3D text. Okay. I don't know how genius I could possibly be. I'm not sure it's all that much genius. Although that explosion does look pretty cool. Look at all those little particles popping out there. But I'll take it, but I don't know about that. That's going a little too far. Zenkai says AI isn't going to replace the glow plugs on a diesel engine for a nitrogen cart like I do. That's right. That's right. Not yet anyway. But what's his name? Weirdo Musk will say something different, right? Because he's building robots. Like his robots already build half the Teslas or whatever. He'll disagree with you, but that's only because it profits him. Alendra says, well, AI could replace him as well. Yeah, he's old enough. I think the AI could replace Bill Gates by now. That's right, Alendra. That's right. Oof. The AI is going to try to replace us. Oh, man. It's okay. It's okay. We have each other. The AI takes over. Hey, you know what I watched the other night? Did you guys watch Blade Runner? You know what's kind of fun? Go watch the old, the old AI movies or, the old cyborg movies and stuff. They hit different nowadays. Blade Runner was like, the newest Blade Runner was like 2018 or something. And it had Ryan Gosling. Anna de Armas was a cool AI chick. She'll trip you out in that. It even had Dave, what's his name? Dave Bautista. Saying that right? Saying that wrong? It had fucking Harrison Ford. Can't believe I'm remembering all these names. Sometimes I can't remember names. Who else did it have? It had a bunch of people. Okay, so some A-listers in there, and it was actually a pretty good movie, but it was the AI companion, which was like a company product that, and the guy just kind of had her as his companion or whatever. Pretty trippy. Tripped me out. The other one that's trippy is, so that one's Blade Runner. And then the other one was, I think it's called Ex Machina. That one was pretty trippy. But yeah, all those old AI movies, I think they hit different nowadays. A little bit spookier than they were back then. Harrison Ford and or Ryan Gosling, the new one. Yeah. Yep. It's not a terrible movie. I mean, it's not like, it's pretty good. I think I have it, I think I downloaded it at some point. But I think all of those movies are like classic, I don't know what you call that genre of like sci-fi, futuristic AI stuff. That's not even a genre, just made it up. Where is it? Yeah, Blade Runner. Got it here. On the old, the old jellyfin. Where all the movies go. It says 7.5 IMDb. I thought it would be higher, but I don't know what it is. But so Anna de Armas, like she's awesome. Robin Wright, she's been in a lot of sci-fis. I like her. It even has Jared Leto. Jared Leto's in the new what's it called? Tron. I haven't watched the new Tron. I have yet to watch that. Mackenzie Davis. I like this girl. She's been in some movies. And also I think she's kind of cute. I think I might have a little bit crush on her. It's kind of hot. And then Dave Bautista. He was in it too, but he was only at the beginning. I think he should have been in it more. That dude's pretty intense. So yeah, these are like movies you might forget about. You forget about these kind of movies. And then you go back and be like, whoa, look at all those people. It's got everybody. It's got this guy. This guy's trippy. This guy was in, first time I saw him was in Gotham. You guys ever watch the series Gotham? I forget what it came on, but he was one of the bad guys in Gotham. He was sinister in that show. That was good. Cyberpunk. There we go. Cyberpunk sci-fi. Yep. Oof, I'm getting ads. Boo. The old one and the new one. Yep. I think the next one up for me is going to be Tron, because I haven't seen that. I might check that one out over the holidays. I don't know if it was great or not. Like, I went to the movie theater and I wasn't there to watch Tron, but it was in all the big theaters and I could hear it. And I guess it was pretty nutty in the theater. But I don't know. The previews didn't really seem amazing, but computer sci-fi shit should be cool. God, I got so distracted. I forgot what I was doing. The last thing I showed was a scale, the dancing thing. So that needs more testing because it did not deliver the promises that I thought it was. So it's probably just me not implementing it very good, but that is pretty cool. Look at that stick guy. We got to do these on some World of Warcraft characters. I think we should, what we used to do to make WoW machinimas was World of Warcraft animations was we would take the 3D models and their bone rigs and their dances and I don't know, like emotes and stuff. And then we would take the models and then, try to make animations and stuff with them, whether it was just like cheesy animations or action-packed, battles or something. But with this, you don't even have to try to like go and deal with extracting 3D models from the game files, which Blizzard doesn't like, by the way. For whatever reason, they don't like when you mine their data files. Probably copyright protection. You know, they're obligated to protect their own trademarks and copyrights, and to uphold those obligations, they have to defend against data mining. And so whether they appreciate the community or not, they just generally have to not allow it. So they make it hard for you to extract their game files. But this right here, you don't even have to do anything. You should just be able to, you know, just take a character, extract its poses, and then bam. Tron Ares. Yep. Yeah, I wasn't like in a rush to go out and see it, but I think it should. Let's see. I think I might have it. I might have it here. You gonna watch Die Hard? My kids wanted to watch Die Hard. They're not even old enough to watch rated R movies, and they were like, "I heard Die Hard is a Christmas movie." I'm like, "What? What are you talking about?" Die Hard is 1988. An 80s movie. It has drugs, boobs, violence. So, good Christmas movie. Okay, here's Tron. It has Jared Leto, Greta Lee. She's pretty trippy. Gillian Anderson, what is she in? This girl, this lady, Dana Scully in X-Files. Oh, that's the X-Files lady. Right? And Jeff Bridges, I don't know how much he was in there. Hey, doesn't this look AI generated? That's not even him. Like, do I seriously have am I getting the AI psychosis? Like, I don't even know if the real picture is real anymore. I just think everything is AI generated. That is totally AI Jeff Bridges, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh. Who's that lady? Oh, look. IMDb 6.5. That's not very good, is it? Do you have a cutoff, or do you care about IMDb ratings? I try not to care about them, but I happen to notice something. They do, for the most part, reflect if a movie sucks or not. Now, sometimes I completely disagree with IMDb's. I'm like, the IMDb's will sometimes get downvoted because of like silly things, like things that don't have anything to do with the movie, just general cultural things. They'll get downvoted. So they're not perfectly accurate. However, I happen to notice that IMDb's like below 5, I won't watch them. I tried. I thought, okay, this movie got an IMDb rating of like 4. Okay, which for the most part means it sucks. I'm like, I don't believe it. I'm going to watch these movies, these 3s and 4s anyway, because they're probably good movies and they just got a bad rap. And I go and watch those movies and I'm like, yeah, that's a bad movie. They're bad. So maybe we're just spoiled. And we just only want to watch IMDb's that are like 8 or 9, because there's so many great movies out there that we just expect every movie to be amazing. But it is true. I might have to set a cutoff. If I see the IMDb is that low, I'm like, I'm not going to spend 2 hours of my life if it's that bad. I don't know. This movie doesn't scream at me. I think Jeff Bridges needed a bigger part. Then it would be okay. You know, he has a line. He has a fashion line. Jeff Bridges. He has a fashion line of like muumuu type like outfits. They look very comfortable because this dude's like a hippie. He's like super chill, like like he's on his own plane. He's like the dude or whatever. But he's got muumuus and the designs on them are like his own drawings. Now, this sounds dumb. You might be like, okay, what is this old man weird Hollywood stuff? But when I saw them, I actually wanted one. They looked so comfortable. I would totally, in fact, I just got reminded of them. I'm going to go and look and see how much they cost because I want one of his moo things. I'm usually not like so susceptible to like celebrity fashion products and stuff. Usually I couldn't give a shit. But I saw his thing and I was like, dude, like it just made sense. It's like he didn't give a shit. He made the fucking moo because he just wants to be comfortable. And I felt like I understood. Anyway, we'll see how that goes. Back in the day, we would watch a show called Siskel and Ebert. Oh yeah. And would review movies. And we would definitely go watch anything they didn't like. Right. Wasn't there even a Simpsons episode about that? You know, where Homer became a critic and he just basically hated everything and he like started doing well as a critic or something. Yep. Well, the IMDb, it's not like that. It's like when the IMDb's are low, it's really tough to watch. You know who has a really hilarious IMDb is what's his name? Oh fuck. Now I'm doing the thing where I forget the names again. I was remembered everybody's names earlier. Now I'm not going to remember any names. I lost names for a second. Fuck. I'll remember eventually, especially when it's not relevant. I was trying to think of an actor's name that has, you know, we're talking about like an A-list actor who does bad movies for money and doesn't care. It just has like this huge IMDb just like full of movies, and all the ones that he's done in the last couple of years are just awful, are just bad. Let me see if I can find who I'm talking about. And I was thinking when you're like a creative actor and you do acting for the art, Nick Cage. It was Nicolas Cage's IMDb. Let me see if I can find it. Nick Cage. How can you forget that name? That's why I know I'm having like a brain aneurysm or something. But Nick Cage, he's making movies that are awful. And I've watched them and they're bad. And he's like the lead actor in them. And he knows better. He can make whatever movie he wants. And he's taking all these movies because he's so like into himself or whatever, just makes them all and doesn't give a shit. Starship Troopers. Classic. You know what you could do with Starship Troopers is there should be an AI Laura of Starship Troopers, where you can make the AI just like only make Starship Trooper themed images. That'd be pretty funny. But where's Nick Cage at? I wonder if you could find it this way. Cage. There it is. Some of the metadata is not loading on this. Let's see if we can find this. Look at this IMDb. 2025, 2024, 24, 24, 23, 23, 23. Some of these are actually high IMDb's, but look at this one. 3.6. 5.5, 5.1. Maybe they're some of the older ones that he was doing, but there was like a couple of years where they were just all bad. 4.2, 2.9, 4.7, 4.9, 5.1. These 2019 ones, and there's like a ton of them. And nobody is like knows about any of these movies. And look at how many he does, like multiple a year, 2028. How many movies did you guys make in a single year? And Nick Cage is over here like this. 2018, 2018, 2018, 2018, 2018, 2018. How good can it be if you're on the set of half a dozen movies, you know, it's not like you're doing method. You know, some of these actors do what's called method acting, and where they actually go, they live their life like the character. You know, they like transform into their character, and then they also act as their character off the set. You know, so they like, you know, guys like you know, who am I thinking? There's like a couple of eccentric, you know, actors who have done that. Well, if you're doing half a dozen movies in the same year, there's no way you're going to be doing any of that method acting. You're just going to be going from one role to the other. So it shows how much range he has. Apparently he's badass when it comes to acting, and he can do anything. Obviously he can, if he can pull off all of these roles. Unless he's not even trying. The other story might be he's just like, okay, I'm Nick Cage. I'm here. I have a good way of memorizing all my lines. He does his lines and then goes home and, like, you know, doesn't even give a shit. So that's kind of awesome if it's like that. Maybe he's trying to beat Christopher Lee's record. Is that who has the record? I mean, I don't even know if this is impressive. I was just impressed by it. I was like, what the hell's going on? Because I think I went and watched one of these bad ones, and I was like, nope, never mind, not watching these. I don't remember which one it was, but one was like so bad I just didn't even finish watching it. I was like, oh, it's Nick Cage. I mean, he's a genius. Let's watch the movie, you know. And then I was like, oop, regret. I did watch this Dracula one that he did. Renfield. That was a weird movie with him as Dracula. I don't know why I watched this movie, but I did. Got some names you recognize in here. He also did, this is the movie he did that was about himself, where he played himself. I don't know what I thought about this. Everybody seemed to like this. At least all the Hollywood actors seemed to like this, and they thought it was amazing. I think the most amazing part about it was that he could pull this off. But the movie is called The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, and it's Nicolas Cage as Nick Cage. He basically plays himself, and Pedro Pascal is in there. I don't even know how to explain this movie, but he's basically like an actor who he took $1 million offer to attend, you know, to basically show up and do a gig for one of his super fans who was played by Pedro Pascal. And that part was really funny. You know, it was a pretty funny movie, but it was so awkward, and he was awkward in it, playing himself. And who could pull that off? Like, what? And then everybody's like, it's genius. He plays himself. It's like, oh yeah, well, everybody wants to make a movie about themselves. He did it, and it got all these actors to be in it. So that was pretty trippy. It even had Demi Moore in it. This metadata is not loading for some reason. So I don't know if I liked that movie. I don't think I did. I think I was like, okay, I had to watch it to see what the big deal was about, but I thought it was not that great. Eddington sucked ass. This was a highly controversial movie. It was about the pandemic. It was shot in the state I live in New Mexico, where Breaking Bad was. Had Joaquin Phoenix. Joaquin Phoenix is like a method guy. He goes hardcore into his roles. Here's why it's controversial. Everybody thought it was art. And I was on the bandwagon of thinking it was dumb. It was art, I guess. But I thought it sucked ass. So if you guys haven't seen that one and you want to see a movie, I don't know. If you like artsy movies, then, and I'm an artist. I like artsy stuff, but this was too much for me. This was some Hollywood people sucking each other's dicks kind of art. wasn't really that good. And then I said that on Reddit and everybody got pissed at me. They're like, it was good. Whatever. It's raging out on Eddington. But I don't know. It's movie talk. That's one thing about movie. It's like music. Everybody has like a different taste. And I definitely got my like favorite genres and stuff. But I like to try other genres that I'm not always, that I, don't typically watch. Like I try to like all kinds of music. I try to never dislike a certain thing too much. And so when I listen to music, I try to be really diverse. Same with movies. I'll try it on if I have time. Can't watch them all. Too many. You guys learned a new upscaler. Don't forget about Seed VR2. It's very easy to use. Everybody likes that one. If you don't have that node on your Comfy, put it in. It's easy. It's not just one model. They have like small ones and big ones, so you can choose whatever fits your GPU, and they all work. I use the small one because the small one works about as good as the big one. It's not the size of your upscaling model. It's how you use it. I think that's what I heard anyway. I think we should make some IRL content with this AI. Some stuff for OBS. We just need some ideas. Like, I think there should be some B-roll going on here. Oh, shoot. I'm gonna fix something. Let's do that and that. So it looks like I've been live for... Oh shit, I forgot I was live on YouTube. I wasn't checking the YouTube chat. Hopefully there's nothing going on over there, but I've been live for 6.5 hours so far. I can easily stream for 10 hours, like no problem. But it's usually irresponsible to do that. My cat's been stalking you? Really? What did the cat say about? Is the cat watching the stream? The cat probably just liked those pictures of actors that I was showing on the screen. Maybe that's why the cat didn't like the AI, because it was, the cat knew. He likes your voice. Howdy Tom says the cat said to stream IRL full time. Well, yeah, Howdy Tom, but if I was live all the time, then I wouldn't be able to do all the things I have to do. Otherwise, I would like to be live all the time, but I feel like it's irresponsible for me to be live all the time. But I used to be live all the time. I used to go full time. Do you remember that, Howdy Tom? When I did full time. And I sucked at full time too, because I would skip days, because I would do days where I was just like programming the chat bot, Prometheus bot, or I was programming some like automations for OBS. And so I wouldn't go live for a day or two. But then when I did go live, I would do all the OBS things, and then we'd have a lot of fun. I was bad at being a full-time streamer. BRB, kitty needs food. Most of the time chat was not being looked at or do it for you. Oh yeah, I'm bad at chat too. Like, see, the speed that the chat's going at right now is about as fast as I can read it. Once it starts going, then I just fuck it all up. And there's other streamers. I don't know how they do it. They're like Neo from the Matrix. They're like jacked into the chat. Like the chat will be like a waterfall. The chat will be going like a waterfall, right? And I'll go in there and I'll be like, hi. And then the streamer will be like, Psynaps, you came to the stream. I'm like, fuck you. How did you see that chat in the waterfall? Like, how do you do that? Like, get out of here. Like, I'm over here like slow-mo chat and I still miss some. And then there's guys where the waterfall's going and then they can see it. Like, how do you, like, how do you do that? That's because you've been using much AI? No, I'm bad at the chat before there was any AI. Hopefully the AI makes me better at the chat. Because I don't know if it could get any worse. Anyway, I love the chat. Everybody does chat how they do chat. At least I do chat. Some streamers don't even do chat. Like, fuck that. The whole fun of streaming is the chat. Like, I don't understand the streamers who don't interact with the chat. I can't do that. If I go into a stream and the streamer's ignoring chat completely, like, I get it. If you're doing something, like if you're in arena and you're doing something where you're like, you know, you have to focus. Obviously, you can't read every chat while you're doing something. But especially if you're like doing rated or something. But if you don't read the chat at all, even big streamers, it's like there's no excuse because of what I just said. Like there's big streamers who have waterfall chats and they're still interacting with people and pulling out like the legit chatters out of like a messy chat. Like respect, you know, so like there's no excuse like to just completely ignore them completely. If you're bad at chat, okay, I get it. But if you like think you're like you don't need to answer chat or whatever, like what are you even doing? Those people should just do something else. Chat's where it's at. That's all I'm saying. Chat's where it's at. You trying to arena? No, I'd get eaten alive. I'd get eaten alive in an arena with the way my character is spec'd right now. I don't know, actually. I don't know. Like with no, like with the wrong spec and the wrong gear, I bet I could do 1800 easy, 1900, but 2K, I'll be like a little bitch trying to figure out why the game sucks until I gear up. Then we could go. That sounds pretty bad. It's like, oh, sorry, bro. My condolences. Actually, I don't know. We went into a few games not too long ago and actually did pretty good, but I don't think it would go that far. I think it'd go that far with my spec. I'd have to figure out all the specs that everybody's running. You know what spec is my favorite spec? The one that pisses off my opponent the most. That's my favorite spec. It doesn't matter what the spec is. It doesn't have to be cookie cutter. It doesn't even have to have a name. As long as it pisses off my opponents, makes them mad, and they want to rage quit. That's the spec that I run. It's called the rage quit spec. Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy's free? I thought it was it still had a subscription. World of Warcraft is not free. That's fucking Blizzard. Charging every time. And then you gotta buy the expansion when it comes out. Holy shit. Stop crap talking like wow. Wait, which part? The subscription fees? Okay. Fine. All right. It's a good game. I never canceled my subscription, so obviously I don't have a problem with it. I always stayed subscribed. But think about how much. But here's the thing too. I also have multiple accounts. So that's why I'm always worried about the subs, because I have multiple going. I have only two though. Did I ever have three? No, I think my sister, she had me run hers for a while. I was running 3 at one point. You know what I did? No, it wasn't any win traders. I'm not that pro. Only the pros know how to do that shit. I suck, remember? I wasn't even doing win trading. I was multi-boxing for fun. Because fuck it. Because I don't care. And it's actually fun to multi-box. It completely reawakens the whole game. It changes the whole game. It's like not even, it's like WoW on crack when you're multi-boxing. Because then you could be the tank and the healer. You know what my favorite thing that I did? Dual boxing was. I didn't multi-box for very long, but I did dual box. The funniest thing was queuing a dungeon, because you got to level them. You got to do dungeons or whatever. Doing a dungeon as the tank and the healer, insta queues, right? And then you go in there and you wait to see how long it takes the other guys to realize that you're multi-boxing. And all the healer does is just like, it's just like healbot the tank. You know, little AoEs, just healbot, focus, heal the tank. Doesn't have to do anything else other than that. Easy mode win. Tank just holds aggro. The DPS, take care of the rest. Easy mode. But because people hate dual boxers so much, there's so much contention for multi-boxers and dual boxers. I don't even know if it's allowed anymore. Maybe it's WoW banned it by now, but there's so much hate. Whenever the DPS found out and saw what I was doing and realized I was both the tank and the healer, they would just lose their shit. And that was the funniest part. And they didn't rage quit or anything. I mean, maybe it happened a few times where they would just rage quit, but they wouldn't quit because it was fine. The queues were fast. We're grinding the mobs. Both the healer and the tank are awake because they're the same person. And you have to be awake to dual box. You actually have to be engaged in it. It's actually more fun because you're playing more than one character. You can't just fuck off. You're playing them both essentially. And the dungeon's going fast. Nobody's dying. And so they're pissed off for no reason. I don't know. I thought that was funny. That was my favorite thing. What happened? Yep. But that was it. It was just for fun. I wasn't trying to cheat in arena or anything. I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't trolling or anything. I was actually just having fun and just didn't give a shit. So 3s. I didn't know, with the multi-boxers, they didn't do very good in arena, right? How far did that one guy even get? There used to be the dude. There was that one guy, remember? He was an old dude. And he was always mad. He would stream. What was his name? He was a streamer and he was always streaming and he was on Darkspear. And he was that one multi-boxer dude. Prepared. It was Prepared, right? And he was always I don't know, he wasn't, he was kind of negative, I guess. He was always talking shit about everything and everyone. And he just seemed like an unhappy guy. But then he had all these computers and he had his stream thing set up and he had all these cameras and he's fucking jamming out. And I don't think he got very far in arena. I think he was trying 5s or something and people couldn't beat him. He would take his shamans in and he would just one shot nuke the shit out of everybody. So everybody got nuked by his shamans at some point. But then we started figuring it out. We're okay, just, don't get nuked by the shamans. We had to figure out how to kill him. And I think it was Swifty and a bunch of people were going in there trying to queue up against him. to try to figure out how to kill him. And we had a hard time because, you know, at some point everybody would face him in there and you couldn't, it wasn't like a normal fight. That's another thing that makes multi-boxing fun, is it changes the dynamic of everything. Because it's, you know, when you cast a spell, it's like all the characters cast it at the same time. It's like being connected in sync. You know, it's like the Hive synced up gameplay. And it's hard to beat. It's actually really hard to beat because, you know, CCs are going out from all of them at the same time. They're all perfectly synced and coordinated. And then finally we had to figure out how to beat him. And then once you figured out, I don't remember what it was too long ago, but we figured out like some simple things that basically he just, you know, he couldn't get very far because it was like a gimmick. It was like, Psynaps is a nerd. Yeah, that's true. A little bit nerdy. Except I'm cooler than all the other nerds, that's for sure. The king of the nerds, yay. Linder says, I didn't do PvP with my boxes or anything else that people could complain about. Right, but prepared. He was like evil. He was like what gave multi-boxers a bad name. It's like because of him, no one else could have nice things, right? Blizzard is looking at him like, oh, fuck these multi-boxers. Because people are reporting him, right? Everybody's mad. He comes in like, we'll just sit in the city. He would like camp the whole city. And it was funny, like his community, I would go to his live stream we would go to his live stream so we could camp him. We'd figure out where he was so we could, you know, go and fight him. And we would build these raids and go fight him. And we'd beat him and just camp him all day because he's an asshole. So we didn't have any hesitation to be an asshole back. And so we'd go to his stream and people liked him. At least the people there that were watching him, like they thought it was hilarious that he would just go in the cities and just camp the mailboxes, camp the auction house, basically shut the whole game down for the whole server single-handedly. And so they would report him, you know, they were reporting multi-boxers and people just started hating multi-boxing. But then there was also like really awesome, like Shake. Shake was here yesterday or the other day when I was streaming. You remember Shake multi-boxer? He was cool as fuck. Like we'd go in there and anytime you saw him in there, like he was awesome to play with. We'd try to do raids with him and stuff. He was usually always doing his own thing, but anytime we got to play with him, like he made it a lot of fun. He showed how fun it could be to just be chill. But Prepared was too dependent on his software, and when they got rid of the follow, that did him in. Right, and he also, I remember now it's starting to like come to me, but he cheated a little bit too. Like he was doing some things with macros that you weren't supposed to do. Like he was, I don't know how like whatever he was doing, like the way he injected his macros or something was taking it too far. He was very technical about boxing and he didn't care about what crossed the line or not. He just did whatever he wanted. But Blondie says Psynaps. Just says I didn't need software or follow and wouldn't be like him taunting people, was minding my own business. Right. And Prepared didn't like Shake. I remember there was like the rivalry. Old man butthurt. Yeah, but Shake was like, he was cool about everything. Like he even comes and checks in the stream every once in a while. Like he was actually, I think he did a bunch of paladins one time. He did like 10 or 20 rep paladins when paladins were OP. That was actually like hilarious. And then he spec'd them all holy one time. I remember I was just hanging out with Shake. He had all these paladins. And I think he had some holy paladins. And he was healing me. All these paladins just dropping bombs, dropping like lay on hands and all this stuff. And I was like, oh my God. Wow shit? I'm not talking wow shit. I'm talking like paladins. That's more like wow porn. Paladins all putting lay on hands on you at the same time. That's wow smut. I always like to hear what teams he was running. He had great synergies, right? So that's the other thing about multi-boxing is like you build your own comp. So when you play a character, you know, whatever tune or spec you play, if you're playing Holy or Ret or whatever, you learn that character's abilities and you play that spec, you learn the spec. When you play like threes or whatever, you learn the comp. And so you diverge from your spec and you play a different style based on like your comp. Multi-boxing was like that. It wasn't like playing a character. It was like playing an entire fucking comp. But even more than that, because there was more dynamics. There was more abilities, more characters. So that's kind of what made it fun. Like when you're getting bored with your spec and you're like, you played every comp, you played every spec, and I haven't. Like I usually just stick to like one or two different specs at a time. But there's some people who'd play everything, right? Some of the PvPers that we played with. You guys know Blondie was Gladiator. Like she is listening to me. Probably I sound like an idiot to her because she's actually fucking Gladiator. I never even went to Gladiator. But it's like that's what made it fun, was like you're playing like a whole new comp and you're bored of WoW, just multi-box, and like it'll reawaken your love for the game. And I think that's why Blizzard allowed it, because I think they realized that plus you're paying for multiple subs, but I don't think they cared about that. Like they have plenty of subs. They don't need the multi-boxing community. It's not like we're paying their bills. But they realize that it's like just another way to play. It's like pro community. It's like supporting the community that loves the game. That's how I thought of it anyway. Yeah, the gladiators would carry me in arena. I wasn't really carrying that many people more than I was hanging out with the other glads. They would carry me and get me my achievements and stuff. Otherwise, I was like a helpless baby in there by myself. I was getting good for a while, but I wasn't as competitive as some other people. I was getting good on my Holy Pally. But I think where I fell short was I didn't play all the specs. Like a lot of the people, they played every single fucking spec. They're playing DPS, they're playing healer, they're switching between casters and melee. Like they knew every single spec, they knew every ability, they knew every comp. Like you had to know all the comps. Wreckful 5v5. Whoa, that's old school. I'm gonna go back that far. We might get nostalgic. I don't know. I'm gonna need to pour a little bit more whiskey if it's gonna be like that. See if you can hear the cork. Go just a little bit for the holidays. Cheers. Who were the guys I played with? What were the gladiators that I played with? I'm trying to remember their names. It was the patient ones. That's all I remember. I think I'm going to close these. I think what we need to do is make some cool BRB, videos. That's the only thing I think we absolutely need from this AI. It needs to be for BRBs and some, what are they called? Like the little transition things. And something funny. We need to do some memes. I think we need to put like Swifty's head in the warrior in the banana transmog, I think. But that means I would have to download Swifty's face onto my computer, and I don't know if me or him would want to do that. But see, that's the kind of shit that I think we need to do. We need to find out who needs to be memed, make a list, and then begain the memes. Some cats, like whatever, as long as it's funny. I think that's gotta get our World of Warcraft characters. The faces would be low-hanging fruit, I think. Just like face swap. We need to cross game genres, like maybe bring some Fortnite dances into World of Warcraft characters or something like that. Like cross some pretty key things. And what would be another cool thing? I think those would be easy and fun to work on stream. Yeah, I think if I'm live long enough, I think Shake will come back because he checks in once in a while. I tried to talk to Prepared one time, just like, I don't know, just reaching out like streamer to streamer. Like, I don't think he wouldn't even talk to me for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe I just didn't introduce myself politely or something. Like I felt like he didn't like me, but for no good reason other than that's just how he was. So that's always a bummer. Blondie says, do you want to join stream with my cats real quick? Well, how would I do that? I know Twitch like has some like collab feature, but I've never even used it. I don't even know how it works. I don't know what all these hip new features are because I don't use them. Are you on Discord? Oh my God, I haven't checked my Discord all day. Do I have your Discord? I need to figure out how to get my P logo to spin. I need my P to spin in this animation while stuff blows up. It needs to be spinning clearly, visibly, aggressively spinning. That is what I have to do. I have to wake up in a couple hours. You guys should encourage me to go to bed. I'm going to bed pretty soon. Your homework for the rest of the morning is to go to this website, civitai.com, and look at the AI art. Okay? And be civil. And good luck with that. Here, try that. What was it? It's fine. Like their moderation is good. Like I trust their moderation. Probably not enough to like put it on stream. Actually, I would. I was thinking of just like putting it on stream and just YOLO it because I think their moderation is fine. Okay, I have kids in my house, so I have to make sure that all the little moderation things are checked. I think it's pretty clear. The website is for AI art, and they also allow you to upload your AI models for those that like train models and stuff. Go there for sure. Check that out. And you will be amazed at the stuff they're doing. Now, if you want to go deep into the web, you can make an account on there, and then it will show you everything. And you will either appreciate the AI community in a new way, or you will be scared of the AI community. But if you like anime, there's a lot of that on there. Maybe those of you guys that do anime, you could explain to me why the hell there's so much of it in the artistic community. But that's pretty cool. I think that website right there is very, very active right now, like on a huge level, like super huge level. If you don't know about it, you should at least know about it. You don't have to engage in it as long as you know that website is kind of at the center of this artistic community, people that are doing this art and all that. Let me just render one more, and then I'm logging out because I have to do some things tomorrow early. Got to run some errands and do a couple things I planned to do on Sunday. And then maybe later on we'll do some more streaming. But I probably won't. I'm not going to stream until I figure out exactly like what we're streaming. I want to try making something. I want to try to be useful on the stream and do something cool. So these explosions we made today, that was a little bit of work I did, but I did get distracted. And I think we just talked about AI more than actually doing AI. So maybe on the next stream, we'll just like do focus mode. Well, we'll hang out too, of course. I want to have fun, but I want to try to get a little further, but I'm not really sure what the next step is the problem. I got to think about that a little bit. But Lender says, it was nice talking to you. It was amazing talking with you and everybody tonight. So I had a really good time. I had a lot of fun. I even took the camera with me. We like went outside and looked at some Christmas lights and whatever. So I was having fun. You know, when I stream for a long time, it means, you know, I'm enjoying it. But I got to work on my endurance. My voice is not used to talking so much. So gotta exercise my vocal cords a little bit. Because I like hanging out on the stream, but I actually, you know, feel like my endurance, I need some more practice. I cannot explain to you how I'm able to talk for like 6 or 10 hours straight. I don't know how it works. I think it's weird, but I seem to have no problem doing it. It's pretty strange, but I guess that's what streamers do. They talk about stuff the whole time. What else happened? You know, before I go anywhere, though, I do have to say thank you to the people who subbed and followed today. I think I got a couple follows. What? Like, discovery on Twitch is hard nowadays. So even getting a couple follows, it's pretty big deal because people streaming all day, every day, and you know, it's hard to make any progress now with so many people streaming. But I'm also streaming in the art category. I never stream in the art category. Did artists come in? I think a couple of people, we met a couple of new people. I saw some new names, but I don't know what category is the best to stream in. Like normally I stream in either World of Warcraft or just chatting. And I love streaming World of Warcraft, but you're not supposed to stream in there. If you're not actually playing World of Warcraft or talking about it or whatever, you're not supposed to stream in there. So you can actually get in trouble if you stream in the wrong category. They will say shit. They've told me shit before when I was streaming the wrong category. So you can't do that. Just chatting is like, that's like the default channel everybody streams in. I like streaming in that channel, but you know, with 10 or 20 viewers, I would be at the bottom. Like if you ever go to just chatting and you scroll down, if you sort by like number of viewers, and you scroll down, you'll be down to like 5 or so pages, and it's still, you know, streamers with 1,000 concurrent viewers or whatever. I would get like, I feel like I'd get washed out, but that's probably like probably the best. I don't know how Discovery is nowadays in that channel, but that's where I used to stream. And then there's like an outdoor channel, which was terrible when we streamed there. Like nobody streams there. And then I think there's a talk show channel. I wanted to try streaming there, but it's not technically a talk show. Maybe if we do a collab with Blondie and her cats, we could go and talk show. And then it would be a talk show, I think. I don't know. I don't know if anybody streams there either. I'm afraid that if I go to the talk show channel that they'll kick me out because it's not technically a talk show, although it's a lot of talking. It should be a talk show, I would think. I don't know. But anyway, I better bounce. I'm too tired. I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. What else before we close? What am I missing? I need to figure out. Hey, is Blondie actually live right now? How do you do a host or a raid? Or is it those things even exist anymore? That's one thing I'm terrible at is hosting. I need to get better at that. Reno, how come the followage? I forget why the followage thing broke. One of them works though. One of the commands works, but that one apparently I'm supposed to do something or I gotta switch it or whatever, but still there. I just gotta fix it. It's always mess that up. But yo, what's up? I'm actually just bouncing out, but if you guys want to see a little bit about what happened here in the stream, just check the VOD. Also, check my YouTube. I realize that my YouTube is not, it's probably linked in the description if you could make it all the way down there. I was going to try to get the bot to send my YouTube channel, but I typed it in earlier and it just ignored me. But the VODs are really easy, I think, to check out on the YouTube side. I bet a lot of people don't even realize I have a YouTube channel. Check that one out. And then I'll link the Discord. My Discord's like super chill. And what I'm thinking of doing is, now that I'm doing this ComfyUI stuff, I saw some YouTubers, they were putting their workflows and stuff in their Discord, and it worked really nice because they were able to like type up, more details about like what they were doing with Comfy and whatever. So I'm not quite there yet. I don't have like workflows and stuff, but I want to make a channel for that in Discord. That's the easiest way to post them, I think. I was thinking, like, where am I going to upload these? Like, what if somebody asked me for them? Like, how am I going to share these workflows? And Discord seems like a pretty easy way to do it. And then I'm starting to post some of these little videos, these like doodles that come out. And not all of them are good. Like, some of them are just dumb. But I posted some in there. So check that out. Let me link it. Yeah, I'm glad. Yo, Reno, I'm glad you checked it out. Like, we've talked about so much stuff on the stream, like related to the AI and the art, and even a little bit nostalgic on some of the old things that, that we were working on. So that's why I went live, was I'm curious what everybody's like thinking about. I haven't been live for a while, so I was kind of excited just to see, the familiar names, and then just like catch some updates from everybody, and then just like see what is the general feeling on some of this stuff. I thought it was cool. Like, if I could, I would spend more time doing this stuff, because to be completely honest, creating some of this generative stuff is pretty dumb, but some of it is also, it's very therapeutic, for me at least, to create some of this stuff. It reminds me of like rendering in Cinema 4D and all the old rendering that we used to do, creating videos and creating 3D assets and stuff. I always liked the technical part of rendering and the render settings. These workflows in Comfy with the generative AI stuff is a lot like that. It's a lot like everything is the render settings, except the settings are actually creating the outputs, instead of like, you are scene building and stuff, but in a completely different, like, abstract way. And so these tools like fascinate me. I'm trying to figure out if I can control these tools. So far, like half and half. So far, it's like, I'm getting it to do half of the thing I want it to do, and then the other half is just like random AI shit. So that's like part of the art, I think, is like figuring out how to have a little command over this. But I do think that the program we're using, this Comfy stuff, I do think this is the path. I think this is like, this is the tool that I think is kind of making this happen, that kind of opens the door. This is what separates the AI that you run at your home computer from these APIs, these third-party APIs, these powerful APIs from Google and ChatGPT and, these other platforms. I think this is the equalizer, which means this is how, we can still create really awesome assets and not have to rely on the third-party APIs. You can actually do it from your home with your own hardware if you have the hardware. If you don't have the hardware, you might be, stuck with the APIs until you get some hardware. But remember too, like, at least in this community on Twitch, there's a lot of gamers, all the times that I've streamed over all the years. One thing I've noticed about the chat, for the most part, this doesn't apply to everybody, of course, it doesn't have to, but gamers usually have, maybe a GPU anyway. So you might have had GPU and it might be many years old, or you might, also, there's a ton of people in the chat that all have, 5090s and always have the biggest GPUs. You guys have better GPUs than me most of the time. But if you don't, and that's cool, you might still be able to run a lot of this stuff. So you might be able to unlock the tools you already have with some of this stuff. Who was it? Somebody came in here earlier. I think it was, it was one of my sons came in and he was like, this looks really complicated. This looks way too complicated. And I was like, it does, because it is the node-based stuff, and the node-based stuff has pissed me off plenty of times. I had a hard time getting into nodes with 3D, like with Cinema 4D and stuff. I was a little bit turned off to the node-based workflows, but the serious creatives do use and know how to use the nodes. And there's a lot more stuff you can do with the nodes. So I had a hard time kind of doing the nodes from scratch, and I still do. Like, I'm learning how to connect all of these things. But I haven't found that to be much of a problem with Comfy. It's like there's a lot of, it comes packed with a lot of templates and stuff. And a lot of these nodes are similar between different models and different techniques. So there's not a whole lot you have to figure out. You kind of start to see the patterns because they're all kind of so similar to begin with. But there's plenty of room to bring in new ones and do crazy new shit. And that's the part that I like. So there's a high ceiling here, with I'll just say one more thing about that, about the ceiling. I could probably go on and on, obviously, but that high ceiling, what it means is, when you download a program and it does something, like Photoshop or something, but Photoshop is very complex. So that's probably a terrible example. But let's say you download a program, or you're using like a web-based app, say you're using ChatGPT or whatever. It has certain features, and those are the features it has. It doesn't really have any more. You can only do so many things with it, even though you can do some very powerful things with it, right? It has guardrails, it has features, and then those are it. So the ceiling is defined of like what you can do. And, now you can be really creative and you can do a lot of things with those tools. Comfy, I feel like, raises that ceiling because the community is generating like a lot of code, and they're contributing the code that you could just easily download. Like, there's this manager with just like tons of node options, thousands. It says up at the top, it says 4,400, like almost 4,500 custom nodes, and maybe not all 4,500 of them are doing awesome stuff, but look at this list. It shows how many GitHub stars they have. So like some of these are some heavy hitting node packs. You know, they'll have like this one, this node pack right here has 141 nodes. This one has 65 nodes, 146 nodes. These are all functional nodes that do a thing in this node-based workflow. Rather like overwhelming to think of all the combinations of things that might be possible with this. So this is the ceiling I'm talking about. We're talking about raising, you know, there is no ceiling. It's like people are continuously, and look at the update dates. You know, this month, you know, these are being updated. A lot of these this month, last month, you know, all of these top nodes have been updated in the last couple of months. This is some serious fucking development going on here. So like raising the ceiling of like creativity beyond what the third-party APIs are offering. Now, third-party offerings like the image generators and the LLMs and stuff, they are state of the art. They are like producing, they're fast. They're using this vast amounts of GPUs on the cloud. They're using large models that maybe we wouldn't be able to run locally because they require, you know, the big data centers with those big GPUs. So there is an advantage to those things. It's just more confined, more limited to what you can do. You can do some big things, but not as creative. This equalizes it where you can do a heck of a lot more things as long as, you know, you're able to use the smaller models for your GPUs and stuff. Live portrait. I want to try that one. I think live portrait is like, some of this stuff, I don't know if it's this one, but some of them work live. Like we can plug this into OBS and do like some live inferencing. I would like to do something like that. This example here has like Neo and Morpheus like making funny faces and stuff. I want to try some of these crazy ones. Anyway, that's it for me. Thank you guys for hanging out and being a part of the stream. I am going to go get some rest, and we're going to do more of this. I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow, but for sure, maybe tomorrow and for sure this week, because I want to continue on with some of these videos and actually make something cool, right? And, you know, actually make a cool workflow and pipeline that I can share with you guys and that does something really cool and that does a lot of cool stuff. And I want to generate some art for you as well. And with you, you know, stuff that has my logo in it, stuff that might have yours or your name, and come up with some cool ideas. Tell me like what you think. Like, how can I get these workflows like to you? Could I even possibly, here's a crazy one. Could I even possibly for the chat, take this website and you go to it and you be able to work on my workflows directly without it costing an arm and a leg? I've seen some YouTubers they'll give affiliate links to some, you know, GPU platforms and you can run their stuff. But you know, that's like, you know, those are like retail priced GPUs or whatever. Like maybe I could provide the GPUs and then give out the links for free or something. If I could figure that out, that would be pretty cool. If that would even be an interesting thing. I don't know if people would want that, but I think when the stream's like really cooking and people want to meme, that would be the perfect thing. You know, we could all like meme all at the same time. Should we like have a really good idea for that? I can see there's a lot of creative people in the chat, a lot of artists and stuff come in. I could see them doing some nutty things if I were to give them this workflow and just be like, here, type something in the prompt box really quick and send it, you know, or have the chat bot send it, send something straight into that prompt and then see whatever it spits out. So that'll be cool stuff for Discord. That's why I linked the Discord in the chat. Because when we do that, we're going to have to test it on Discord first. We can't test that kind of stuff on Twitch chat before we like try it at least a couple of times in Discord. So that's it. I will see you guys next time. Peace.